The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 26, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mark Alford to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered today by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, in this moment, take us away from the noise and demands of our work, the echoes of which seek to deafen our ears to your voice. But speak through the clamor and silence all voices but your own, that we would hear your enduring word for this day. As complex as today's circumstances may appear, let us pay heed to this simple fact. With you, O Lord, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are as one day. Today, may there fall on us a sense of your timeless power. Thus, humbled before you, may we become more aware and let go of the fleeting things we seek to control. Give us a clear understanding of your perfect holiness, that our own accomplishments would not serve as the source of our pride or purpose. Open our eyes to your infinite and beautiful creation, that we would put our own achievements in perspective and yield ourselves to your divine and gracious plan. May all that we strive to do serve to glorify you. In the wealth of your everlasting love, may we be content to leave in your hands the outcome of our best intentions, the resolution to our most complex concerns, and the answer to our deepest desires. In your ageless name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Well, the chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance this morning will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to address the House for 1 minute to revise the extend my request.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge a historic first-time celebration in the 4th District of Arkansas. This year, the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff hosted its first ever Juneteenth in the Bluff celebration. This event served to celebrate freedom and triumph by highlighting the region's rich arts and cultural legacy through live music, art exhibitions, and food. Juneteenth itself commemorates the last enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, learning of their freedom on June 19, 1865, marking the end of slavery in the United States. Juneteenth is a celebration of liberty and a call to action, reminding us that the fights for our God-given rights and the basic tenets of freedom are ongoing. On June 19th, the city of Pine Bluff honored their resilience and the countless contributions of Black Americans throughout our history. Along with this, they were also able to celebrate the faculty, students, and staff at UAPB who have impacted and shaped the arts in not just Arkansas, but also nationwide. As we reflect on our past, let us commit to building a future where justice prevails and every American enjoys the full promise of freedom. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Gentlewoman, excuse me. Without objection, the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting tired of coming to the House floor to call out DTE's energies, corporate greed in my district. My residents cannot afford DTE's ridiculous rate hikes and terrible, unreliable service. Check this out. The increased rates between the hours of 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. where a majority of our families are home. Literally in the middle of a deadly heat wave with temperatures nearly 100 degrees. Despite DTE making more than $1 billion in rate hikes in the last decade and $313 million in the second quarter of this year, DTE is never satisfied. DTE is one of the worst utilities in the nation for power outages and restoring power. Yet we pay 16% more than the national average for this failing service. As long as a for-profit company controls our electrical power, it will be unaffordable and unreliable. We need public power. DTE and other for-profit utilities should be turned into publicly owned, operated services so our families can live safely and have livable conditions in our country. Thank you so much, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a proud descendant of dairy farmers to honor National Dairy Month. As the first chairman of the House Agriculture Committee from Pennsylvania in nearly 170 years, I know the importance of America's dairy industry. Our Commonwealth is home to more than 5,000 dairy farms with more than 470,000 cows. We produce nearly 10 billion pounds of milk each year, and for every cow, we generate $24,000 in economic revenue. The American dairy industry is an economic powerhouse, home to nearly 10 million dairy cows, supporting over 3 million jobs and generating nearly $42 billion in direct wages. America's dairy farmers produce more than 200 billion pounds of milk each year, ensuring that there is a consistent, reliable supply of essential nutrients. But the story of American dairy goes deeper than just statistics and numbers. It's a story of family farms and hardworking producers. Dairy producers work tirelessly every day of the year to provide nutritious products for consumers here and around the world. American dairy is a robust and dynamic sector that supports our economy, nourishes our population, and embodies the values of hard work and determination. Thank you to all our dairy farmers and producers across the Commonwealth and around the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor a pillar of our New Paltz community, Police Chief Robert Lucchese, as he retires after over 3 decades serving our community on the force. Chief Lucchese is everything a community could want in a leader. He brought a zeal for service to every moment spent in uniform, a devotion to neighbors and strangers alike, and the profound ability to constantly reflect on how his team could better protect, serve, uplift, and empower our community. He set the standard and built a culture based on trust, not only in his department, but throughout our entire region, serving on the Ulster County and Mid-Hudson Associations of Police Chiefs. Chief Lucchese has more than earned a relaxing retirement, but that is not who he is. Fully grounded in a life of service, he's already back in public service, sitting on the New Paltz Zoning Board of Appeals, serving as a volunteer firefighter, and in his spare time, somehow coaching youth sports in New Paltz and in our community. Chief Lucchese, it's been an honor to work and serve with you. On behalf of our entire community, I want to thank you for your decades of service, past, present, and future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, a 13-year-old girl was raped in New York City by an illegal immigrant from Ecuador released into our country by Border Patrol thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. In Texas, 12-year-old Jocelyn Nangeri was raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants from Venezuela, again released into our country at the direction of the Biden administration. Laken Riley's killer, a Venezuelan gang member, was granted parole by the Biden administration, then repeatedly arrested and released by Sanctuary City, New York, the only reason Laken is not alive today. Rachel Morin's killer, an illegal immigrant from El Salvador, crossed Biden's open border, successfully evading CBP custody. And Kayla Hamilton's killer from El Salvador was allowed to enter by the Biden administration despite associations with the violent MS-13 gang. I rise today to ask how many more American women and girls will suffer the same fate before President Biden reverses his policies, and where are our colleagues on this other side of the aisle that claim to be champions of women?
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Robert L. Perschetti, a World War II veteran and beloved member of my community who recently passed away while en route to Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. I had the honor of meeting Al several years ago, and we became fast friends. I loved hearing him talk about his time in the United States Navy, where he served at Guadalcanal, the Battle of Okinawa, and the fight at Iwo Jima, landmark moments in our country's history. At the spry young age of 102, Al's dedication to his country never wavered. Al embodied the very meaning of the word patriot, and his commitment to service over self should inspire us all. May we follow the famous advice of General George Patton by not mourning the death of Al Perschetti, but instead thanking God that such a remarkable man lived. Rest in peace, Al Perschetti. You certainly earned it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 4th District of Missouri's June Small Business of the Month, Noble Concrete and Precast, a female-owned concrete business that sells top-of-the-line products built by experienced farmers who are committed to providing the best experience to all customers. It's located in Lamar, Missouri. Noble Precast is a local go-to source for high-quality concrete, cattle feeders, raised beds, stock tanks, retaining walls, and much more. As a family-owned and operated business since 1990, their affiliation speaks to the amazing things they're accomplishing. They're affiliated with the Cattlemen's Association, FFA, 4-H, Girl Scouts, Contractors Association of the Ozarks, and so many more amazing national and local affiliates. Congratulations to Noble Precast on the well-deserved recognition of Small Business of the Month. Keep up the much-appreciated work. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, since President Biden has taken office, prices have risen 20.1%. That means the average American household is spending an average of $13,000 more a year for common household items. Despite this out-of-control, spending-induced inflation, the Biden administration continues to overspend and overregulate. In fact, in just 3.5 years, this administration has finalized 991 new regulations. Those regulations will result in an estimated 300 million additional hours of paperwork every year for Americans and bring with them a total finalized cost of $1.6 trillion. This comes as small business owners struggle to remain competitive and keep up with these rising costs. Mr. Speaker, it's past time the Biden administration end its regulatory war against small businesses and unleash the American ingenuity and capitalism that has traditionally given Americans the highest standard of living in the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As tensions boil in the Middle East, I rise today to bring attention to this chamber to the alarming situation in Lebanon. Lebanon is strategically significant to the United States given its central location in the Middle East and its border with Israel. Ensuring stability in Lebanon and neutralizing Hezbollah will bolster regional security, creating a conducive environment for Israel to negotiate peaceful treaties. UN resolutions already on the books should be enforced, like Resolution 1559 for the disarmament of militias in Lebanon and Resolution 1680 to protect the Lebanese borders and prevent smuggling by Iran's proxies in the Middle East. This need is underscored by recent incident on May 20th when a Syrian truck loaded with weapons was intercepted by northern Lebanon. The people of Lebanon are hurt the most by Hezbollah and the Iranian proxies, and what is happening there is an absolute disgrace. We must empower the people of Lebanon and continue to push for a presidential election that is free and fair of interference from the Iranian regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the American people don't go home before their job is done. And so why should Congress? In the nearly 5 decades that our current appropriations process has been in place, Congress has only passed all 12 appropriations bills only 4 times. 4 times in almost 50 years. The American people have been far too generous with us, and their patience is wearing thin. We're here to represent their interests and to keep this government running. It's high time that we take our responsibilities seriously, put our heads down, and get to work passing appropriations bills each year. Congress is broken, and I intend to fix how Washington works. So today, I'm introducing the Do Our Job Act. If appropriations work is not done, we don't go home. Simple as that. The American people deserve better than an 8% success rate for funding our government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1316 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 83, House Resolution 1316. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8774, making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-40 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2A. No further amendment to H.R. 8774 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on the Rules accompanying this resolution. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of H.R. 8774 for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8774 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8771, making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-39 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 7A. No further amendment to H.R. 8771 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 8 of this resolution are waived. Section 8. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 9. During consideration of H.R. 8771 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 10. At the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8771 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 11. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 8752, making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-38, modified by the amendment specified in Section 17 of this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 12A. No further amendment to H.R. 8752 as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, amendments en bloc described in Section 13 of this resolution, and pro forma amendments described in Section 14 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 14 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules or against amendments en bloc described in Section 13 of this resolution are waived. Section 13, it shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 14 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 14, during consideration of H.R. 8752 for amendment, the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 15, at the conclusion of consideration of H.R. 8752 for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 16, the clerk shall not transmit to the Senate a message that the House has passed H.R. 8752 until notified by the Speaker that H.R. 2, as passed by the House on May 11, 2023, has been enacted into law. Section 17, the amendment referred to in Section 11 of this resolution is as follows. Strike Section 406 and strike Section 413 and insert Section blank, notwithstanding the numerical limitation set forth in Section 214G 1B of the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 United States Code 1184G1B, the Secretary of Homeland Security, after consultation with the Secretary of Labor and upon determining that the needs of American businesses cannot be satisfied during fiscal year 2025 with the United States workers or willing, qualified, and able to perform temporary non-agricultural labor, may increase the total number of aliens who may receive a visa under Section 101A 15HIIB of such Act, 8 United States Code 1101A 15HIIB, in such fiscal year above such limitations by not more than the highest number of H-2B non-immigrants who participate in the H-2B returning worker program in any fiscal year in which returning workers were exempt from such numerical limitations.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be amended in the form I have placed at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to House Resolution 1316 offered by Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia. At the end of the resolution, add the following. Section 18, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution, during consideration of H.R. 8771, pursuant to this resolution, it shall not be in order to consider Amendment Number 37, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-559.
Are there any objections? Without objection, the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1316, providing for consideration of 3 measures. H.R. 8774, the Department of Defense Appropriation Act of 2025, is to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations, or their respective designees, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and makes 193 amendments in order. H.R. 8771, the Department of State, Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act 2025, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and makes 75 amendments in order. and H.R. 8752, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2025, to be considered under a structured rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of debate, equally controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee, provides for 1 motion to recommit, and makes 61 amendments in order. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the rule and the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 8774, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, our country is currently facing threats at levels we haven't seen since World War II. However, H.R. 7074 delivers a strong response to the situations we currently find ourselves in. This bill provides nearly $834 billion to support our national defense and remains consistent with the levels set in the law by the Fiscal Responsibilities Act. Additionally, this bill rejects $18 billion of unjustified, unnecessary, and politically motivated spending included in the President's budget request. It redirects those resources to programs and activities that counter the threats we're facing from hostile actors, fosters innovation, enhances the DoD's role in combating the fentanyl crisis, and supports service members and their families. Mr. Speaker, the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party is clear, and this bill recognizes that. It prioritizes defense articles and services to Taiwan, as well as deterrence initiatives throughout the Indo-Pacific region. The bill modernizes our military and invests in next-generation fighter aircraft, helicopters, and tactical combat vehicles and submarines, ensuring our war fighters are prepared for the threats that lie ahead. This bill supports our ally Israel, who is under constant threat by the terrorist group Hamas. It provides funding for the Israeli cooperative missile defense programs, including Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow. Additionally, it prohibits funds to withhold the delivery of defense articles and services from the United States to Israel, as we've seen the Biden administration do in the past. It requires any withheld articles be delivered within 15 days. This bill refocuses the Pentagon on its core mission, prohibits funding for DEI offices, climate change executive orders, as well as other divisive social agendas and radical policies. Further, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides the funding to deliver a 4.5% pay raise for all of our military personnel and an additional 15% pay raise for our junior enlisted service members. The world is a safer place when America leads, and this bill ensures we're able to do so. Moving on to H.R. 8771, the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and Related Programs Appropriations Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this bill is another step in the right direction towards protecting our national security, safeguarding our global economic interests, supporting our allies and partners, and promoting freedom abroad. This bill also supports our ally Israel and provides funding to ensure they can defend themselves against terrorist attacks like we saw on October the 7th. Additionally, it prohibits funding for UNRWA, who we've seen support Hamas. Mr. Speaker, the United States is facing an imminent threat on our southern border. This legislation prohibits funds that encourage or facilitate dangerous migrations toward the U.S.-Mexico border and provides funding to combat the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs that are pouring into the United States and killing innocent Americans. Further, Mr. Speaker, this bill redirects taxpayer resources and prohibits funding for the Green Climate Fund, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, any gain-of-function research in labs in adversarial nations like China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and Cuba. The world is a dangerous place right now, and again, Mr. Speaker, the world is safer when America leads. This bill redirects funding from flawed Biden administration policies that make the United States and our allies weaker to policies that make the U.S. stronger and the world a safer place. Finally, H.R. 8752, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that what our President is currently doing at our southern border is not working. H.R. 8752 takes the necessary steps to combat illegal immigration and the consequences that have come with it. This bill provides $600 million for construction of the southern border wall and requires Secretary Mayorkas to adhere to the law and build physical barriers immediately. It's pretty simple, Mr. Speaker. We're a country of laws. We need to uphold our immigration laws, and if we had done so in the last 3.5 years, we wouldn't be in this position. This has placed a tremendous burden on our already strained Border Patrol agents. However, this bill provides an additional $300 million for border security technology to help them do their jobs while also preserving funding for the 22,000 agents who are serving on the front lines of our border crisis. Tragically, Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's failure to protect the border has resulted in dangerous criminals in our communities, putting Americans at risk. This bill provides $4.1 billion for custody operations to get these criminals off our streets and $822 million to fund transportation and removal operations. Further, Mr. Speaker, this bill focuses the Department of Homeland Security on its core mission of ensuring a homeland that is safe, secure, and resilient against terrorism and other potential threats. This bill prevents the department from carrying out its equity action plan or advancing critical race theory. Additionally, it rejects funding requests by the Biden administration that encourages illegal immigration and reduces funding for programs that could enable it. Altogether, Mr. Speaker, these three bills meet the needs of our nation as they currently stand. They provide our national defense and counter our adversaries. They support American values and principles. They work to secure our southern border and address the illegal immigration issue Americans are fed up with. And they ensure the proper use of taxpayer dollars by requiring that funding goes towards carrying out the core mission of the departments. It's simple, Mr. Speaker. These bills put the American people first. I commend the Committee on Appropriations for the work they did to craft these bills. I look forward to consideration of these important pieces of legislation, and I urge passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today's rule, as you've heard, provides for the consideration of three partisan appropriation bills. And while I certainly agree with my colleague from Georgia regarding the myriad of threats posed to our country, these bills fall far short of addressing those threats. House Republicans have regrettably kicked off the appropriations season by doubling down on failed legislation that would, in effect, harm our service members, abandon our allies, cede the UN to our adversaries, and withhold critical resources needed to secure our southern border. When it comes to global leadership and national security, House Democrats and House Republicans have a very different approach. House Republicans' Department of State, Foreign Ops, and Related Programs Appropriations Act, H.R. 8771, ultimately revives the doomed isolationism of the early 20th century. Across the globe, America's adversaries threaten the peace and the prosperity of the free world. With wars in the Middle East and Europe, humanitarian crises on nearly every continent, the world needs American leadership. How do House Republicans respond? By introducing a bill that cuts international disaster assistance programs by $1.3 billion, cuts international financial institutions by $583 million, cuts $362 million from programs to improve maternal and child health and fight infectious diseases. By cutting funding, ultimately, for the United Nations and other multilateral investments, this bill is a reversal of our country's historic position among the nations where we stand as a beacon for democracy and liberty. Then we have H.R. 8752, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act of 2025. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that this bill will secure our border. It will not. The bill falls short of our responsibility to provide for the safety and security of Americans. Ultimately, it disinvests, decreases funding for a variety of critical programs designed to prevent threats from terrorists, transnational criminals, foreign adversaries, and violent extremists. My colleagues, Mr. Speaker, do not want to secure the border. How do we know? Because they had a chance to do precisely that just a few short months ago. They had a chance to do that with the Senate's bipartisan border plan. What did House Republicans do? Instead, they ensured that that bipartisan deal never even received a vote at the behest of their leader, former President Trump. The proposal under consideration this week that Republicans have put on the floor cuts the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office by $48 million. It cuts the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center by $10.4 million. Ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, why would House Republicans put a bill on the floor that cuts federal law enforcement training programs? It's a fair question. The bill includes no funds for targeted violence and terrorism prevention grants and the Shelter and Services Program. It cuts family reunification efforts by $33.9 million. At bottom, Mr. Speaker, this is another wasted opportunity, in my view, for House Republicans to address what they say is a top priority: border security. Finally, the rule includes H.R. 8774, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act. This bill is extreme even by House Republican standards. Usually, in my experience, it's been the Rules Committee that has been responsible for, well, for lack of a better phrase, messing up these massive bipartisan efforts, at least during the 118th Congress under Republican control. But my colleagues in the majority on the Rules Committee didn't even get the opportunity to do that with respect to this bill because it came out of committee as a terrible piece of legislation. It divides the country. It undermines national security. It includes provisions that fail to support service personnel. The bill cuts civilian positions at a time when the department is struggling to meet readiness goals. A number of extreme policy riders that have been included within the bill, targeting reproductive care of women, the LGBTQ community, and more. And finally, it fails to invest in a number of different important programs critical to our national security. It is a bill, unfortunately, detached from reality. And, of course, the elephant in the room, what we all know to be true, it has no chance of becoming law. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. This bill that we're considering today, all three, have no chance of becoming law. The rest of this is theater. And what I would implore my colleagues to do is come back to the negotiating table. Let's negotiate and compromise in good faith. Abandon this approach that they have unfortunately taken for the better part of the last 19 months in the 118th Congress, which has ultimately led to this Congress being the least productive in 100 years in the history of this House. Let's pursue solutions, not stunts. I would encourage my colleagues to perhaps follow that admonition. I suspect they won't, but hope springs eternal that they'll get back to working with us so that we can get back to governing. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Americans want the border secure. House Republicans want the border secure. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas, the Chairman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding. I wanted to rise today in support of the rule on the underlying bills. H.R. 8771, the Department of State, Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act, H.R. 8752, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act, and H.R. 8774, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act. Each of these bills, Mr. Speaker, serves an important role in ensuring our nation's defense while also holding the federal agencies and the Biden administration accountable to the American public. These bills eliminate funding for unnecessary and unjustified federal programs, saving taxpayer money in the process. At the same time, these bills will work to secure the southern border, counter threatening activity by the People's Republic of China, and enhance the ability of the federal government to combat the flow of fentanyl and other illegal drugs crossing our borders, all the while providing a 4.5% pay increase to all military personnel, including, very importantly, a 15% increase in pay for junior enlisted service members. Importantly, these bills narrow the scope to what appropriations bills are intended to do: fund the core missions of the federal agency and not some fanciful wish list. To this end, the State and Foreign Operations related program allocates over $12 billion below the President's budget requests, while the Defense Appropriations Act receives a modest 1% discretional allocation increase in accordance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act signed into law last year. For much the same reason noted above, I expect that members across the aisle may find fault with these bills. Certainly we welcome their remarks and welcome the debate. However, I would like to offer a few points on the matter. Over 10,000 member submissions were considered in the appropriations process this year. Of this, many were incorporated into the base bill. These measures serve all of our districts and equally our nation as we look to ensure the security and prosperity over the coming years. The world has become increasingly dangerous. Many days we are living literally on a knife's edge. One simple miscalculation could plunge us into some unimaginable scenario. So more than 4 years ago, when President Biden took office, it wasn't necessarily this way, but during the years of the Biden administration, he's failed to reverse the nation's reckless spending and to prioritize those who pay for the bills, everyday American taxpayers, and those who selflessly serve our nation. These bills serve to make that very necessary adjustment. Regarding the second point, Mr. Speaker, President Biden has signed over 60 executive orders that have eroded border security since taking office. Republicans have repeatedly sounded the alarm on how dangerous these actions are for Americans and national security. Beyond the serious threat of terrorism, American lives have been cut short by criminal illegal immigrants.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
I thank the gentleman. The lives that have been cut short by illegal immigrants on this administration's watch. We hear consistently about someone presenting to the border saying they've got credible fear if they return to their home country. They're granted asylum. They're essentially given a free card into this country. But what about Jocelyn Nagari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, Alex Wise Jr., Elizabeth Medina, Melissa Powell, Riordan Powell, Travis Wolf? And these are just a few of the individuals whose lives have been stolen by this crisis. Where was their protection from credible fear? These are United States citizens who have been lost because of the actions the president has taken at the southern border. I want to thank the Appropriations Committee for working so hard on getting these bills ready for us. It has been an enormous amount of work. Thank the underlying committees who provided the work for us to review in the Rules Committee yesterday. I urge passage of the rule and the bills on the floor, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman said quite a bit there for me to respond to. I will just simply say, with respect to the deficit, here's an article from just 2 days ago, June 24th, 2024, in Axios. The headline, quote, "Trump ran up national debt twice as much as Biden." New analysis. I'll just read the first sentence. Quote, "Former President Trump ran up the national debt by about twice as much as President Biden, according to a new analysis of their fiscal track records," end quote. So facts are facts, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the previous question, Mr. Speaker, If we defeat the previous question today, I will offer an amendment to the rule that would bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would restore the nationwide right to abortion care. This Monday was the 2-year anniversary of the Dobbs decision, a decision that left millions of women without the reproductive rights protections provided in Roe v. Wade for decades. But it is clear the far right won't stop there. Not only do the bills in this rule, the rule we're considering today, include restrictions on care for our service members, restrictions on care for women and families abroad, restrictions on funding to end maternal deaths, but also, just for the record, an amendment was offered by one of my Republican colleagues to ban IVF treatments for service members. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. As states across our country create confusion and chaos by enacting Republican policies that I've described, House Democrats are fighting to protect our freedoms. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, would ensure that fundamental reproductive health care, including abortion care, is available across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I'd like to yield 3.5 minutes to a member, a friend, a colleague who has been a national leader on this issue, among many others, and that is the distinguished gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 48 years ago, a teenage girl about to enter her senior year in high school made a very difficult and personal choice. She was young and didn't come from any money. Her boyfriend was just a year older and preferred surfing over working. Family and friends all had opinions on what she should do, and yes, she was pushed to have an abortion. But the girl knew that what happened to her body was her choice. I stand before you today as my mother's choice, a right she fully exercised, knowing that the decision whether to have a baby was hers and hers alone. 2 years ago, with the Dobbs decision, 6 unelected conservative judges robbed women of their basic human rights to make decisions, to make choices about their family, their relationships, their bodily autonomy. They reversed half a century of legal precedent and opened the door for far-right politicians to ban, restrict, and interfere with the woman's right to have an abortion and access reproductive care. And we know that we are awaiting yet another decision from the Supreme Court on whether women can get life-saving abortion care over the extreme abortion bans being enacted across our country. Today, we see the harmful and even deadly impacts of this reckless and irresponsible decision. One estimate projected that over 171,000 women were forced to cross state lines for abortion care last year, some even crossing the ocean to my home state of Hawaii. And while many of these women are being forced to leave the red states that they live in to access the health care that they need, Republicans just won't stop. Earlier this year, our colleagues in the Republican Study Committee endorsed a nationwide ban on abortion with zero exceptions. That cruel vision is reflected in the dangerous and inhumane policy riders the Republicans have inserted into our government spending bills, including those that would be considered under this rule. Democrats have pushed back against this relentless assault on women across the country by introducing H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act. This bill would reinstate the constitutional protections to privacy and bodily autonomy that Roe v. Wade provided and further prevent governments from interfering with access to abortion care and reproductive health services in the future. Hawaii, which I am very proud to represent here in these halls, was at the forefront of protecting a woman's right to choose by being the very first state to legalize abortions. Since then, we have vigilantly, and we will continue to fight to protect those rights we fought so hard for over 50 years ago. That is why I stand before you today. I'm here to call on my colleagues to stand with us in firmly rejecting these harmful attacks on women in all of our lives, girls, women. We deserve a choice. I was once a choice. I know my mother never would have imagined that her granddaughters would be living in a world where they had fewer rights, fewer choices than she did. My nieces deserve that right to make choices for themselves about when to start a family and what happens to their bodies. for my nieces, for all of our nieces, for all the girls and women of our country, I ask my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can bring up the Women's Health Protection Act. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our national debt is $35 trillion. The current deficit is $2.5 trillion. We're not at war, and we're not in the middle of a health care emergency. I'll admit the national debt went up a lot during COVID. We did a lot of things very quick to help the American citizens, and some of that spending was necessary, and all of that spending was bipartisan, unlike what the Democrats did with what they call the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan, where they spent $3 trillion without a single Republican vote and didn't even put the money through the appropriations process. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I would point out, and I would agree with the gentleman from Georgia, that in all that spending that is being bemoaned by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, by the previous administration, show me the opposition from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'll wait. The truth is, that was a bipartisan spendathon. Some of us opposed a good chunk of it, but it was bipartisan. The reality here is we have legislation before us that is designed to constrain spending in a world in which we're $35 trillion in debt, in which we have $1.1 trillion in interest, more on interest than we're spending on the entire spending of the national defense. A world in which we are racking up another $1 trillion of debt every 2 or 3 months. This is an unsustainable course that we're taking, and this is what is definitively occurring with the rampant support of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But what we've also done is put forward legislation to enact policy changes, because the power of the purse is supposed to be used by Article 1 by Congress in order to do what is necessary to constrain an out-of-control executive branch. The truth is, on June 13, 2024, an illegal alien from El Salvador raped a 13-year-old girl at machete point while recording it in Queens, New York. The illegal alien was released from the border in June of 2021. On June 14, 2024, an illegal alien from El Salvador was charged with the rape and murder of Rachel Marin, a Maryland mother of 5. He illegally crossed the southern border in February of 2023 as a getaway. But that's not the first instance in Maryland. Kayla Hamilton was raped and murdered in 2022 by an illegal alien. Her mom is begging for this Congress to stand up against the Biden administration to stop doing what is unconscionable with open borders that are endangering the American people. On June 17, 2024, 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungare was murdered by 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela in my home state in Houston, Texas. On May 14, 2024, an illegal alien from Honduras who was released from the border in April 2022 under this administration pleaded guilty to third-degree sexual abuse of a 12-year-old girl in Waterloo, Iowa. I could go on and on. I have pages and pages, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to hide behind legislation which even the current president couldn't stand behind when he said he could. You know how we know that? Because he went to the microphone saying that he now has magically the power for an executive order, saying he will now say, well, when we have 2,500, that's when we'll set in effect the stop at the border. When the bill was 5,000, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know it's all a sham. They know it's all a cover vote. That's the truth. We have legislation here that would have Congress step in front of an out-of-control executive branch to secure the border of the United States. And it is not unprecedented to hold a bill at the desk. We have done it before. And we should do it because we should use the power of the purse to stop an administration that is endangering the American people in the United States. It is unconscionable what this administration is doing. It's unconscionable what they're doing in the Department of Defense. It is unconscionable that they've turned it into a woke social engineering experiment that is more concerned about transgender surgeries and pushing a radical agenda than ensuring that we have the military that is necessary to defend the United States of America. There's no wonder that recruiting levels are down. There's no wonder that we have a morale problem at the Pentagon. This legislation is designed specifically to refocus our military on doing its job, exactly what the American people want us to do. secure the United States, secure our border, secure us without giving money to organizations all around the world. I am proud that we restrict funding of the ICC, of the ICJ, of UNRWA. UNRWA, by the way, which my Democratic colleagues want to continue to support, when it was in fact UNRWA that was funding and putting people on the ground, literally, that were killing our friends in Israel. This bill is a responsible effort to restrain an administration that is endangering the American people, and I'm proud to support it.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Only in Washington can one argue that they'd like to secure the border by advocating for the passage of a bill that they claim will fund border operations, and then including in that bill a provision that prevents it from ever being considered by the Senate unless the Senate does its bidding and passes a completely separate bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, America, what a beautiful sound it is to just utter the name of this great country of ours. Americans do not share a common ancestry or common religion, but we are bound together by something that is bigger than us, the ideals of freedom and democracy. Our belief in faith and democracy and the freedom it provides unites us. It strengthens us. Yet today's extreme Republican appropriation bills pit Americans against each other. They insert partisan culture wars into what should be funding to protect Americans from foreign wars. Republican culture wars undermine our unity. Their culture wars undermine our democracy, our security, and our freedom. Their culture wars limit our ability to see each other as something bigger than our individual selves, states, or party affiliation. Sometimes it's hard to picture democracy, but we can feel it. We can feel it when we see those soldiers who we celebrated recently because they crossed the Channel and stormed Normandy with salt and fear in their mouths. We can see it when we imagine the sand that has blown around and seeped into the pores of our servicemen and women in the Middle East. They were all fighting for democracy. That's what it feels like. But if this Republican defense appropriations bill passes, many of our brave servicewomen who tasted that sand would lose their own reproductive health freedoms, even as they fight for American freedom. These extreme Republican bills would take away the freedoms of LGBTQ service members to be themselves, even as they fight for American freedoms in hostile countries. But that's not all. Republicans cut funding to prepare our military for the dangers of climate change. Unlike the Republicans, Americans know climate change exists because we smell it in the wildfires that burn and the heat waves that kill. We can see it in the rising sea and floodwaters that threaten our bases and our military readiness. Nevertheless, Republicans put our military at risk and give up strategic military advantage because they are cutting climate funding in these bills. Meanwhile, the Republican Homeland Security Appropriations Bill cuts $1.4 billion for Customs and Border Protection, and they cut National Guard counter-drug interdiction funding. Let me say that again. Republicans are proposing cuts to border protection funding from current levels. They are proposing instead a medieval form of defense for our country, a Trumpian wall that doesn't do anything to stop the fentanyl streaming into our borders from China to kill our youth. Republicans followed Trump when they killed the border security bills that existed. They do not care to protect us. They care about those partisan culture wars. Finally, the State and Foreign Operations Appropriation Bill cuts all funding for vital United Nations humanitarian assistance programs that help women and children. What values do we hold? What American values do we send abroad when we turn our back on women and children across the world? Indeed, we increase instability, we increase the flow of migration when we cut this kind of funding. The Republican culture wars in these bills don't help our constituents, and they harm our country at home and abroad. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind everybody that H.R. 8752 provides $600 million for construction of the southern border wall. That is the cheapest and most effective way to stop illegal immigration. And if President Biden wanted to stop about 80% of it right now, he could simply put the Remain in Mexico policies back in place that were actually working, but that would be an acknowledgement that President Trump was right. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the gentleman from Georgia for yielding the time. The measures under the rule before us today are about securing our nation, securing our borders, and standing up to our adversaries who would love nothing more than to do us harm. This week, House Republicans will address the ongoing national security crisis by considering 3 critical appropriations bills: the fiscal year 2025 Homeland Security Appropriations Act, the fiscal year 2025 Defense Appropriations Act, and the fiscal year 2025 State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Act. These bills aim to secure our borders, bolster our national defense, and strengthen our global standing amongst our adversaries. Under the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act, we are funding for actual border security, something my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have time and again refused to support. This bill includes funding for 22,000 additional Border Patrol agents and $600 million for the construction of the southern border wall. My own district has had a front row seat to this administration's disastrous border policies. Not only has the Biden border policy coupled with New York State sanctuary policies, allowed for a flood of illegal immigrants into our cities, towns, and communities, but our northern border has seen a surge of illegal crossings like never before. I've talked to the Buffalo sector of the Border Patrol, and I know firsthand that these agents need Congress to have their backs and to give them the tools they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. Mr. Speaker, 143 individuals from the FBI's terror watch list have been apprehended at our northern border. That is twice as many that has been apprehended at the southern border. And that's just the ones that have been caught. This administration's open border policies have turned every state into a border state, and every town into a border town, jeopardizing the safety and the security of every American. The Homeland Security bill also provides $822 million for transportation and removal operations and $300 million for border security technology, all essential to removing dangerous criminals from our country and securing our borders. Mr. Speaker, it is time for action. It is time to secure our borders, support our allies, put American interests and safety first. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the critical legislation that it brings forward. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Serve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Scott, I know Mr. Scott to be an intellectually honest debater and member. And I wonder, and maybe perhaps he'll indulge me in a bit of a colloquy, because I take him at his word that he believes that we have a crisis on our southern border. That's the way you've described it, Mr. Scott, right?
I think it's very obvious to every American.
And you honestly believe that this Homeland Appropriations bill that we're considering, the funding bill, that it would ameliorate that crisis?
I think that if you build a border wall, you will solve a tremendous amount of the problems at the border. And if President Biden cared and wanted to do something about it, he could simply put Remain in Mexico back in place.
But Mr. Scott, I'm asking you about the bill we're considering today. It's the bill that you're championing here on the floor, the Homeland Appropriations bill. I take it you believe in this bill.
I absolutely believe that it will help secure the southern border.
Then Mr. Scott,
$600 million in funding for a physical barrier that is the cheapest and most effective way to do it. The president right now, President Joe Biden could right now put Remain in Mexico back in place and stop 70 to 80% of it.
Mr. Scott, if that is the case, and if you feel so passionately about the funding allocations in this bill, then why will the bill be held hostage the moment it passes this chamber? When will this bill, if it passes the House tomorrow, Mr. Scott, when will this bill be sent to the United States Senate? The next day? The next week? The next month? Or the next year? Because under the provisions of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans have written, the Homeland Appropriations Bill will go nowhere until the United States Senate passes a completely different, separate bill that has only garnered less than 1/3 of support from the United States Senate as it stands today. Mr. Scott, I'll reclaim the balance of my time. You'll have an opportunity. What I would simply say is this. It makes no sense. It is nonsensical to pass a funding bill for Homeland Security, for Border Patrol, for TSA, for FEMA, and then to hold that bill hostage and not allow the Senate to take it up. Any member who votes for this appropriation bill is doing precisely that. Nonsensical. And I heard another one of my colleagues come to the floor and defend this practice. It is intellectually disingenuous to suggest that this is normal practice of the House. Let me read you a quote, Mr. Speaker. This, quote, "This cheapens the process, and I can't believe we are doing this again." Let me repeat. This cheapens the process, and I can't believe we are doing this again. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of a Republican congressman, Tom Massey, yesterday in the Rules Committee, who was honest in his criticism of the approach that House Republicans are taking by continuing to put this gimmick provision within the rule. You want to take up a debate about policy with respect to our southern border? Let's have the debate. Don't hold hostage compensation for Border Patrol and federal employees securing our border and keeping our communities safe. That's not the way to govern, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, the distinguished gentleman from the state of Rhode Island, Mr. Rama.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. And Mr. Speaker, to my Republican colleagues, I ask the question, why choose hate? Why use our budget to attack the LGBTQ community? We should be coming together to support America's commitment abroad. Instead, Republicans are pushing horrific bills that treat LGBTQ people as less than their fellow Americans. Look, we know that the GOP majority is bent on restricting the fundamental freedoms of the LGBTQ community. But they refuse to even debate my amendment on the House floor. Again, why are you choosing hate? Mr. Speaker, my amendment is simple. It would remove bigoted, homophobic, partisan riders from the state and foreign ops bill. It would strip out provisions that are cruel and callous to our neighbors at home and to those in the LGBT community abroad. My amendment advances the work of the Equality Caucus and the legacy of my predecessor, Congressman David Cicilline. Our budget is a statement of values. Our budget is a statement of values. And Republicans are once again showing us that they value a hate-filled agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, since my colleague from Colorado didn't give me a chance to answer the question, but the bottom line is, with the proper policies in place, you don't have to spend as much money. And so H.R. 2 would secure the border. And if H.R. 2 were signed into law, you might actually be able to reduce the spending under this appropriations measure. not positive about that, but I believe if H.R. 2 were the law, the border would be secure. We would be removing people who are violent criminals who are illegally in this country. And you have to admit that a lot of these other countries have been very smart about emptying the worst of their society into the United States of America. Not saying that everybody who comes here illegally is a bad person, but I'm saying the leadership of countries is sending the worst of their country into America. It has to be stopped. So if the policies of H.R. 2 were put in place, then you could actually reduce the spending. $35 trillion in debt, $2.5 trillion deficit. Yes, we had deficits under President Trump. We did things like the Farmers to Family Food Box program, where we went out and in very rapid time, we bought crops like corn from farmers that I personally know, because they didn't have anybody to sell it to, and we actually gave it to Americans who would have starved if we hadn't done some of those things during the COVID emergency. We're not in a healthcare emergency. We're not at war. President Biden is still running a $2.5 trillion deficit for the year. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to emphasize the importance of the appropriations bills before us. H.R. 8774, the DoD Appropriations Act, funds a 19.5% pay raise for our troops. 19.5. I was honored to be on the Quality of Life panel under the direction of General Bacon. Look, our troops need this raise. It is long overdue. It ensures combat readiness. It modernizes our military to face future challenges. Critically for our district, which is home to Whiteman Air Force Base, this legislation ensures that we fully fund the B-2 mission and keep it lethal and ready against China, and the B-21 program that's now being built out in Palmdale, California. It will also support the much-needed modernization of our nuclear triad, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8752, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act for 2025, is crucial and critical for securing our southern border, enhancing national security, and countering threats from Communist China. It provides substantial funding for Border Patrol agents, border security technology, and physical barriers, all while rejecting wasteful spending and unnecessary programs. Now, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some confusion about the Republicans' desire to secure the border. From the other side, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, we made our voices known, the voices of our constituents, that we want a secure border, and that's why more than a year ago we passed H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act. It's been sitting across the hallway here on Chuck Schumer's desk since May of last year. They have done nothing with it. It would restore Remain in Mexico. It would end the catch and release program. It would finish the wall. It would keep out the rapists, the killers, the drug dealers, the people who are terrorizing our very citizens. All because of this administration throwing the doors wide open and welcoming people in who do not belong in our nation. I'm tired of the gaslighting, Mr. Speaker. I'm tired of the lies to the American people, the deception, the obfuscation. Secure the border now. These bills are vital for maintaining America's security and advancing our strategic interests. And I urge my colleagues to support these appropriations bills. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my friend and colleague from Colorado if he has any additional speakers, or is he prepared to close?
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, although I have a few remarks that I'll deliver prior to the closing.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Well, I would just say, with respect to the comments made by my colleague from Missouri, there's certainly no confusion on our side of the aisle. No confusion whatsoever. Republicans have said that they would like to address the crisis on our southern border, and they tanked a bipartisan border bill that was negotiated by some of the more prominent conservative members of the Senate Republican Conference. They did that at the behest of the former president. Now, House Republicans have asked the House to consider and to pass an appropriations bill, but have decided they will take their own appropriations bill hostage, as they did a year ago, unless and until the Senate passes a different piece of legislation. And that piece of legislation, as the gentleman knows, could not get majority support from the Senate Republican Conference. Just by way of background, yes, House Republicans have a majority, dwindling majority, here in the House of Representatives. They are in the minority in the United States Senate, and of course, as the gentleman knows, do not have a Republican president in the White House. So compromise, thoughtful negotiation will be required to get anything done in this Congress. Holding your own bill hostage until the Senate passes a separate bill is not that. And what my friend from Georgia fails to mention as he talks about if and when the Senate may pass H.R. 2, which I understand he's very passionate about, is that Border Patrol agents will go unpaid in the meantime. TSA agents, unpaid in the meantime. That is my objection. My objection is to the process that House Republicans have created and crafted, and it is a bipartisan objection. I'm not the only one making it. As I said, Representative Massey, I thought, articulated well the concerns with respect to this approach. Him and I don't agree on a lot, but we certainly agree on this. A gimmick like this that holds a bill of this consequence hostage does not make sense. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman yield?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time is left?
Gentleman from Georgia has 7 minutes.
Okay. I'm prepared to close, so I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question on the minds of the American people, certainly the question on my mind, is why do we go through this same partisan process with every major piece of legislation? Why do House Republican leaders force us to go through 6 months of theatrics before we pass the final bipartisan funding bills? We know how this story ends. It's literally always this same plot. Act 1, members of Congress engage in a bipartisan process, work through proposed legislation in their respective subcommittees. Act 2, the committee holds a markup. In many cases, those bills retain bipartisan support. And then Act 3, the bills make their way to the Rules Committee where chaos unfolds. Enter all of the partisan policy riders, the late-night, closed-door meetings, the usual Republican infighting, and so forth. This same process has resulted in Republican leadership having to rely on votes from House Democrats to govern at every turn. Just so we're clear, House Democrats ensured that the U.S. didn't default on its debt last year. House Democrats kept the government funded. House Democrats carried the vote for the fiscal year 2024 NDAA. House Democrats got the national security supplemental to the president's desk. It is clear to me and all those watching that House Democrats remain committed to governing, and we will continue to do so because our communities deserve and demand it. We will stand firm against legislation that would harm American citizens, our global standing, and the service members who sacrifice everything to protect us. And in the end, the reality is this institution will rely once again on the strong, principled leadership of Leader Jeffries, of Ranking Member DeLauro, and the other four corners to put together a sensible deal. It's unfortunate that we're wasting valuable time on these bills instead of engaging in a bipartisan process from the start. So again, I urge my Republican colleagues, let's get serious about this government funding process. The far right is clearly putting us again, Mr. Speaker, on a path towards yet another government showdown in September. It's what they want. It's what they're driving us towards. My Republican colleagues have a chance, an opportunity to prevent that. I would urge them to take it. And they can do that by opposing the previous question, the rule, and the underlying bills. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our recollections of the last couple of years are a little different. I remember the Senate Democrats, without a single Republican vote, adopting what they called the Inflation Reduction Act, which spurred inflation inside the United States of America. I remember them passing what they referred to as the American Rescue Plan, which spurred inflation inside the United States of America. Those two pieces of legislation spent better than $3 trillion without a single Republican vote. Without a single Republican vote. I then remember in December, the Senate passing an omnibus bill. And yes, there were a few Republicans that voted with every Democrat to pass that omnibus bill. And what the Senate did, with the support of the President of the United States, is when they spent all of that money, they intentionally did not raise the national debt to pay for all of the spending that they did, where in some cases Democrats were 100% of the votes, and in others they were probably 97, 98% of the votes. And that was done for political reasons, to put Republicans in a bad position. And then under Speaker McCarthy, the country watched as Joe Biden laughed and said House Republicans are going to destroy the economy by not raising the national debt to pay for all the spending that the Democrats did. And Speaker McCarthy actually got it done. He actually got it done. I voted for it. I did. I didn't vote for all of the spending, but I had to vote for the debt limit increase, which actually there were some spending reductions in there. And if you recall, Mr. Speaker, one of the agreements was that President Biden would no longer pay off student debt. Public funds would no longer be used to pay off student debt. And what did the President of the United States do? As soon as the agreement is signed, as soon as the debt limit's raised, he turned around and started doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do. So bipartisanship's very hard when you have a president that doesn't do what he says he's going to do, and he's a member of the other party. One last thing before I close. We as Republicans adopted the continuing resolution to keep the government open. And the payback that Speaker McCarthy got for adopting that continuing resolution is that every member of the Democratic Party voted with about 6 members of the Republican Party to remove him from office. So let's not pretend like when Republicans do what it takes to keep the government open and to keep the government from going into default, that our leadership team doesn't pay a price for it. Y'all have done things that have never been done in the history of the country. You have provided 95% of the votes to do things that have never been done in modern times, really in the history of the country. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I yield myself the balance of the time. Is the gentleman from Colorado, or you?
The gentleman yielded back.
Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, this week the House has the ability to advance 3 of the 12 annual appropriation bills. These bills fund programs and policies that put the interest of the American people first and prioritize the core missions of the departments they fund. They put the mission ahead of the agenda. They provide for our national defense, counter our adversaries, and empower our service members who answer the call to defend our country. They support our allies around the world and prohibit funds for international organizations that seek to undercut the interests of the United States and our allies. They provide critical funding to defend our southern border and prohibit funding for programs and agendas that have distracted from this goal and led to the immigration crisis that we currently face as a country. These are good bills, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeas and nays?
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. How are you, sir?
The yeas are 188, the nays are 152. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Order. Members will remove their conversations from the chamber. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, today is an exciting day as we join with our Democrat colleagues for the Congressional Women's Softball Game, the 16th annual event which raises money for breast cancer awareness. The game will be played in a bipartisan fashion against the press, and we are looking forward to a successful win against our adversaries this evening. At this time, I yield to my co-captain of the Congressional Women's Softball Game, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I thank my co-captain, Ms. Bice, for yielding.
House is not in order. Members will remove their conversations from the chamber. Shh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, as my co-captain said, after last votes, the Congressional Women's Softball Game will play our 16th annual game at Watkins Elementary School. What makes the softball game so special is not just the charity that we support or the cause that we play for, but the fact that women members of this House, Republican and Democratic, team up to play our common adversary, the Capitol Hill Press Corps. There are very few things in this town that are certain. One thing I know for sure is that when Republicans and Democrats come together, we can really mess with the press and get things done. This game is near and dear to my heart, as so many of you know, because we raise money for the Young Survival Coalition, which provides resources and support to young women who have been diagnosed with breast cancer. Many of you know that I beat breast cancer myself after I was diagnosed at age 41. My length of survivorship coincides with the number of years that we have played this game, 16 years, cancer-free. And since we founded the Congressional Women's Softball Game in 2009, we have raised $4.3 million for the Young Survival Coalition and its crucial work. So let's bring another win home for the member team, beat the press, more importantly, beat cancer. Doors open at 5:30, game starts at 7 p.m. Thank you so much. I yield back.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, can we have some
Gentleman
order?
will suspend. Gentleman will suspend. Shh. Shh. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to stand before you today. Last week, Republicans and Democrats played the congressional baseball game at Nat Stadium. The game's been played since 1907. The game, money goes to charity. We saw over $2.5 million go to charity, local charities here in Washington, D.C., which is a record. We had almost 30,000 people in attendance paid, which was great. And, but most importantly, we also set records. I'm honored to represent the Republican Congressional Baseball team, be called their skipper. I appreciate the way the team played. I appreciate Manager Sanchez and the way the Democrats played. But at the end of the day, we set another record. Republicans won 31-11. We are now continuing to be America's team. So it's with humility that I accept for the team this trophy. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields. Anybody seeking witness?
Will the gentleman yield?
What purpose does the
yield
gentleman
to,
from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I want to congratulate Coach Roger Williams and the Republican baseball team on their victory. I was proud of the hard work and the dedication of the Democratic team and the fact that we scored almost twice as many runs as last year. Unfortunately, the Republicans also almost doubled their score from last year. I often say that music and sports really bring us together. And after playing the game for nearly 20 years and coaching the Democratic team for the last 2, I believe that now more than ever. Despite our political differences, Republicans and Democrats came together to enjoy America's pastime and raise money for some very worthy causes. I really do want to give a shout out to all of the players and coaches who put in the time and the effort to make that annual event such a great success. As Coach Williams mentioned, together we raised more than $2 million for DC-based charities and scholarships for area students, and that is something that I think we should all be proud of. When Democrats and Republicans come together to raise money for worthwhile charities and to do good in the Washington, D.C. community, we are all America's team. Again, I want to congratulate Coach Williams, and we look forward to the rematch next year. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of the Resolution 1316 on which the yeas and nays were ordered. Clerk will report the title to the resolution.
House Calendar Number 83, House Resolution 1316. Resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 8774, making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. Providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8771, making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. And providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 8752, making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Questions on adoption of the resolutions. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. All right. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 201. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8752, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8752. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 8752, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, and the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to begin by thanking the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, for his leadership throughout the fiscal year 2025 process and his support as we continue to take conservative appropriations bills to the floor. I also want to thank the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. DeLauro, and the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Underwood, who worked with us in good faith on the bill. Despite disagreements on policy as well as the ranking member of the full committee, we would like to basically say thanks for the opportunity to kick off this appropriation season, if you will, and we're looking forward to getting started here. Lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude to the staff on both sides for their tireless efforts. As we all know, without them, this would be a pretty tough thing and a much different thing to do. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the majority's Homeland Security funding bill for 2025. First, I want to start by acknowledging the hard work of those who are serving on the front lines at the Department of Homeland Security. They are making sacrifices every day to protect this country, and I am committed to recognizing that. Many of the policies I push to have included in the bill acknowledge both the challenges and obstacles these men and women face. For example, today's bill includes key priorities that focus on expanding employee wellness and suicide prevention programs, including funding additional wellness centers that build upon the successes of the El Paso pilot, providing resources to increase accountability at the Coast Guard as we work to protect cadets from sexual harassment and assault, and improving access to contraceptives for Coast Guard service members and their family members. However, despite these silver linings, the fiscal year 2025 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill put forward by Republicans falls short of addressing our country's real and urgent needs. The legislation not only increases funding for inhumane, costly, and ineffective responses to the humanitarian crisis at our border, it cuts $2.1 billion to border security operations, including the complete elimination of the Shelter and Services Program and the critical resources our U.S. Border Patrol agents need to secure the border. Let me be clear. Eliminating the Shelter and Services Program will not stop migration. It will only prevent communities from managing surges humanely and safely, ensuring chaos and desperation across our country. The bill also guts funding for refugee and asylum programs and even includes a provision that would cut over $300 million in fee funding for the asylum program. The proposed cuts to the asylum program would only further overwhelm our broken immigration system and ensure that more people are released from DHS custody without legal status. That outcome is not good for anyone. The funding choices made by the majority in this bill will result in more people being released into the interior while they likely wait years for their case to be decided. And the disappointing truth is that this bill doubles down on outdated, ineffective border strategies that ignore reality and will waste billions in taxpayer dollars. These ineffective policies will leave our communities exposed to humanitarian crises without the resources necessary to respond. With this bill, House Republicans are turning their back on U.S. Border Patrol agents and the critical funds they need to maintain safe and humane facilities. But the failures of this bill continue. This bill also underfunds critical cyber defense programs, leaving Americans vulnerable and unprepared to deal with cyber threats at a time when our schools and our hospitals and our critical infrastructure are under constant attack. And in the face of threats of terrorism and violent extremism that have been highlighted by both the prior and current administrations, this bill eliminates funding for the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, eliminates funding for the Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grant Program, cuts funding for the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office, and includes statutory restrictions that would prevent the department from taking the important actions needed to reverse the alarming trends we see on violent extremism and terrorism. If passed as written, this bill would leave our communities with nothing to address some of the most urgent threats we are facing across the United States. This legislation reflects a missed opportunity to work in a bipartisan manner to prioritize the needs of our nation, responding to existing and emerging threats, and address the concerns Americans have expressed about our immigration system, national security, climate change, and more. The challenges our country faces cannot be understated. We are living in unprecedented times, and the American people are looking for Congress to set aside partisan politics and do the right thing. Unfortunately, this bill misses the mark and ignores our country's most pressing needs. That's why I cannot support it in its current form. And earlier this week, President Biden issued a statement confirming that he would veto this bill if presented with it. We must do better and work collaboratively on a bill that would meet the real and urgent needs of our nation. In its current state, this bill does not do that. I urge my majority colleagues to abandon this partisan theater and work with Democrats to produce a bipartisan bill that puts people over politics and funds the priorities that will keep our country safe, healthy, and prepared to face the challenges with resolve. I urge a no vote on this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The woman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Madam Chair, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Rosa DeLauro.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to the Republican majority's Homeland Security bill. First, I wish to thank the subcommittee staff in the majority and minority for their efforts, especially Bob Yoakum, Shannon McCulley. And I also want to say thank you to the ranking member for yielding time. This Homeland Security bill fails to secure the border and instead stokes chaos and disorder, wasting hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars along the way. The House majority was rejected every serious legislative effort to address and lessen the crisis at the border. They rejected one of the toughest bipartisan border bills in history and that had a viable path to passage, pronouncing it dead without any debate. When the President asked for additional resources to secure the border, my colleagues across the aisle ignored that as well, even after they told us that we had to, quote, take care of our border first before we could provide any funding to Ukraine and our other allies. Well, friends, we provided the necessary funding to our allies, for which I'm very grateful. But we failed our responsibilities to give Border Patrol agents and other law enforcement the resources needed to manage the crisis at the border. to stop our communities from being overwhelmed by a disorderly and outdated immigration system. Democrats were ready to consider the bipartisan solution that had been reached by the United States Senate negotiators. But at the 11th hour, it was the other side of the aisle that insisted that it could no longer support securing our border as part of the national security package. They would not even let us debate the bill. And let me point out what policies the majority rejected and left on the table. One, establishing a border emergency authority to shut down the border when our system gets overwhelmed. Two, ending the widespread releases of recent border crossers by establishing and funding non-custodial government supervision for those eligible to remain, and a rapid consequence system for those who are not. Three, closing loopholes in our asylum system that are exploited by criminal cartels. Four, funding 50,000 detention beds. Five, funding additional agents and officers for Customs and Border Protection, and the list goes on. That bipartisan legislation was supported by the National Border Patrol Council. That's the Border Patrol's agents' own union, the Chamber of Commerce, and the South Texas Alliance of Cities. As far as being serious about solving anything at all, the bill before us is simply a facade. In the midst of a crisis situation at our southern border, the majority's bill cuts border security operations by $2.1 billion. It's a 25% cut from 2024. Are they serious about border security and cut $2.5 billion, $2.1 billion? The bill wastes taxpayer money on impractical border measures and ineffective barriers. This bill withholds the resources needed to manage the border, to process and vet the increased number of people arriving in the United States, and to support border communities and cities who are receiving migrants across the country. Why would we not want to help our border communities and our cities, the very places in our districts confronting this crisis? This is a missed opportunity to support humane pathways and processes for people who require and are legally entitled to refuge in our country. And it is a missed opportunity to reinforce our security, our preparedness, and our response capabilities. The majority's bill weakens our national security with inadequate cyber and infrastructure security investments and by failing to counter extremism. The bill specifically restrains the government's ability to counter disinformation campaigns, which are being used by global adversaries and foreign actors seeking to undermine our elections. And the majority's Homeland Security bill has once again includes dozens of pointless and cruel policy riders that harm women, divide Americans, divide the Congress, and create chaos. We all know that final funding bills will require bipartisan negotiations to make sound investments, but the majority's process is driving Congress toward further chaos, dysfunction, and shutdown threats. I ask that the majority please reconsider the path you are on. And when they do, I look forward to improving this bill so that we can manage our border responsibility and invest in programs that make our country more secure. It is time for the majority to govern. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding, and congratulations on presenting your first bill, your first appropriations bill on the House floor. We're all behind you. I rise in strong opposition to Republicans' fiscal year 25 Homeland Security bill, which neglects the real threats that we face from anti-Semitism, extremism, and domestic terror, and promises to throw our southern border into chaos. After walking away from a robust bipartisan border security deal, all to pander to Donald Trump, the GOP has finally offered up its alternative. And since this is nothing more than a messaging exercise, I want to make sure my constituents get the message. Republicans are slashing resources for border management and immigration processing. They are hanging border communities out to dry by defunding shelter and services. and they neglect the founding mission of the Department of Homeland Security by eliminating terrorism prevention funds. You just can't make this stuff up. This bill also rolls back successful Biden administration policies like family reunification and humanitarian parole. And worse, it doubles down on ultra-MAGA policies like separating children from parents, racial profiling, and inflicts cruel bans on reproductive health care. As a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, I led Democrats in committee demanding full funding for critical programs like nonprofit security grants, which defend our communities against surging anti-Semitism and hate crimes. In the months following October 7th, harassment, vandalism, and assault against Jews increased by over 360%, with nearly 9,000 documented examples across all 50 states. Federal hate crime investigations shot up by 60% since then, and the majority of cases involve threats against Jews, who comprise just 2% of the U.S. population. But every single Republican member voted to waste that money on a useless border wall instead, which Mexico still isn't paying for, by the way, rather than protecting their Jewish constituents. This bill is more concerned with protecting the reputation of extremists who spread anti-Semitic disinformation than it is with protecting the lives of Jewish Americans. That is shameful. We know the result of failing to provide these spaces with the protection they need. Communities of all faiths have been devastated by hateful extremists. We must direct our limited Homeland Security resources against real threats we face, not towards some fictional invasion or against women's reproductive health care or against rainbow flags or providing political cover for your convicted felon ringleader. I urge my colleagues to reject these political games and get serious about funding our immigration system and securing our communities against extremist terror. And I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Case.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do rise in opposition to this measure as it is presented to us, and I truly regret that as a member of the subcommittee, I cannot support this bill today, as it does include several bipartisan measures that do deserve our support. Perhaps the best example of this is the $14.2 billion provided to the Coast Guard, an increase of $1.3 billion over the last fiscal year. This funding does reflect the hard-earned recognition of the Coast Guard's unique role and capability in defending American priorities and advancing our engagement in the face of geopolitical competition, especially in the Indo-Pacific. The $60 million proposed by the bill will allow the Coast Guard to base another medium endurance cutter in the Pacific, and the $1.2 million provided for the Coast Guard's Indo-Pacific Workshop Project and other report language and funding provisions for their expanded presence in the Pacific Islands region are encouraging to see, and they do demonstrate that we can work in a bipartisan manner to get things done. But despite some sound decisions here and there and in other parts of the bill, it remains riddled with misguided avoidance and other priorities that I cannot support, and nowhere is this more evidence than in its treatment of the overall subject of immigration in general and securing our border in particular. The Department of Homeland Security, which has been so vilified by many of my colleagues over the last months and years, needs and is entitled to our support to administer existing law. And yet, this bill fails to address the wide range of needs that it is mandated to discharge and to anticipate and set up and advance a realistic discussion of our immigration policy in general and border security in particular. 3 examples. First of all, the bill strips $300 million from the asylum program, gutting the department's ability to address acknowledged and real case log backlog and keep pace with new arrivals at the border. And yet we all know that the reality of the border today is largely related to required, I believe, changes in our immigration and asylum policy, and yet this bill does not allow the Department of Homeland Security to do its job under current law. It also threatens to severely underfund the operations and support account of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service and eliminates funding for the Citizenship and Integration Grant Program that prepares legal immigrants for civic integration. And I'm not sure what we're supposed to take from that deletion. Are we supposed to take that we don't support legal immigration, nor that we don't support civic integration? It also eliminates the Shelter and Services Program, which will withhold the resources needed for American communities around the country working to humanely and safely deal with the challenges of our broken immigration system, the realities of our broken immigration system. None of this is policy. This is not constructive legislation. This is outright antipathy in many cases towards a legal immigration system, and it is messaging, and it does nothing to solve anything. If we think there's a problem, and I believe we all do believe that there's a problem with our immigration system in general and border security in particular, then let's talk about it. Let's try to resolve it on a bipartisan basis, and then let's fund to the policies that we have set. But let's not defund the institutions that are responsible for administering policies that we believe are broken, but it is their responsibility to do so right now. Again, this bill, despite these misguided provisions, does show it is possible to work together in a bipartisan manner, including these very difficult issues on immigration. And we should go back to the table and focus on that. And so I do look forward to working with our colleagues to amend the bill to remove these harmful partisan policy riders and focus on providing the critical funding needed by the department.
I yield an additional. I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise in the most strongest opposition to H.R. 8752. As a member of Homeland Security Committee, my level of frustration with the Republicans' Homeland Security budget is really hard to actually overstate. We can all agree that a Homeland Security Appropriations bill should protect our communities. It should also extend our national security, and it should do so while fulfilling our commitment to the international community. Yet, the Republican majority's bill doubles down on bad policies and proven failures. There are too many destructive, cruel, draconian policies in this bill to outline in a very limited time, but let me highlight a few of them. $600 million for the construction of a border wall to embolden cartels and endanger our communities, our environment, and sacred lands. $4.1 billion for ICE to detain and traumatize families seeking safety and stability. Defunding USCIS to increase immigration processing backlogs, making it harder to identify possible threats to our communities. That seems hypocritical considering we say that this is about the homeland and protecting our communities. Defunding the critical shelter and service program to create chaos in cities fulfilling our nation's promise, like Chicago, and endangering the lives of asylum seekers across our nation. Defunding community-based alternatives to detention that are actually creating more cost burden to taxpayers. If your goal is to sow chaos, if your goal is to weaken intergovernmental collaboration, to deconstruct effective policies, to undermine collaboration, to decrease efficiencies, and to destroy families, well then, this is in fact your bill. Folks, don't let overt anti-asylum, anti-immigrant racism masqueraded as fiscal responsibility and protection of the homeland fool you. The legislation does not fund the core responsibilities of the department that protects the homeland, and it doesn't fulfill our commitment to our neighbors, reflecting the best parts of who we say proudly we are as a nation. Colleagues, I urge a vote no. I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is prepared to close.
Madam Chair.
Is recognized.
Okay. Madam Chair, this bill falls short of what the Americans deserve. It cuts necessary funding to secure our border. It defunds critical counterterrorism and cybersecurity programs when we should be looking to invest more. And it abandons our core values as Americans. I will be voting no on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the border. It's the border. It's the border. We have heard about messaging. We have heard about managing, all that sort of stuff. And it's still, here we are. So, the bill under consideration this morning provides $64.8 billion for the Department of Homeland Security. When we hear about turning our backs, that's an increase of $2.9 billion above the fiscal year 24 level. The bill prioritizes investments that make the border, remember it's about the border, more secure, and makes appropriate cuts to policies and programs that, quite frankly, we don't think work. So when we talk about value judgments and stuff like that, if you think the record on the southern border has been a successful thing for immigration, we respectfully disagree. We have heard from the professionals in the field, our Border Patrol agents and CBP officers who are being crushed with dealing with an, dare I say, unprecedented flow of migrants day after day. This bill supports them through real policy change, not just words. Our colleagues across the aisle are content to treat the border crisis as an issue that can be managed. They throw huge sums of money at the problem the failed policies created. It does not work. And you say, well, what do you mean? You have the flow across the border, and now it has become a problem everywhere else in the country. What do school districts do? What do housing people do? What do law enforcement people do? I mean, it's fair to focus on the border, but the impacts are not just, this is just kind of that deal there. So, law enforcement professionals don't want to manage the border. They want to enforce the law. Not the law that we're talking about recently, the law that has been on the books for a long time. Dare I say there are some executive orders that may put the interpretation of the law at issue. They want to enforce the law for us to change the course to end the chaos. If you think what's happening there is a nice, calm thing and it just needs more resources for management, I respectfully disagree. My colleagues want to provide hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to nonprofit organizations for transportation and other services that only further incentivizes the immigration rush that we've got. If you can get across, we'll take it from there. And what we'll take it means gives additional services for transportation, nonprofits reduce encounters to deter anyone from crossing illegally. No, they don't. This enables all that. So we cut funding for that program. You've heard about border management, shelter services. That's a couple of $2 billion. The numbers are right. Quite frankly, that's one of the funding sources that has been used to transport people all around the country, sometimes on airliners, sometimes in the middle of the night, but nonetheless, to manage, we got all these people here, we got to get them spread out as soon as possible. So, Madam Chair, time for plain talk. We zeroed that account out. Oh my God, you did what? Yep. And you know what? Do any of us think the Senate will leave it at zero? No. But while we're talking about our colleagues in the Senate, this bill last year got zip in the way of, well, you know, how about this policy, that policy? None. Big win for you, I guess, if you're on that side of the fence. But guess what? We're going to create some things where if you want some money back for that, and you want it restricted so it isn't a slush fund to implement policies that are not on the books in terms of statute or regulation, then guess what? That's zeroed out, as are the funds to nonprofits. The criticism there, spot on. But it's all seen as a way to facilitate huge amounts of people coming over, processing them away from the border as soon as possible. So it's not border cities. I mean, they're hardened and whatever, not that they don't need help. It's cities and counties across the country. After the answer, according to 3 years' worth of record high illegal immigration, in our opinion, is a resounding no. So we cut that funding. Last year, CBP recorded 3.2 million encounters. To put it in perspective, that's about 11 times the population of the largest city in my district. That's just at the southern border. 1 year. Last year, we funded $1.7 billion for tents to process an unprecedented number of aliens that continue to cross between ports of entry under this administration's open border policies. Has spending billions of taxpayer dollars for processing tents along the southern border just to release aliens into the interior at a rapid pace reduced illegal immigration at all? Quite the contrary. So in this bill, we eliminated that funding. And in the middle of an election year, the administration just announced a proclamation to, quote, shut down the border if encounters between the ports of entry reach a certain level. We've been beyond those levels for a while now. Quite an announcement. I heard somebody earlier speak about, oh, if this is about messaging. Well, I guess in some areas it is absolutely about messaging. And oh, by the way, all of those previous administration policies, shelter in place, stuff like that, that kind of, kept things to a cooperative between two countries and some sort of manageable level. Nope, those are all out the door at the beginning of this. That's why this bill invests in tried and true methods of securing the border that men and women in the field are asking for. More agents, more detention beds, more technology, and, I know this is bad, physical barriers. This bill makes the following border security investment: sustains funding for 22,000 Border Patrol agents, $300 million for border security technology, a record in that area if somebody thinks anybody's turning their back on anybody. That includes autonomous surveillance towers, mobile surveillance platforms, counter-tunnel equipment, and a significant investment in counter-drone capability. $600 million for border wall because we know physical barriers work. And finally, $305 million in non-intrusive inspection equipment and upgrades so that we can detect fentanyl at our ports of entry. That's right, this bill does that. In addition to our efforts at the border, the bill includes funding for critical immigration enforcement efforts, such as $3.1 billion to support 50,000 detention beds for ICE. This is 8,500 more than were funded last year and 16,000 more than this administration asked for. Guess we have a disagreement on how many is enough. $822 million for flights and ground transportation for ICE to execute its statutory authority to remove more than 1.4 million migrants who are still in this country despite having final orders of removal. In case anybody didn't catch that, that's to transport people south, not north, east, and west. $60 million to hire more than 250 new law enforcement officers to investigate transnational criminal activity and keep our communities safe from those who seek to do us harm. Translation, fentanyl. Those folks are here to work that issue, which, last I heard, was invasive, pervasive, and needs more help. The bill also makes critical investments outside the southern border. For TSA, we provide $178 million to speed up computed tomography screening device efforts at the nation's airport. New technology that's available that has been rolled out at some airports, but frankly, the administration had it on a 15-year funding cycle. By the time all of our airports get that, I'm sure there will be new and better technology that will make this obsolete. So what does the bill do? Puts it on a 5-year thing. Get that out to the airports, make the flying public safer, so we double the requested amount to pursue those things. And then we get to China. As we continue to grow in terms of having to meet a challenge of China's military, economic, and political influence in the Indo-Pacific, the U.S. must have a persistent presence in the region. This bill expands Coast Guard operations in the Indo-Pacific with additional capacity and capability to include $335 million for 4 fast response cutters to increase deployments in the region, $60 million for a service life extension to enable the Coast Guard to deploy another medium endurance cutter, $4.2 million for increased operations fund for the Coast Guard to interact and conduct exercises with our allies in the Indo-Pacific so that we're ready to go if we need to because we practiced with our friends. The bill funds the core responsibilities of the department and protects the homeland. What it doesn't do is fund the failed policies that further contribute to chaos at our southern border. That's how you really support the hardworking men and women of DHS protecting the nation. We need to change course on the border. We sincerely believe that. Interestingly enough, so do many mayors of large cities across the nation, regardless of their political affiliation. We need to change that course, not through gimmicks, but through real policy and funding changes. This bill is a step in the right direction. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Nevada yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 118-38, modified by the amendment specified in Section 17 of House Resolution 1316, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule, and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amendment shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. Amendments en bloc described in Section 13 of House Resolution 1316 and pro forma amendments described in Section 14 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part C of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent, and an opponent shall not be subject to amendment except as provided in Section 14 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee of the Appropriations or their designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part C of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided in Section 14 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 16, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 40, 41, 47, 49, 51, 60, and 61, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Amadei of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, and the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bipartisan en bloc amendment before you is comprised of 28 amendments offered by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This en bloc amendment contains proposals that would strengthen the underlying bill. I want to highlight just a few. It would provide additional funding to bolster investigations for exploited children within Secret Service and Homeland Security investigation. It highlights the Coast Guard's ongoing need for assets, infrastructure, and maintenance funding. It emphasizes the importance of non-intrusive inspection equipment for CBP ports of entry to improve detection of fentanyl and other opioids that plague communities across our country. It increases funds for FEMA, grant programs for firefighters and other first responders, and highlights the importance of grants that fund physical security improvements for nonprofit organizations at risk of terrorist attack. Again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their participation in this process, and I urge members to support this bipartisan en bloc. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I'd like to thank Chairman Amodei for working with us to include these bipartisan priorities in this amendment. And while I do have some concerns about the extent to which some of these accounts would be cut by these amendments, I trust that we will be able to address those problems before this bill becomes law. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, since the chairman of the full committee could not make it for general debate, I ask unanimous consent to insert Mr. Cole's statement into the record.
Gentleman's request is recovered by general leave.
Thank you. I now recognize my colleague from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding the time. I have an amendment, Madam Speaker, on this en bloc, and I rise today in support of my amendment, which would provide a fully offset, fully paid for 67% funding increase for investigations of forced child labor. Madam Speaker, as a direct result of the Biden administration's refusal to properly enforce the law, there is a humanitarian catastrophe underway at our southern border. Since President Biden took office, 10 million illegal migrants have flooded our borders, including 8 million encountered by Border Patrol, 1.7 million gotaways, and some 500,000 unaccompanied children. By law, the Biden administration is required to ensure these unaccompanied minors are protected from human trafficking. Instead, the administration has been essentially giving these children away with zero regard for their safety. It's been exposed that the Biden administration completely lost track of some 85,000 children, ignored countless warnings that these children were being trafficked, and fired employees for speaking out. There are even instances where the administration gave these children to adults without simply checking or vetting if the adult had even abused children or had a relationship with them in the past. Madam Speaker, this level of neglect and callousness is unspeakable, and we must ensure the Department of Homeland Security has the resources necessary to investigate each and every case. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and the entire en bloc, and I yield back.
Madam Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Nevada reserves. The gentleman from Nevada has the only time remaining.
I reserve. Oh, okay. I yield too then. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Nevada. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam Speaker, it's pretty hard to get farther away from the southern border than Grand Forks, North Dakota. But in Grand Forks, just like many communities across North Dakota, somebody is dying from fentanyl poisoning, and 100% of those pills are made by the cartels in Mexico. I rise today in support of my amendment number 1 to the fiscal year 2025 Department of Homeland Security Appropriations. If passed, this amendment would defund the implementation of COVID-19 era guidance that reduces the hours of operations for Customs and Border Protection at certain northern border ports of entry. Bringing these ports of entry hours back to their pre-pandemic schedule will help our Border Patrol agents respond to a massive increase in border encounters and non-marijuana related drug seizures in places like North Dakota, Idaho, Minnesota, and Western New York. According to CBP data, both land encounters and drug smuggling have skyrocketed in the past few years. Specifically, in January of 2021, there were only 997 northern land border encounters. Contrast that with January of 2024, where there were 15,800 encounters. That is a 1,484% increase. And excluding marijuana, drug smuggling has also increased by 1,153% along the borders between fiscal year of 2021 and 2023. Due to the Biden administration's failures to secure our southwest border, our Border Patrol agents at the northern border have had to revert resources and personnel to the southwest border. Because of that, the northern border is now suffering. And while we wholly support CBP and its efforts, we must ensure that the full staffing and scheduling are enforced so that we can be fully prepared to secure our northern border. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, CBP reduced hours of many of the ports of entry to mitigate the spread of the virus. Though the pandemic has long been over, those shortened hours have stayed in place. This amendment would return those ports of entry to schedules they operated before the pandemic. And while CBP has extended hours for some of the ports, others have been forgotten. I, along with several other Northern Border Security Caucus members here in Congress, have had lots of back and forth with the CBP regarding these hours. Expanding these hours will not only allow more staffing to apprehend and seize any illegal activity attempting to cross the border, but it will also greatly help the needs of Americans at the northern border. These ports of entry serve a vital role in connecting our state's economies with our neighbor Canada. And our constituents heavily rely on them for tourism, church, trade, travel, healthcare, tribal connections, and more. Since these hours remain shortened, we have heard from countless constituents about how they no longer can do many of the activities that I just mentioned, activities that they could do before with expanded hours. The ports of entry listed in this amendment used to serve as robust and active points of movement where our constituents could freely travel back and forth from the U.S. and Canada, and that needs to happen again. While we understand the CBP believes these ports of entry should solely be based on vehicular and pedestrian traffic, we know, because we have heard from our constituents, that the travelers are much less likely to use the ports given the shortened hours. In my state specifically, the Antler and Carberry stations were both open from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m. However, since the pandemic, their hours have remained at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's a 40% reduction. Requiring these ports to close early forces travelers to reroute to other ports with entry with longer hours. Take Ms. Rebecca Davis from Walhalla, North Dakota. During our northern border hearing at the House Judiciary Committee hosted in Grand Forks, she mentioned that what should be a quick trip takes several hours. She highlighted that our small towns, and when I say small towns, I mean really small towns, often get wrapped in the red tape of legal commerce on the border at the same time when we allow the open flow of illegal commerce on the southern border. This truly affects everyone in the ag community, the small towns, and even the small sheriff's departments on the northern border that have to divert resources to do a job that the federal government is supposed to do. Detours are particularly costly to commercial vehicles and ag vehicle operators due to rising inflation and high fuel costs. It is long past time that we change those hours back to pre-pandemic levels for good. We need all the hours and resources we can to ensure our borders are fully secure. This will also bring back our high traveler activity along the northern border that results in more travel, tourism, and more. I strongly support this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, CBP conducts significant analysis when it comes to setting port of entry hours, which includes traffic trends, staffing availability, and the presence of other ports of entry within a reasonable distance. CBP also considers the economic ramifications of what a closure might have on local communities. Altering port of entry hours is not a decision made lightly. Removing CBP's discretion to limit hours for these ports of entry sets a bad precedent that fails to allow for the consideration of other compelling national and local threats that CBP must consider. Unfortunately, this is just another example of an overly restrictive policy that unnecessarily ties the administration's hands when working to protect the American people. I must respectfully oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Question from the gentleman from North. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Dakota. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 2 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For purposes, does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, many people may not know this, but NBC News recently reported that more than 400 illegal aliens who are affiliates of ISIS were released into the United States under this administration's watch. Now, they've caught some of them, but they still have a significant number of them out. And you know what they said? Gee, if we could have enforced the law, we wouldn't have released them into the country, and we could have rounded them up, prevented them from ever getting into the country. Now, the reason I bring that up is because I'm speaking in support of my amendment, which prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary and expenses of the position of the DHS Secretary. Now, who is the DHS Secretary? Who is this individual? It's the person who's been the architect of the open border policy. Well, I think one of my colleagues from Florida recently called it on the floor here just a moment ago. She said it's a fictional invasion. Really? 10 million people in 2.5, 3 years now. They started setting records when? February 2021. They've set records every month since. Now, who's in charge of that? Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary. In fact, this body was so disenchanted with his policies that we impeached Secretary Mayorkas. When he's confronted, do you have operational control of the border? He said in a judiciary hearing, you know what? Hey, we don't like that. At first he said, yes, we have operational control. We gave him the statute. Are you in operational control? Well, you know, we basically devised our own definition. That's the person who's occupying the Homeland Security chair right now. And they have incentivized literally millions of people to come into this country. That's the lawlessness that has brought people to their knees in many communities around this country. We're still trying to get information from the DHS and the Department of Defense about the terrorists who attempted to infiltrate Quantico just about 6 weeks ago. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Illinois, rise.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Members, gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The Secretary of Homeland Security plays a critical role in our national security. Secretary Mayorkas has served in his role admirably and has been an honorable public servant for decades, including service as a U.S. Attorney, the Director of USCIS, and the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. If my majority colleagues were sincere about addressing and ending the humanitarian crisis at the border, they would not have rejected the opportunity to even debate one of the toughest bipartisan border bills in history, simply to appease the desires of those who wish to keep chaos at the border for political gain. And when the President and Secretary Mayorkas requested additional resources to secure the border, my colleagues across the aisle ignored that too, even after they demanded that we, quote, take care of our own border first before we consider providing any funding to Ukraine and our other allies. My colleagues and I remain ready to address the challenges facing the Department of Homeland Security, to work towards building a modern immigration system that reflects the realities of the world we live in today and advances the best interests of American families, businesses, and communities. In addition, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this amendment raises serious constitutional issues. Punishing the Secretary is not the way to handle policy disputes. Unfortunately, this amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get a kick when I hear Democrats say that the so-called bipartisan bill out of the Senate would have solved this problem. You know what that bill did? It granted amnesty. You know what it did? It set a floor of 2,500 illegal aliens every day get to come in. Guess what else it did? They provided loophole after loophole. There's no limit on an unaccompanied child. An unaccompanied child, hundreds of thousands have come in. They've misplaced over 100,000 now. Yes, they're just so irresponsible. We heard people talk about an ineffective and outdated policy. You know what worked? That ineffective and outdated policy. You know why? Because it secured the border. We had the most secure border in about, I don't know, our nation's history under President Trump. They came in, President Biden issued 93 EOs. Guess what? You have mass invasion on the border. And what's it called? They called it a useless border wall. You know who voted for that border wall originally? That's right, people like Hillary Clinton. They voted for that border wall. They don't want a border wall. I can take into place, I have on my phone images from the Tucson sector of people dressed in camel bringing drugs across, just interdicted the other day. You know why they were going near the San Miguel Gate, which I've taken you to before? Is because there's no fence. In Arizona, we largely have no fences. Here's the deal. This Homeland Security Secretary is the one who gave us this policy. And I can say what I heard from these people. I can say what they've said. They said, and I'm quoting, ineffective, outdated policies. They said these people are legally entitled to refugee status. Under what law? Under international law? Well, how about the First Safe Nation law? They are required to obey that. And guess what? That's what the U.S. law is as well. The first safe harbor, the first safe state, that's where someone who wants refugee status comes in. But they're not seeking refugee status. They're seeking asylum. And you know who sought asylum? The two outrageous murderers who just murdered that 12-year-old girl in Houston. They were released under asylum requests. They went and had the cartel cut off their ankle bracelet. That's what's happening. That's why this secretary, this position, which we are defunding correctly under the Holman Rule, should not be funded, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
I
request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Chair. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment, which prohibits funding from being used to implement the DHS 2022 rule, which allows illegal aliens to receive more government subsidies. Under our immigration law, one ground of inadmissibility for aliens is if they are likely to become a public charge. That's in the statute. That is to say, it means if they're going to be a financial burden to the American people due to the likelihood that they will rely on public subsistence programs, they are inadmissible. However, in 2022, the DHS weakened this rule by excluding a whole host of government benefit programs, including Medicaid. So what does this mean? First, it gives the Biden administration more excuses to allow millions of illegal aliens into the country by doing away with one standard that would legally disqualify many people. Second, it allows the Biden administration to explicitly pay illegal aliens to be in the country with taxpayer dollars, which has always been their plan. Third, it creates a major pull factor or incentive for people who are thinking of crossing the border to actually cross the border illegally. And there is evidence of this. Just talk to the people crossing the border. I have. I go down to the border many times. I take people with me, members of Congress, all the time. And when you ask people, they'll say, I heard the U.S. government was going to pay me to be here. I've actually had people say this. And that they'll take me where I want to go. And why wouldn't they say that? Because it's true. Because it's true. Can someone tell me any policy by this administration that discourages illegal aliens from entering the country? There's not one serious policy which actually deters immigration. This is why we must vote to end this open border DHS rule and stop giving federal dollars to illegal aliens. And I reserve.
From Arizona reserves. Gentlelady from Illinois rise.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this is yet another cruel and inhumane attempt by the majority to penalize legal immigrants for accessing health benefits and other government services available to them. The amendment attempts to revert to a Trump-era public charge rule in 2019 that temporarily disrupted a decades-long policy. The Trump-era rule faced several legal challenges, leading to injunctions and halts in its implementation, costing the taxpayers every time the administration attempted to defend it in court. The Biden administration's rule merely restores the historical understanding of a public charge back to what it had been in place for decades. Under the Biden administration rule, we align with decades-long policy that simply requires immigration officials to consider whether a non-citizen will become dependent on cash benefits. This is something I'd imagine American taxpayers would like to know. Nonetheless, I think it's also important to point out that the idea that immigrants somehow harm our economy or are a net cost to taxpayers is false. For example, earlier this year, the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation within the Department of Health and Human Services published a report on the fiscal impact of refugees and asylees at the federal, state, and local levels from 2005 to 2019. One of the key points of the study was this: the net fiscal impact of refugees and asylees was positive over the 15-year period at $123.8 billion, billion with a B, meaning that refugees and asylees contributed more revenue than they cost in expenditures to the American taxpayers. Their net fiscal benefit to the federal government was estimated at $31.5 billion, and the net fiscal benefit to state and local governments was estimated at $92.3 billion. While I can't speak to the intentions behind the gentleman's amendment, I will note that this amendment won't even accomplish what my colleagues think it will. Because the Trump-era rule was rescinded, the effect of this amendment, if enacted, would be to simply revert back to the 1999 guidance, which is essentially the same as the current rule that's being implemented. This amendment is just another baseless waste of time that does nothing to advance the best interest of Americans. I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know that Senate bill that they love so much didn't ever make it over here. It didn't make cloture twice in the Senate. So you can yell and scream all you want, but you know what we did? We passed H.R. 2, laying over there in Chuck Schumer's lap, refusing to move it. Well, so let's talk a little bit about this cruel and inhumane business. You know what's cruel? How about if you live in Yuma, Arizona? Your community has one hospital. You got one hospital. You got an emergency. They don't have enough beds for you if you're a citizen because they're dealing with illegal aliens that have flooded that hospital. That's cruel and inhumane. You know what happens? They air evacuate to Phoenix or San Diego. That's cruel and inhumane. You know what happens? If you're Let's say you're pregnant. That maternity ward has 10 beds in it in Yuma. Most of the time, it's filled with illegal aliens who've come in. And we just heard a lot about money, about this benefit. There are others who assert the exact opposite. But one thing we do know for sure that everybody agrees on, right and left, if you actually talk to people who know something, there are remittances well in excess of $100 billion a year that go out from illegal aliens in this country. It is a cash flow. If you talk to leaders from the Central American states or even representatives from Mexico, they're going to tell you what a cash flow is that those remittances provide for them. In Mexico, it is the #2 leading cash flow for them. And they come here because these individuals are incentivized to come here, in part because of the public charge that we allow them to be on. That is why this amendment is crucial. They should, if somebody who's in this country illegally should not be here and receiving benefits, should they receive there are more than 90 social welfare benefits that this country, the federal government, provides. This administration has loosened the number of those benefits that are available to illegal aliens. That should not happen. We have a public charge rule. If you come in legally, you can't get in. But they're wanting to say, well, if you're here illegally, yeah, that's okay. Good grief. This is the statute. We're reverting to the statute that worked. That's why this amendment is critical. That, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Wait. Excuse me. Did you say that the amendment was not agreed to?
Is agreed to.
Is agreed. That's what I thought I heard you say.
To consider amendment number 9, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mrs. Kamek of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of Homeland Security from being used to finalize any rule or regulation that has an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Some might know this language commonly as RAINs, regulations from the executive in need of scrutiny. It is no secret that the regulatory agencies today are out of control. Under the Biden administration, we have seen hundreds of billions, with a B, of dollars in regulatory costs fall on the shoulders of average Americans without any input from their elected representatives in Congress. My amendment seeks to restore congressional oversight and the people's voice over these regulations by requiring that any major rule proposed by these agencies must be approved by Congress, aka the People's House, before they go into effect. By including my amendment in this bill, we restore Congress's Article 1 authorities by bringing significant regulatory decisions back to the body that is closest to the will of the people. We will no longer allow unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats to impose regulatory costs behind closed doors, but rather commit ourselves to open, transparent governance. We have already seen the Biden administration's outrageous border crisis, having allowed more illegal immigrants into the country than the population of 43 U.S. states. Nearly 1,400 pounds of deadly fentanyl has been seized at the border in just a single month, and 367 known suspected terrorists on the international terrorist watch list have crossed the border under the Biden administration. This administration has waged war against the immigration system of the United States, and the results speak for themselves. It's a total failure. This common sense amendment is a core part of our mission to reintroduce government's accountability and to restore the elected representatives' voice in the process. By requiring congressional approval for major regulations, this amendment forces a thorough examination of the potential costs and benefits of proposed rules. This scrutiny is to prevent regulatory overreach, ensuring that regulations are grounded in sound science, economic reasoning, and the overall well-being of the American people, regardless of political affiliation. Oftentimes, these regulations serve as a mechanism for agencies to sidestep congressional authority in crucial policy decisions. As the core legislative body, it is crucial for us to reaffirm our constitutional role and prevent any unwarranted expansion of regulatory powers. All in all, my amendment restores the people's voice in these significant federal agency decisions that impact our everyday lives. Our nation needs major regulatory reform, and incorporating our amendment is a crucial step forward to a more transparent and accountable government for all Americans. I encourage and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure and standing up for our strongly held belief in a democratic government by the people, for the people, in our constitutional republic. With that, I reserve.
Congresswoman from Florida reserves. What purpose does the Congresswoman from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Homeland Security does not engage in rulemaking behind closed doors. There is a rulemaking process that involves the public. In fact, it was established by Congress, and it's existed for decades. The amendment would prohibit DHS and its agencies from issuing major rules that are needed in order to implement and carry out laws enacted by Congress. Unfortunately, this is just another example of a bad policy rider aimed at unnecessarily tying the administration's hands. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The Congresswoman from Illinois yields back. Chair recognizes the Congresswoman from Florida.
May I inquire to the remaining time I have?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the notion that there is actually someone over there listening, and by there I mean in the basement of these federal agencies, listening to the American people who weigh in via comment on these proposed rules and regulations, that's laughable. In some cases, we have seen agencies take in more than 250,000 comments and different letters, petitions from concerned citizens, from associations and organizations, and they have fallen on deaf ears. In the case of DHS, they have worked tirelessly to put things up for a proposed rule, things like asylum eligibility and public health. You would think that members of the People's House would be the ones in charge of dictating asylum process. You would think that it would be members of Congress who would actually be looking to develop legislation that would cover the modernization of H-2A programs or refugee appearances and interviews, what the modernization regulations of non-immigrant workers. I could provide hundreds of examples of different rules, proposed rules and regulations that have bypassed Congress, bypassed the People's House, and effectively silenced the American people's voice, because we now have unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats and a hyper-politicized administration shoving their political agenda down our throat. If we are going to restore our Article I authority, it starts here, it starts now. I encourage all of my colleagues to adopt this amendment. It's common sense, it's good for all parties involved. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. The facts are exactly the same. We are elected representatives for the people and by the people. We need their voice here now more than ever. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman from Florida yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Chair, gentleman is recognized.
I
for
move
5
to
minutes.
I strike the last word. So the gentleman from North Dakota was here and talking about what was happening at his state. I would just suggest for our colleagues to please take a look at the aftermath of what having open borders is doing to our country. So when we look at the significance of not watching our borders, not guarding our borders, not paying attention to our borders, and totally ignoring the fact that these things really exist, as opposed to, no, move on, there's nothing to see here. Now, this legislation provides an increase in funding for the Customs and Border Patrol, which will allow them to more effectively do their job. This bill addresses the concerns of the often overlooked northern border. Now, a lot of people say, I don't know why you're concerned about the northern border. I said, well, here's a little insight, and it's 5,525 miles. It's the longest border between two countries in the world. It is virtually unwatched. That is not the fault of the border control people. They are overworked, underpaid, and very much underappreciated. In fiscal year 2022, U.S. Border Patrol agents had 2,238 encounters at the northern border. In fiscal year 2023, that number more than quadrupled to 10,021 encounters. And through the first 7 months of fiscal year 2024, they have already encountered 9,460 individuals. And as the southern months continue, that number will continue to skyrocket. And so if you can understand that statement, coming in the northern border during winter is not a good idea. The weather itself is the biggest inhibitor of that. However, it's very porous, it's very open, it's very unwatched, and it's very concerning. It should be to the American people. The amazement I have, and this is not about Republicans versus Democrats, this is people coming to represent their district and their part of this incredible country. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is an issue about who is it that enforces these laws that are already on the book. Why in the world, when we go home, I hear all the time, you guys better do something about what's happening at the borders. And my question always goes back to them is, do you know how many laws we've already passed? And they said, no, I have no idea. I said, well, it's the enforcement of the laws that have been passed through the legislature that are going unwatched right now. We can continue down this road to say, move on, there's nothing to see here, there's nothing going on, there's really not a problem at the southern border, there's really not a problem at the northern borders. In the meantime, the recipients of these illegals are the states that they end up in. When you hear about what our citizens are being denied because of taxpayer dollars being spent on a group of, while we welcome the world to come to America, if your first act upon entering America is to break one of her laws, that's not a good way to start. When we look at what the appropriations is doing, all we're asking for and all we're looking for is funding to protect our own borders. It is incredible to me that we have to have debate over what's actually taking place. One side says, listen, we have a lot of concerns about this. The other side says, I don't know what you're concerned about. The problem doesn't exist. It does exist. It's real. The effect on America is long-lasting. The invasion, if these folks, and I don't know what the number is, I've heard 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. Most people say, I don't know how many there is, but there's quite a few. The aftermath is the key. When we were in North Dakota, we listened to two sheriffs who were exhausted because they don't have enough people to watch what's going on in their state. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Their concerns about what's happening. Now, who is the problem? Where is the problem? How do we fix the problem? Well, we use taxpayer money virtually everywhere to protect our country. That's the first obligation of the federal government, to protect the homeland. But if you don't admit, if you don't acknowledge that it's taking place, then you can't fix it. The idea is if you're going to invest taxpayer dollars, give them a return on that investment. Make sure that we're protecting our very own people first. And I am very welcome to people coming to this country. That's how my family got here. But they came in the right way, and they participated. We have an incredible dilemma going on right now, and I want people to think about this. 5,525 miles of border that's virtually unprotected. Now, people talked about the balloon from China that came in. And I love the way the administration addressed it. They let it come down through Canada, come down through our country. And when it exited out into the Atlantic Ocean, we shot it down there. Marvelous. That's too late. Anyways, I want to thank the gentleman from Nevada for allowing me to speak on this. I would hope that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle acknowledge what's happening and understand that our first oath of office is to protect the homeland. Thank you, and I yield back.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 11, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'm offering an amendment to flat fund the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, to keep it at the FY24 enacted level, saving $57.8 trillion. On CISA's website, the mission reads, quote, "We lead the national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to our cyber and physical infrastructure." Unfortunately, CISA has strayed far from this mission. 2 years ago, CISA was part of the infamous Disinformation Governance Board, which was established at the Department of Homeland Security to censor Americans' free speech. While the so-called Disinformation Governance Board was rightfully disbanded a few months later after enormous public outcry, many will be shocked to learn that CISA has not stopped monitoring and censoring Americans' free speech. According to a 2022 news report, CISA drafted plans to target, quote, "inaccurate information" on a wide range of topics, including the origins of COVID-19, the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccine, racial justice, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the nature of U.S. support to Ukraine. Also, business records released by Twitter suggest that CISA distorted its mission from protecting the nation's critical cyber and physical infrastructure into controlling what Americans can say and what speech is acceptable online. This is terrible. Americans' First Amendment should not be regulated or controlled through government by proxy censorship. CISA was first created before my arrival in Congress with bipartisan support. Under the Trump administration, CISA focused on foreign disinformation and countering foreign influence. Unfortunately, since the current administration took office, CISA has aggressively shifted beyond the original mandate of countering foreign threats. In January of 2021, CISA officials renamed the Countering Foreign Intelligence Task Force, one of the key bodies of countering disinformation founded during the Trump administration, to the, quote, "mis, dis, and malinformation team." They took the word foreign out of the title. Last summer, the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government released a report titled, quote, "The Weaponization of CISA, How a Cybersecurity Agency Colluded with Big Tech and Disinformation Partners to Censor America." Several disturbing details about CISA were released in this report, including that CISA is, quote, "working with federal partners to mature a whole-of-government approach to curb alleged misinformation and disinformation, and that CISA wanted to use the same taxpayer-funded nonprofits as its mouthpiece to, quote, "avoid the appearance of government propaganda." This is simply censorship by proxy. And you know, last week I had a conversation with the director of CISA, and she told me that this report by the Subcommittee of Weaponization is full of inaccuracies. Basically, it's not worth the paper it's written on. I strongly disagree. I think our Weaponization Committee has done a phenomenal job. CISA needs to return to its original mission of strengthening and protecting our national cybersecurity and infrastructure, not censoring Americans' free speech. CISA's bloated budget and the agency's increased weaponization mission to police free speech has gone on simultaneously. There's a clear connection. Given extraordinary increases in funding, CISA has used taxpayer dollars to censor Americans and target speech that they find disagreeable. Therefore, I offer an amendment to flat fund CISA to maintain the FY24 enacted level. This agency must be refocused on their true mission, not given more funding to continue undermining our constitutional rights. The only thing that gets agencies' attention in Washington, D.C. is funding. So flat funding CISA for FY25 is simply putting them on notice. I would say a shot across the bow would be the Navy way of saying it, to get their attention and cease the weaponization of this agency. Hope that all members of this committee will support this amendment to correct this weaponized agency and thereby defend our First Amendment rights for all Americans. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Nevada arise?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Illinois.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join my friend, the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, in shared opposition to this amendment. Instead of discussing cuts to our cybersecurity agency, also known as CISA, we should actually be discussing investing more. We cannot continue to play these political games. We don't have the luxury of doing that if we want to be serious about staying ahead of our foreign adversaries. And given what we know, we should be serious. We have all been warned about the clear intentions of the People's Republic of China, that it considers every sector that makes our society run as fair game in its bid to dominate on the world stage. The FBI director told us that PRC's plan is to land low blows against civilian infrastructure to try and induce panic and break America's will to resist. And they are not alone in their plans to use cyber and other capabilities to threaten our national security, our economy, and frankly, our way of life. Now, I assure you, our adversaries are not holding back on their investments, and they are not playing by the same rules. We have unfortunately already seen their capabilities and the kinds of disruptions and destruction they intend to cause to the United States and our allies. It is really unspeakable that we are having a debate right now about cutting our premier cyber defense capabilities. Now is not the time to reduce our ability to defend our nation's cybersecurity posture. We should be investing in it. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Nevada reserves. Georgia is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have remaining?
1 minute.
All right, thank you. Well, first I'd like to commend the chairman here of our Appropriations Subcommittee. On sections 544 and 545 of this bill, I think it's critically important to prohibit the funding to classify or facilitate the classification of any communications by a United States person as mis, dis, or malinformation. But I think, though we put the policy in the bill, it's the funding that gets agencies' attention, as I have mentioned before. So I think it's critically important to ensure that the funding that we have, all right, sends that signal to CISA that they cannot abridge Americans' First Amendment rights through modifying what people can see by classifying information. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. This gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I inquire the parliamentarian how much time I have left?
Gentleman has 3.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little history, and you can use it however you like. In the 2024 appropriations bill, we cut CISA $15 million. And it was because of this switchboarding issue. And so I agree that it's like, hey, sometimes, you want to get somebody's attention. Appropriations, it's money. That was done this last time. As we look at what this agency has been doing since then, and I appreciate the history, and the history is strong and warrants attention. I think we dealt with that last time. Not that you can't, oversight is an ongoing and continuing thing. But when I sit here and I look at this and say, we're going to flat fund them, that's the proposal, and I say, well, how are you? Where is that funding going to come from? And so just a standard, there you go. Your flat funded is like at a time when their mission domestically in terms of infrastructure, whether that's utilities, whether that's any number of things, communications. I mean, this in the media, it's like if you're going to buy a car, somebody hacked the outfit that does all that cyber stuff to make it easier to do. If you're going to go to a casino, those folks have been hacked. If you want to make a reservation for it, and so the mission is growing. And you say, well, who's the mission? What's that about? That's not about our friends, ladies and gentlemen. That's about folks who do not wish us well. And so Russians, Chinese, all that other sort of stuff. So I would be more comfortable with this if there was a trigger saying, if we find out you do this, we're going to come get some money. I would be more comfortable with this if it's like, here's where you're going to take it from. It's a funny time to be telling the folks who are in charge of cybersecurity in the non-DOD sectors, we're going to flat fund you. And I do not believe that money is the answer to every problem that we come across. But the mission has never been more challenging. I think the oversight has been good under this director, and quite frankly, the recent history, they're headed the right way. Doesn't mean you take your eyes off of them, but to go back and say you're flat funded, quite frankly, I think it's a curious time. And so, reluctantly, I don't support the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Nevada yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Finstra of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. President Biden has overseen the worst border crisis in our nation's history. Since the beginning of this administration, nearly 8 million illegal immigrants have crossed over our southern border, with 2 million evading capture from Border Patrol. Even known terrorists and drugs have come through this wide open border. But this didn't happen by accident. The administration's policies have created this crisis by failing to enforce our laws, not holding drug traffickers accountable for their crimes, and not finishing the wall. This amendment exposes this administration's refusal to build the wall and secure our border. It directs the Department of Homeland Security to use the money confiscated from the drug cartels to build the border wall and protect our communities. The cartels do not deserve to keep a single penny of their money they've made smuggling deadly drugs that are coming into our communities. They should deserve jail time for their crimes. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment because the American people deserve secure borders and safe communities. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Iowa reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
Chair recognizes the chairwoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't even need to discuss the reasons why wasting funds on additional miles of wall is a bad idea. The amendment does nothing but make an ill attempt to invest in an ineffective and costly response to the challenges we are facing at the border. Furthermore, it also calls on the DHS Secretary to take an action regarding the use of funds that Congress has already determined he does not control. While CBP is the primary agency responsible for the seizure of these assets at the border, the proceeds typically go into the Treasury Forfeiture Fund, which is managed by the Treasury Department. The allowable uses of these funds are defined in law, and there is an established process for which the Secretary of Homeland Security can make requests to the Treasury Secretary for a portion of these funds. A significant portion of the proceeds are necessary for the agencies responsible for storing and maintaining seized and forfeited assets and a series of other mandatory requirements. Requiring that all of the funds seized at the southern border be used for an ineffective, outdated border wall would create a problem with the execution of the fund, causing it to quickly become insolvent. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I am prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not controversial. It's actually very common sense. We are taking drugs seized by the cartels, and we're using the money that's also seized by the cartels to build the wall. We need to build a wall to secure our border. We should have the criminals that are endangering our communities help pay for this project. Very simple. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Iowa yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Depending on the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Robert Garcia of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I rise today to defund Donald Trump's ineffective and harmful border wall and to restore the critical funding which actually helps immigrants in our country. Now, this is also very personal to me. I immigrated to this country as a small child, and I love our country for all it has provided me and my family. Now, the day I raised my right hand and swore an oath to become a citizen was the proudest day of my life. We know that immigrants love this country. In fact, some of the most patriotic people in this country are immigrants. And we know that immigrants make our communities stronger and safer. Now, we should all agree that we need an orderly process at the border. Democrats and Republicans can agree. We need real asylum protected and funded. We also need legal pathways to provide an orderly system for people who want to come here and build better lives. I want to thank President Biden on his recent executive order to keep 500,000 families together by allowing members that are undocumented to marry their American citizen husband and wives. That's real leadership and real progress on this issue. And Democrats can agree that we need border security, but that actually comes from technology, smart strategies, giving Border Patrol agents what they need, not from a pointless wall that we know does not work. Now, here are some facts. If you come here to the U.S. and make a legitimate asylum claim, you have a right to stay here while your claim is being heard. Now, my colleagues in the majority may not like this, but it's actually the law of the United States. Now, while you wait for your claim to be heard, you may also need some help. And we know people that come here are oftentimes vulnerable. They're sick. They're hungry. They're fleeing persecution. What happened to being a good human being and helping people and doing the most good? Communities and nonprofits that provide shelter and aid are key partners to border security, and they let our border agencies focus on actually keeping us safe. Now, Republicans want to defund local governments and nonprofits. This bill ignores even what the gospel teaches us. It ignores that our brothers and sisters who are tired, poor, hungry, and sick should not be left behind, but helped and given some type of love and support. Now, if this Republican bill were to become law, it would cause chaos and suffering in border communities and interior cities across our nation. Before coming to Congress, I was the mayor of Long Beach for 8 years. We actually sheltered over 1,500 migrant children in our convention center, and I know firsthand how important it is for local organizations and local cities to get support. I'm offering this amendment to restore $700 million in funding to local governments and nonprofit organizations by eliminating the unnecessary border wall and deportation funding increases. Wasn't Mexico supposed to pay for the wall? Isn't that what the former president kept claiming? Yet it keeps being repeated by the majority. They want to continue to fund something that doesn't work and was supposed to be paid for by Mexico. Instead, we should be investing in organizations like the Catholic Charities, the Salvation Army, and the United Way. So please don't defund Catholic Charities, don't defund our cities, and vote for my amendment, and I reserve the time.
The congressman from California reserves. For what purpose does the congressman from Nevada rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
Agreed to for 5 minutes.
The Shelter Services Program is a failed program. It does nothing but facilitate the administration's self-created policy crisis on our border. It's interesting to hear the discussions in terms of, now that they're here, we should do something, and skip over the whole issue of what's happened in the last 36 months. It's undeniable that the numbers are significantly larger. And once you're here, then it's like, well, we got to focus on what we do. And so when you look at shelter services, we're renting tents. Oh, by the way, it's a single vendor. It's not even put out for bid. Over a billion something a year just for tents. And so while it's nice to talk about we should be good stewards of whoever happens to show up, to ignore the how did they come to be here in such massive numbers in the last 36 months, to me, it is a bit, and you can fill in the blank. What began as a $30 million effort has ballooned to a $650 million grab bag for non-governmental organizations to swiftly resettle migrants across the border illegally into our country. Even large city Democrat mayors are screaming, we can't sustain this. We should not be spending money on programs that incentivize illegal immigration. This amendment would directly undercut border security by reducing funds for the border wall construction by $600 million. The men and women in the field have told us walls work, and it's time for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to accept that fact. This amendment would also cut immigration enforcement efforts by $100 million. Somebody earlier said, hey, we're turning our backs on Border Patrol. Really? $100 million is a pretty good look at somebody's back. That significantly reduces our ability to remove these migrants that either no longer have a legal basis to remain in the country. Remember the backlog that requires over $1 million to get folks who have failed the test for claiming asylum. And, by the way, there are those who pose a risk. And so I won't repeat what other people have and will talk about. Instead of allowing this administration to continue to positively manage the unmitigated flow of migrants entering our country without consequence, this bill proposes funding and policies that address the crisis by empowering federal agents and officers to do their job and not spend money on folks that enable a political agenda of this administration. I reserve.
Congressman Nevada reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield the rest of my time to the gentleman from Illinois.
Lady is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment. The Shelter and Services Program is incredibly important to communities across the country, including mine, Illinois' 14th District. We all must realize that the flow of migration doesn't just impact communities at the border. It can be felt across the country, including in my home state of Illinois. Eliminating the Shelter and Service Program will not stop migration. This funding provides states, cities, and nonprofits with the resources they need to provide temporary aid to new migrant arrivals. As people come to our country legally seeking a better life, we cannot ignore their humanitarian needs. Last year, we were successful in providing $650 million for the Shelter and Services Program, but we know the needs of our communities go far beyond what we provided last year, and even what this amendment provides. However, I am grateful for the gentleman's amendment because it's an important starting point and it provides a strong foundation for future discussions. It's no secret that we need to overhaul our immigration system and that there appears to be bipartisan agreement on that. But until then, we must provide our communities with the resources they need to manage the surge now. Reducing funding for a ridiculous border wall and ICE transportation funding to pay for this program makes sense. We need to move away from expensive, ineffective, and outdated solutions that do not address the migration challenges we are experiencing today. I urge support for this amendment, and I look forward to increasing this funding for the Shelter and Services Program in our final enacted bill. I yield back.
Gentleman's time for California has expired. The gentleman is recognized from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, this is one of the differences between the two sides of the aisle. This amendment is a double whammy. It weakens the border through lack of physical investment, physical improvement, capital improvement, and it strengthens, and I agree with what my colleague from Illinois said, they can't handle it with the present levels of funding with what's coming across the border. The last thing we need to do is try to put more money into dealing with self-imposed impacts that are avoidable. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from
and
Nevada
I yield back.
Yields back. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 15 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would effectively fire Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas as Secretary of the Homeland Security for the atrocious job that he is doing with our southern border and our overall security of our nation. Earlier this year, the House of Representatives passed my impeachment articles against Secretary Mayorkas, making him the first cabinet secretary to be impeached since 1876. If the House impeached Secretary Mayorkas, we should certainly not pay him. Here are some real-life consequences of Alejandro Mayorkas' failures. Rachel Morin, a mother of 5 from Maryland, was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien from El Salvador, whom Mayorkas allowed to enter our country as a getaway. A 13-year-old girl in New York City was violently raped at knife point and kidnapped, 13 years old, in broad daylight by a vicious illegal from Ecuador. He's a monster who previously was caught crossing the border with a 3-year-old child on his back in 2021. And then he was released into the United States of America under Secretary Mayorkas. 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray was strangled to death and dumped in a creek in Houston, Texas by 2 illegals from Venezuela who were released under Secretary Mayorkas earlier this year. I can't understand and comprehend why my colleagues across the aisle want to keep this going. 12 years old this child was. 20 years old Kayla Marie Hamilton was raped and strangled to death by an illegal MS-13 gang member who was apprehended but subsequently released under Mayorkas. By the way, he was covered in gang tattoos. They knew exactly what he was, but Secretary Mayorkas' under his leadership, these monsters get released into our country. 22-year-old Laken Riley was brutally kidnapped and murdered by an animal from Venezuela who was released into our communities under Secretary Mayorkas and not prosecuted in the justice system in the state of New York. No more Americans should have to die because Secretary Mayorkas refuses to enforce the laws of our country. Secretary Mayorkas's policies are escorting murderers, rapists, criminal trespassers, gang members, and terrorists into American communities. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady from Georgia reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The Secretary of Homeland Security plays a critical role in our national security. Secretary Mayorkas has served in his role admirably and has been an honorable public servant for decades, including service as a U.S. Attorney, the Director of USCIS, and the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. If my majority colleagues were sincere about addressing and ending the humanitarian crisis at the border, they would not have rejected the opportunity to even debate one of the toughest bipartisan border bills in history simply to appease the desires of those who wish to keep chaos on the border for political gain. And when the President and Secretary Mayorkas requested additional resources to secure the border, my colleagues across the aisle ignored that too, even after they demanded that we take care of our own border first before we consider providing any funding to Ukraine and our other allies. My colleagues and I remain ready to address the challenges facing the Department of Homeland Security, to work towards building a modern immigration system that reflects the realities of the world we live in today and advances the best interests of American families, businesses, and communities. In addition, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this amendment raises serious constitutional issues. Punishing the Secretary is not the way to handle policy disputes. Unfortunately, this amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. My colleague across the aisle talks about Secretary Mayorkas and his so-called critical role in our nation's security. Yet Secretary Mayorkas has allowed over 360 individuals on the terrorist watch list. They were caught at the southern border, while we have no idea how many terrorists are in the interior of our country. 2 million. 2 million that we know of have gotten away. How many of the 2 million are terrorists? He has enabled a 7,000% increase in illegal crossings of Chinese nationals ever since 2021 when he took the job. His open border is allowing fentanyl to pour into our communities, which is killing 300 Americans every single day. I would argue the Ukraine war is not murdering any Americans. But yet, this House of Representatives and the people in Washington are obsessed with using American taxpayer dollars to fund that war while fully ignoring the war on our southern border. According to Georgia Narcotics Association, approximately 7 out of 10 pills on the street are laced with fentanyl coming across the southern border. Yet my colleague across the aisle says that we're ignoring the humanitarian crisis at the southern border. No. What this government is doing, this administration and Secretary Mayorkas is doing, is ignoring the humanitarian crisis all across our country. Fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction that is murdering Americans. That should be the issue this House cares about. Secretary Mayorkas' policies have killed Americans, bankrupted communities, overrun schools, besieged towns, drowned hospitals, and incapacitated law enforcement while empowering cartels and foreign entities. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady its time has expired. On the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentlelady is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment prohibits the Department of Homeland Security from working with the State Department to establish something they call safe mobility offices. As if legalizing and enabling the invasion of America is not enough, the Biden administration wants to create offices down in foreign countries to bring more people in their foreign country and help them invade the United States. It's unbelievable, and they want the American taxpayer to pay for it. Secretary Mayorkas is not only allowing illegals to invade our country, he is actively importing these terrorists and rapists into our country through the establishment, taxpayer-funded, by the way, safe mobility offices. In a recent ABC interview, Mayorkas bragged about this fact, stating, "We have built safe mobility offices in Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, to reach people where they are so they don't have to take the perilous journey." I can't even believe this is a real thing. He is not discouraging or preventing these illegals from invading our borders. He's showing them how to do it, and he's making it easier for them to come by establishing offices in those foreign countries, bringing them in and telling them how to come to the United States. According to the State Department, the Safe Mobility Initiative is one of the many ways the United States is facilitating access to safe and lawful pathways from partner countries in the region at no cost to them, so refugees and vulnerable migrants don't have to undertake dangerous journeys in search of safety and better opportunities. I bet Americans would love to feel safe. I bet Americans who have lost children and family members to illegal alien crime, rape, and murder would love for their family members to be safe and their dead family members to have better opportunities. Oh no, the Biden administration won't allow it. They've got to open up offices to bring more people in. Once aliens apply, experts from international organizations help individuals assess which legal pathways might work for them. If the individual qualifies for resettlement into the United States, which according to the Biden administration, everybody gets resettlement into the United States. They get a bus ticket, a plane ticket, a train ticket to any of the 50 states that they want. Then the individual will undergo expedited refugee processing under the Safe Mobility Initiative. Expedited. So our taxpayers are paying for offices in these foreign countries to recruit people to come to our country and be expedited in at the cost of the American people. This is outrageous, it is infuriating, it is embarrassing, and it's pathetic. Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve at this time. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Georgia reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
The chair recognizes the chairwoman for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Safe mobility offices are strategically situated in Central and South America and intended to be an alternative way for individuals to seek lawful pathways to the United States other than the dangerous journey that many migrants resort to in an effort to flee from persecution or dangerous conditions. They are good, common sense policy, and my colleague across the aisle may be interested to know that these offices are also a useful tool in combating illegal border crossings. Globally, we are facing the greatest displacement of people since World War II. That is why these offices are also in partnership with Canada and Spain. Now let's talk about the effect this amendment would actually have on the Department of Homeland Security. Taking away options for lawful pathways only further burdens Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection with more encounters. These safe mobility offices enhance our security posture because it allows the vetting of individuals before they ever set foot on U.S. soil. It also takes money out of the cartel's pockets because it prevents individuals from paying smugglers and coyotes thousands of dollars to get them through our borders. Finally, it takes the burden off of our already jammed immigration courts that are managing over 3 million cases and counting. I hear so often my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complain about the chaos at the border. And yet, when the administration comes up with innovative solutions that aim to establish a more orderly, a more efficient, and a less chaotic border environment, it's met with resistance, as demonstrated by amendments like this one that we are debating today. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talk about burdening Border Patrol. We could talk about the over 12 million illegal aliens that have flooded into our country ever since Joe Biden took office, all under the direction of Secretary Mayorkas. Yeah, that has definitely burdened Border Patrol. Talk about innovative solutions. Oh, I think we could call it innovative if you're talking about completely invading the United States of America by the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas and his creative ideas of innovative solutions, opening offices in foreign countries to recruit people to come to the United States and be expedited wherever they want to go. This is a slap in the face of every single American. It is a complete embarrassment. It is outrageous. We have over $34.5 trillion in debt. That is our nation's debt right now. And this is what the Democrats want to do, is open up and spend money to open up more offices, to bring more people in. Yeah, you talk about overwhelming Border Patrol. This is overwhelming the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge the colleagues, all of my colleagues in the House, to pass my amendment, and at this time I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 20, printed on Part C of House Report 1-18-559. What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I rise to offer Amendment 20.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Amendment number 20 seeks to address an often under-discussed part of the ongoing border crisis: the surge in illegal immigration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Recent years have witnessed an unprecedented increase in the number of migrants from these 4 countries attempting to cross our southwest border. In fiscal year 2020, Border Patrol agents apprehended about 17,500 illegal entrants from these nations. That was the final year before President Biden. This number surged more than tenfold in fiscal year 21 to 181,000 and skyrocketed to over 600,000 in fiscal year 2022, from 17,000 to 600,000. These numbers are common in the increase during this administration. Understanding the factors behind this dramatic rise is crucial to understanding the challenge it poses. The Biden administration's approach to border security has played a significant role in this surge. Look no further than the introduction of the CHNV parole process targeting nationals of Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Initially created as a limited parole program for Venezuelans, this program expanded significantly in January of 2023. Now it offers parole to up to 30,000 nationals per month from these countries. Remember, we used to have 17,000 in a whole year, now 30,000 per month. This policy has led to a system of all carrots and no sticks, incentivizing illegal entries without adequate deterrence. Through the end of May, over 462,000 CHNV parolees have entered the U.S. This figure surpasses the current population of New Orleans just from these 4 countries and far exceeds the annual immigration limit set by Congress. Despite these parolees lacking visas or legal rights to enter, they have been granted work authorizations, potentially impacting the wages and working conditions of American workers. The administration claims that each CHNV applicant undergoes robust security vetting and requires a U.S.-based supporter. However, this system is ripe for exploitation, human trafficking, and fraud. Moreover, the security vetting process is insufficient, particularly given the limited cooperation from hostile governments and the lack of a stable government from Haiti. When I've been on the border, the only country that they get criminal background checks from is Canada. My amendment is straightforward. None of the funds appropriated by this act can be used to run the CHNV parole program. Congress must act to correct these misguided policies, prioritize the enforcement of existing immigration laws, and ensure that our border security measures are both effective and humane. I reserve.
From Wisconsin reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
The chair is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a threshold matter, the underlying bill already includes a provision that would effectively end the current operation of the program referenced in this amendment. That's because applicants must use the CBP-1 mobile app from abroad to submit information that's then used to conduct background checks. And the majority's bill already includes a harmful provision that prevents the use of the CBP-1 app to facilitate the parole of migrants into the United States. Setting aside the redundancy of this provision, it's worth spending a moment discussing the harmful impact of preventing this program to continue. The parole process in place for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans provides the department an opportunity to not only provide an alternative to the dangerous journeys that many migrants resort to taking to flee from persecution and dangerous conditions. It also enhances our security posture because it allows the department to vet people before they arrive. And it has resulted in a significant reduction in the number of these individuals being encountered between ports of entry at our southern border, which helps with having a more orderly and a less chaotic border environment. I really do wish that my colleagues across the aisle who talk all the time about wanting to secure the border would start working with Democrats to provide DHS the resources it needs and stop trying to prevent it from executing programs that are actually working. Instead of ending programs that are reducing chaos at the border, we should be discussing how to build upon the successes of these efforts. Once again, this amendment has no chance of being enacted. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Grothman, for his leadership on this issue. And I ask for strong support for this amendment, which prohibits funding to be used for the parole program titled Processes for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. More than 10,000 Haitian migrants have settled in my congressional district in Springfield, Ohio, sent there by the Biden administration's unlawful use of the immigration parole program. I'm going to say that again. 10,000 Haitians have settled in my congressional district in Springfield, Ohio. America is a nation of immigrants, and Ohio has undoubtedly been enriched by those seeking the tremendous opportunities that our country has to offer. But Biden administration policies incentivize migrants to locate in the United States rapidly and in large numbers, moving to small and rural communities like in my community. You cannot find a city in this country that would be able to sufficiently handle this kind of surge. The city of Springfield is strained with infrastructure, housing, and schools all pushed to the limit. Last year, the community of Springfield formed an immigration accountability response team to address this unprecedented population explosion. These Biden policies are wrong and put these people and the city of Springfield in impossible circumstances. I urge their strong support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I urge all members to support this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
There's no time left on the amendment. The gentleman has 1 minute left. Apologize.
Okay. The CHNV program is yet another example of this administration clearly violating the limits on parole established by Congress. None of the migrants being paroled into this nation and under this program have a legal basis to enter. I urge all members to support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is in order. Chair recognizes the lady from Illinois.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer my amendment number 29 to H.R. 8752 to the fiscal year 2025 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. My amendment would add language to Section 212 of the bill to make sure that no federal funds can be used to dismantle, demolish, remove, or damage barriers on the U.S.-Mexico border that are placed there by state governments. The crisis at our southern border has never been worse. Since President Biden took office, there have been easily over 9 million encounters nationwide and over 7.5 million at the southwest border specifically. There have been around 2 million known getaways and over 350 encounters with those on terrorist watch lists, massive numbers of aliens who are considered inadmissible by law entering our country, with about 400,000 from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela mass paroled into our country. We are willfully and knowingly allowing murderers, rapists, and spies into our country as a byproduct of the Biden administration's attempt to skew future elections. They do not care about the carnage and would literally be happy to be king of the ashes. The border crisis is also creating a public health crisis. The fiscal year, there has been over 13,000 pounds of fentanyl seized. That's enough to kill billions of people. And we've seen the 110,000 people who've died from opioid overdoses. That's just what we stopped, though, 13,000 pounds. In the meantime, the President and his allies in Congress has said time and time again that nothing can be fixed without congressional action. Well, I'm all for congressional action. And this body passed H.R. 2 over a year ago, the bill that would go in and fix issues in the code by doing things like raising the standard for credible fear determinations and requiring most migrants to arrive at official ports of entry and have their asylum cases processed. Sadly, it's not surprising that this bill hasn't seen the light of the day in the do-nothing Senate. Here's the other reality. Immigration law hasn't changed significantly in years, and the border crisis was never this bad before. Under President Trump, and even under President Clinton and Obama. As a matter of fact, Obama ran on border security. Let that sink in. We didn't see the same absolute humanitarian crisis that's going on today. This is the fault of the current administration. In response to the negligence of this administration, Texas, under the leadership of Governor Abbott, started Operation Lone Star to secure the border. This plan included the placement of more than 100 miles of razor wire along the border. And what was the administration's response? To oppose Texas at every step of the way, and even go so far as to cut razor wire installed by Texans. This is completely unacceptable. It's an example of the administration starting a problem and then preventing anyone else from fixing it. Since Biden has done nothing to secure our sovereign border, my amendment would prevent this and guard the ability of Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and other border states to protect their citizens and their border. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For purposes, the gentlelady from Illinois rise.
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The U.S. Constitution grants the federal government the sole authority to control immigration and secure the nation's border. That includes determining who is allowed to enter the country and how the borders are to be secured. And for good reason. It is critical that we have uniformity and consistency in our immigration and border security policies across all states. The federal government protects our national interests while maintaining positive relationships with neighboring countries. With this amendment, we are placing Border Patrol in the unfortunate position of being unable to properly secure the border where a state independently constructs or allows the construction of border barriers, such as a wall or fencing. Furthermore, this amendment would impede CBP's ability to carry out its mission. And CBP has indicated it would have challenges if this language were enacted. For example, this provision would present an extreme life and safety risk to asylum seekers and other migrants who may need to be rescued. Border Patrol agents and CBP air and marine officers regularly save migrants from drowning, and preventing the removal of concertina wire or other structures on the border will cause an increase in drowning deaths, which would further place our law enforcement officers and agents at risk. I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to balance for time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I wanted to quote, "The protects our national interests." That's what the justification of removing barriers to illegal invaders protects American interests. The same people who would do harm to our American citizens through fentanyl overdoses, rapes, murders, crime, and then consuming American resources in a time where we cannot afford it. Biden's executive order is too little too late. It won't fix the border crisis and would still give tacit legal permission to about 1 million illegal immigrants every year. That's if he didn't tell agents to ignore his own guidance. Further, Biden's latest legal action, amnesty for 500,000 illegal immigrants based on their marital status, will only encourage more immigrants to break the law and cross the border to do something else. This policy of the administration has shown that they aren't seriously attempting to secure the border and to solve this problem. And with that, I am prepared to close.
Chairman is recognized to close.
My amendment would simply protect the state governments and allow them to secure the borders while the president refuses to do that. This is an 80% issue in the American public. This is an issue of we, the people, protecting our house. With the policies of this current administration, we at the very least must make sure we allow state governments to protect their citizens and protect their borders. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It is a modest increase to funding for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, helping to ensure securing of our southern border. There is little question that this administration has created a crisis at our border. Every state across America is facing the significant challenge of millions of undocumented individuals crossing into the country, some cases even being transported to cities and states across America by this very administration. And with that comes significant increases in human trafficking and the drug trade increases, fentanyl and synthetic opioids crossing our border, taking American lives and devastating communities all across the country. My own state of New York, admittedly through bad policy decisions of a mayor in New York City and the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, has become a border state. Hundreds of thousands of individuals being relocated to the state of New York all at the same time making an enormous crisis even worse. In our own state, we've seen individuals transported from downstate to upstate, all with the sanction and the incentivizing from this president and this administration. Every tool, every resource, every additional dollar we can provide Customs and Border Patrol is critically necessary to not only securing our border, but saving lives as well. Congress needs to put a greater focus and greater dollars, but at the same time, this crisis was created by the president. And it's time that this crisis comes to an end. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I can support additional funding for DHS components in fiscal year 2025, I must respectfully oppose this amendment. We are debating increasing a multi-billion-dollar agency by a minuscule amount at the detriment of the Office of the Secretary, which is consistently under attack by this majority. The Office of the Secretary and Executive Management has already been cut by 23%. Listen, I support the men and women of CBP, but let's not continue with these amendments to message your opposition to the Biden administration on the backs of the other career public servants this amendment will undoubtedly impact. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly wasn't going to take dollars from the Border Patrol to rededicate to Border Patrol, so it seemed quite clear to me that we ought to take it from the Office of the Secretary. And word up to me, having served as an executive for 12 years, not only would I not have hired Secretary Mayorkas, I would have called for his resignation immediately. For up to me, I'd eliminate him from the office as it is. But that's not a message. It's critically important we give the tools necessary to CBP to do its job. It's critically important that, in fact, we hold the administration accountable. And it's critically important Americans understand that there is one side of the aisle who's actually fighting to secure the border, and we will continue to do so. I ask support for my amendment, and I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Moore of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The congressman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of Amendment 32 that express congressional opposition to TSA's use of facial recognition technology at American airports. Facial recognition technology encroaches on privacy of American citizens. This gives the government unprecedented surveillance capabilities that can track a person's movement in real time. At a time when the government already conducts warrantless searches of our data through the FISA programs, we should not give our weaponized government another inch when it comes to mass surveillance, especially without a sophisticated system of check and balances. TSA has expanded its facial recognition technology at our American airports. While TSA states that the program is optional, it is stated the intent of the TSA is to expand this technology beyond the security checkpoint and require that passengers undergo facial recognition scans every time they travel. Further, there are several airports that I have traveled to that do not have sufficient signage alerting passengers that they have the option to opt out of this intrusive technology. In April of 2023, TSA Administrator Pekoski admitted at the South by Southwest conference that we will get to a point where we will require biometrics across the board. The potential for misuse of this technology extends far beyond airport security checkpoints. Once Americans become accustomed to the government's facial recognition scans, it will be that much easier for the government to scan citizens' faces everywhere, from entry into government buildings to passive surveillance on public property like parks, schools, and sidewalks. This powerful surveillance technology, as deployed by the TSA, does not make air travel safer. As a matter of fact, the 3% error cited at TSA represents more than 68,000 mismatches per day of all the 2.3 million travelers. Recent news reports that hundreds of passengers have bypassed TSA security checkpoints entirely in recent years suggests that TSA should focus on fundamentals, not expanding its facial recognition program. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The use of facial recognition technology, which is still a fairly new capability, requires robust oversight and internal controls, including a privacy impact assessment by DHS's Privacy Office. I know that the Department of Homeland Security and TSA have been taking important steps in that direction, including department-wide governance policies and allowing travelers going through TSA checkpoints to opt out of the use of this technology. And more work needs to be done to address the potential for biases and inaccuracies in the facial recognition algorithms, particularly regarding their ability to accurately recognize individuals from different demographic groups, as well as ensuring that travelers are aware of their right to opt out of the facial recognition screening process. But I believe we should continue to lean in to address these challenges, to ensure the appropriate protections and safeguards are in place, while also embracing and investing in modern solutions that not only strengthen our security and expedite the traveler experience with DHS, but also improve the lives of everyday Americans. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back to balance for time. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my colleague from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for co-sponsoring this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to support this effort as well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
I just encourage all my members and friends to support this important amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 37, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Mullen of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Mullen, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. America's urban search and rescue teams are vital task forces that deserve adequate funding so they can continue to bring hope during our country's darkest hours. Deployed across the country whenever a major disaster strikes, these task forces have pulled victims out of the rubble after the World Trade Center collapsed, searched for those stranded in flooded homes during Hurricane Katrina, responded to raging wildfires in Maui, and answered the call to help with many other disasters across America and the world. These heroes have been there for our nation when we've needed them the most. While we cannot forecast the next national emergency, Congress must proactively support the needs of these task forces so they may adequately prepare for the next moment they are called into action. That's why I'm leading a bipartisan group of lawmakers with Representatives Young Kim from California and Jill Takuda from Hawaii to advocate for an $18 million increase in federal funding for America's 28 urban search and rescue task forces. This would prevent cuts to funding the task forces received in fiscal year 24, and it would meet the actual expenses that local fire departments and other first responders have on the ground. Our proposal is also extremely modest. It represents just $2 million per task force. It is the least we can do to ensure emergency responders have the training and equipment they need when a disaster strikes. I am grateful to have their support and the support of task force leaders from across the country for this effort. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amendment. Great.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my California colleague, Representative Mullen, for yielding. I rise in support of this bipartisan amendment to provide much-needed resources to the FEMA Operations and Support Account for the National Urban Search and Rescue Response System, or USNR. This increase is offset by the Management Directorate for Operations and Support Account. USNR has been critical in disaster response efforts in the aftermath of the major wildfires, hurricanes, and tropical storms across the country, including in California. We are reminded of the importance of this program as communities in our area face a scorching heat wave and a threat of devastating wildfires. And I'm grateful to Orange County Fire Authority Chief Brian Fennessy's leadership as the Western representative for 9 USNR task forces in our region. Unfortunately, costs associated with operating the task forces have increased with higher labor and equipment costs and more deployments. My amendment ensures USNR's task forces are equipped with the tools needed to protect our communities. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Those opposed say no. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you to the gentlewoman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The most solemn duty that we have as members of Congress is to keep Americans safe. Unfortunately, instead of focusing on the very real threats facing our homeland, too many House Republicans are playing politics, trying to defund the FBI and the Department of Justice, refusing to take action on gun violence, and cheerleading for violent extremists like those who attacked this Capitol and the people in it on January 6th, putting their political agenda ahead of keeping everyday Americans safe. And let's not forget, it was House Republicans who killed the bipartisan plan to secure the border because Donald Trump told them he would rather have an issue to campaign on than fix the problem. Shameful. When asked to explain his opposition to the bipartisan border security bill, one House Republican even said, quote, "Let me tell you, I'm not willing to do too damn much right now to help a Democrat and to help Joe Biden's approval rating," end quote, putting politics ahead of securing the border. This appropriations bill proposed by House Republicans cuts funding for regional counterterrorism efforts that keep Americans safe from both domestic and foreign terrorism, and cuts all funding to help states and cities manage the impact of migration. I sit on the Homeland Security Committee, and I saw, as House Republicans brought in officials from states and from cities to talk about how difficult it is to deal with the challenges of migration in their communities. Well, guess what? If those state or city officials are watching now, this budget that the House Republicans is proposing zeroes you out, cuts you off. They are saying to you, you are on your own at the state and local level to deal with these challenges. The American people want House Republicans to stop playing political games and work together across the aisle with Democrats to secure our homeland. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee for further work. My amendment would secure our homeland by providing an additional $51 million to Customs and Border Protection to improve information sharing and prevent people who are on the watch list from entering our country, to enhance security at ports of entry and combat fentanyl trafficking by purchasing equipment, including license plate readers and substance detection devices. It would also provide over $150 million to detect radiological and nuclear materials and biohazard threats and prevent terror attacks, and restore funding and authorities to combat domestic terrorism, domestic extremists like those who violently attacked police officers and tried to stop the people's votes from being counted on January 6th. I ask my colleagues, let's put Americans first by working together across the aisle, the way people expect of us, to secure our homeland and keep people safe, instead of advancing the extreme agenda of the former president, who, by the way, was just convicted of 34 criminal counts. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman yields back. The chair reminds members not to engage in personalities, and please address the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman? The unfinished business is the request. Let's try this again. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 38, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is pretty simple. It prohibits funding for the purchase of electric vehicles. We have a member here in Congress who owns a dealership who is burying his electric vehicle, which doesn't work, as a testament to how useless these vehicles are. I rise in support of my amendment that prohibits funds for the purchase of electric vehicles. As part of the Department of Homeland Security's Climate Action Plan, whatever that is, the agency responsible for the safety and security of our nation is wasting your hard-earned taxpayers' dollars on EVs. DHS has set a goal of transitioning 50% of his vehicle fleet to zero-emissions vehicles by 2030 in an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Where is DHS's goal to reduce the number of illegal immigrants entering this country? DHS is proud to become the first federal agency to debut the electric vehicles for law enforcement. How does an electric vehicle help a law enforcement officer do his or her job better? How does an electric vehicle protect our nation? DHS's website says it is implementing a new approach to meet climate crisis, whatever that is, which includes reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, this is a joke. What about the real crisis that is threatening our nation? The crisis at the border, the crisis that has resulted in many, many deaths that are reported daily. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we should all support sensible steps to reduce the government's greenhouse gas emissions. Electric vehicles have the potential to significantly improve federal fleet efficiency and reduce vehicle operation and maintenance costs. Prohibiting the department from buying one type of cutting-edge technology just because some of my colleagues want to score political points and continue to deny the existence of climate change is shameful and impractical. Transitioning our federal fleet to electric vehicles where possible is not part of some woke agenda. It's a matter of practicality, risk mitigation, efficiency, and safety. I support these efforts, and I believe the American people support the cost savings, cleaner air, new jobs, and healthy environmental future that will come with working to achieve our climate goals. This amendment is just another partisan policy rider that gets us no closer to a final enacted bill for the department before the close of the fiscal year. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
The real crisis at the border is the invasion that's now taking place. Over 9.6 million illegal immigrants and counters since the Biden administration took office 3.5 years ago. Over 1.8 million gotaways who evaded Border Patrol since the Biden administration took office 3.5 years ago. Over 50 illegal immigrants with ties to ISIS infiltrating our nation. Over 27,000 Chinese communist nationals encountered in fiscal year 2024. I don't know how much longer we're going to have to put up with the killings that are taking place 2 days ago of a 13-year-old girl who was dragged under a bridge, tortured for 2 hours, raped, and then killed. How long will my friends on the opposite side of the aisle put up with this kind of insanity? Since the Biden administration took office, it has opened the borders to anybody, anywhere, any country without any vetting. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to ensure DHS is focused on their true mission to secure the nation from the many threats that we face and to keep America safe. Mr. Speaker, I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment that prohibits funds for TSA's, quote, Inclusion Action Committee. In August of 2020, TSA announced the Inclusion Action Committee, which it describes as a coalition of diverse leaders focused on measuring the current state of diversity and inclusion at the TSA. The committee was instrumental in creating a gender-neutral option for the TSA PreCheck to serve non-binary and gender non-conforming passengers and allow applicants to select their gender based on the self-attestation, regardless of the sex assigned at birth. This is flat out insanity. Where else does this work in our society? Can I go to a bank and say I'm Bill Gates and I need a $10 million loan? Can I go to any NFL team and say I'm a star football player and get automatically on the team? It's insanity. How does letting a confused man check a box calling himself a woman make our country any safer? Is this really what we should be focusing on? The committee also came out with a report of best practices to support an inclusion, diverse environment. Where's the report of the best practices to secure our border, which has been open for the last 3.5 years? The Department of Homeland Security has utilized over 50 airports to process more than 400,000 inadmissible aliens through this administration's unlawful Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Venezuela mass patrol programs, as well as any other country. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is probably no agency in the department that interacts with everyday Americans, our constituents, more than the Transportation Security Administration. TSA's interaction with the traveling public is one that should reinforce TSA's commitment to the safety and security of the traveler and their experience with TSA. That is not just limited to screening baggage. It means respecting all travelers, including travelers from diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds and the LGBTQIA+ community. TSA's recognition of inclusivity should be celebrated, not handicapped. Whether this majority wants to accept it or not, we are a diverse nation. That's what makes us great. This amendment is simply another pointless culture war and waste of our time. I oppose the amendment and I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just say this is insanity. For those listening in the balcony, I'm sure if they flew here, they had to present a valid ID and a valid verification, a valid ticket before they got on the airplane. Now with illegals, no photo ID, no verification or information, just a piece of paper provided by the illegal immigrant. This is a blatant mockery of the United States law. Instead of securing our transportation system, TSA is more worried about diversity and feelings. And as a side note, can I go up to the TSA agent and claim to be a pilot and get into pilot seat? No, I can't. It's insanity to even say that. It is amazing this is even something we have to spend time on debating. As I explained from my last amendment, DHS's mission is to secure the nation from the many threats we face and to keep America safe. TSA's mission is to protect the nation's transportation system to ensure freedom of movement for people and commerce. How does an inclusion action committee that advocates for a woke, diversity, equity, inclusion agenda make our nation any safer? The answer is it doesn't. And again, it's insanity even to have to debate this on the floor of the House of Representatives with all the other crises that we're facing. I urge adoption of this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to cut the budget of the Office of Secretary of the Homeland Security by $10 million. If we want our government to function, there must be consequences for poor performance. We have a record number of illegal aliens flooding across our borders. Under Secretary Mayorkas' so-called leadership, the U.S. Border Patrol's migrant encounters have reached 5 times the rate they were even under the Obama administration. Nearly 371,000 illegal aliens were apprehended in the United States in December alone, with over 5.4 million illegal alien apprehensions occurring between fiscal year 2023 and present day. We know this failure comes from the top. That's why this body voted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for his willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law. And it's a breach of the public trust. My amendment imposes a measured cut to the office of the Secretary to make it clear that we find his work unacceptable. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. What purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment would further cut funding from the Office of the Secretary and Executive Management beyond the damaging cuts already included in the majority's base bill. The bill already eliminates funding for the Office of Immigration Detention Ombudsman and for the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships. It slashes funding for family reunification efforts and includes several undefined cuts to contracts, travel, personnel, and other base activities. It includes no additional funding for much-needed investments in the department's electronic health records management system, nor does the bill address the growth in workload for the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. The bill also withholds important investments in the new Office of Homeland Security statistics, which should serve as the foundation of evidence-based decision-making across the department's diverse set of mission responsibilities. This amendment will require deeper cuts that will further harm important priorities. For example, the Office of Health Security is funded within this account, and it provides employee wellness and suicide prevention services for the department's workforce. This account also provides funding for child well-being specialists to oversee the care of kids in CBP custody, ensuring they receive the proper level of care and helping to ensure that Border Patrol agents are able to prioritize their primary law enforcement duties. Amendments like this are unserious and unhelpful. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, serious? I think this is serious. Actions have consequences. Inaction should also have consequences. A 12-year-old girl intending to connect with her 13-year-old boyfriend instead was intercepted by two drunk illegals. They took her, they raped her, they strangled her, and 2 hours later, they tried to get money to leave the country. I pause because this is serious. We have a secretary that's not doing their job. Mr. Chairman, this is a modest cut. It's not going to turn out the lights, but it sends a clear message that your job is to protect American citizens. It's not diversity. It's not political points. It's to protect America. 400 individuals were just designated as having potential ties to terrorists, but they weren't apprehended because they weren't on the terror watch list. Inaction has consequences. This is serious. This cut is meant to send a message. Enough is enough. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Executive Order 14019, allegedly promoting access to voting, is an effort to divert federal resources to partisan politics. This dangerous executive order instructs a wide range of agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services and the Small Business Administration, to engage in voter turnout operations. Worse, it instructs agencies to partner with approved third-party organizations to assist them in their voter registration and other election-focused efforts. Who will approve these organizations? What criteria will be used? The executive order doesn't say. Congress has never granted the administration any authority to approve such groups or specified any criteria for doing so. This executive order is illegal. We all know how this will play out. The Biden administration will partner with groups focused on mobilizing Democrat voters. The executive order instructs agencies to let these groups use federal property to conduct their voter registration initiatives with the assistance of federal employees. The use of federal resources may free up their other resources for more nakedly political operations elsewhere. 13 states' attorneys general wrote to President Biden in opposition to this executive order. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. It is absolutely disheartening to learn that any member of Congress would actively work to undermine voting rights in this country. Yet once again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are demonstrating that they have no regard for democracy and no desire to uphold every American's right to vote. That's why they are so desperate to draw district lines to choke out the voices of vulnerable and underrepresented Americans. And now with this amendment, we see another one of their tactics, which is cruel and un-American, and it's an anti-democratic provision by the majority, this time seeking to suppress access to voting and removing steps the administration is taking to ensure that our elections are fair and free from outside influence. Executive Order 14019 on voting access will help ensure that all Americans can exercise their right to vote, such as voters in underserved communities, voters who are younger and older and rural and urban, new citizens, service members and veterans, Native Americans, voters with disabilities, and voters with language access concerns. Every member of this body should support these ideals. While the amendment would allow the administration to continue these actions for service members, voters with disabilities, and Native Americans, it would remove such efforts for other populations. And that should tell you everything you need to know about their real intentions. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, is funded through this legislation. And CISA plays a critical role in election security. For example, the agency is working with the Department of Justice to combat the increased threats to election officials and election workers. How is that a bad thing? Honestly, I cannot comprehend how anyone who holds a public office in our country could possibly support an amendment that attacks the very foundation of our democracy. This amendment does nothing more than threaten the integrity of our electoral process by limiting CISA's ability to ensure safe and secure elections for all U.S. citizens. I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we all understand the importance of maintaining the American people's faith in our elections. We understand that voting and access to the ballot box is important. But my colleague spoke to the idea of outside influence, and that's exactly what this order does. It brings outside influence onto federal property. The attorneys general, the 13 attorneys general, raised objections because with individuals, outside groups being hosted on federal property, if there's a violation, those AGs may have problems or troubles prosecuting the state law because it's on federal property. So this creates a conflict between the federal government and the states, as pointed out by attorneys generals. It seems impossible that this executive order can be carried out without violations of the Anti-Deficiency Act, which prohibits the use of funds for purposes not authorized by Congress, the Administrative Procedures Act, and the Hatch Act. Congress must clear this up. This amendment is clean, it's clear, it blocks some of this undue outside influence. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
I request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 44, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits the Secretary of Defense from requiring individuals to wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Now, this may seem like an old argument, but when we see the testimony of Fauci talking about how much of the recommendations were made up and fictitious, I think it's important that we keep this conversation in the forefront. I think we remind individuals that our government overreached its authority and infringed on liberty. I think it's important we draw a line in the sand and we tell the Secretary of Defense that you can't make a mandate, you can't offer a mandate that forces someone to wear masks. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
from Tennessee reserved. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, these policies should be debated in a different context on a different bill. DHS's role here is guided by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. DHS does not develop independent policies on these issues, but rather implements policies that originate with the CDC. Second, vaccines and masks are for safety of self and others. If enacted under this amendment, the department would struggle to ensure the health of the traveling public in the face of a pandemic. This amendment undermines public health and the department's authority to ensure the safety of the traveling public. Instead, it needlessly prevents risk control measures at great risk to our communities. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleague for her sentiment, but I would argue that this bill needlessly allows for the Secretary of Defense to infringe on the medical relationship between an individual and their doctor. It needlessly forces someone to wear a mask when there is no science to back it up. I mean, there was a New York Times article by leading epidemiologist Tom Jefferson, not to be confused with Thomas Jefferson, that talked about that even the N95, the gold standard and mask, wasn't effective at blocking the COVID-19 virus. And so it's important that anything that's infringing on someone's liberties be based in fact and science, not on conjecture and panic. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I offer this and ask adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th, this administration said all the right things. Joe Biden said he was ready to offer all appropriate means to support the government and the people of Israel. The acting U.S. ambassador to Israel said he was sickened by the images coming out of southern Israel of dead and wounded civilians at the hands of terrorists from Gaza. The White House said it unequivocally condemned the unprovoked attacks by Hamas terrorists against Israeli civilians. Of course, the Office of Palestinian Affairs, defunded by this act, called on Israel not to respond militarily to the crimes of rape and murder. But aside from that, the U.S. response couldn't have been stronger. Fast forward to June 2024, the Biden administration is withholding precision-guided munitions as Israel is facing down an existential threat from Hezbollah. The administration and its sycophants in the House and the Senate are attempting to undermine Israel's democracy by telling the Israeli government not to defend the Israeli people and Israel's security interests. Meanwhile, American citizens taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th have died in captivity. And this administration's response continues to be insufficient, to propose a ceasefire that is essentially on Hamas's terms, and most importantly, it preserves Hamas. We've done little to apply pressure on the negotiations, particularly at Qatar, to use their extensive leverage against Hamas on getting Americans back. And we've seen the Biden administration cave to the demands of student protesters who chant, "Kill the Jews," in Arabic. There's an old expression in the history of the Peloponnesian War in which he says that what men did once in private, they now do in public. He spoke of this in the context of the dying Athenian morality. I do fear that Hamas's goal of promoting international terrorism has emboldened far more public demonstrations of anti-Semitism. We've seen pro-terror activists wielding bear spray while preventing Jews from using the entrance to their synagogues in LA, seizing a building and holding custodial staff hostage at Columbia University, and other outrages. It is one sign among many of our growing societal rot. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last November, I joined my Democratic colleagues in sending a letter to President Biden to urge him to designate the Palestinian territories for temporary protected status and/or authorize deferred enforcement departure for Palestinians in the United States. I called on the President to take this action because I knew it would save lives, and I applaud the administration for taking this action. The administration's policy includes important exemptions too, such as for individuals convicted of felonies or who otherwise pose a public safety threat. We know that many civilians remain in danger in Gaza after the horrific attacks by Hamas on October 7th. The humanitarian conditions in Gaza continue to be appalling, and children have been disproportionately harmed. This amendment is cruel and unjustifiable. Furthermore, even if it were adopted, it likely would not accomplish anything except creating chaos related to the implementation of a policy that involves agencies that are not only in DHS, but also in the Departments of State, Justice, and Labor. The funds made available by the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act do not impact USCIS's fee-funded operations, which would create confusion even within DHS about how to implement this amendment if it were enacted. This amendment is nonsensical, and it ignores the realities of how our agencies actually work to solve pressing issues. I do not understand why we would want to be a nation that sends civilians into dangerous, war-torn conditions to needlessly put their lives at risk. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, if this administration supported Israel as much as it has worked to preserve Hamas, this war would be over and American hostages would be returned. Of course, it doesn't. Rather than signal its support for Hamas's extermination and Israel's right to defend itself, Joe Biden now wants to keep thousands of Hamas sympathizers in the United States. On February 14th, 2024, perhaps chosen to demonstrate the administration's relative affinity for the so-called Palestinian cause, Joe Biden announced he was extending deferred enforced departure for Palestinians, allowing up to 6,000 Palestinians to stay in our country through August 13, 2025. Think about that. Hamas has just been organized, and they attacked, and they raped, and they killed. And what does this administration do? It defends Hamas. It allows Palestinian sympathizers to stay in our country. Again, Mr. Chairman, enough is enough. This is the United States of America. It's time to secure our border. We get to decide who comes in, and by George, we get to decide who has to leave. I would urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. For what purpose does the lady seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Environmental justice is a concept closely intertwined with DEI principles. Rather than seeking to use federal resources to mitigate environmental harms as effectively and efficiently as possible, advocates of environmental justice want resources allocated based on their misguided notion of equity for marginalized communities. DHS owes all Americans fair treatment, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other factor. It also owes taxpayers to dedicate its resources to where they can provide the most benefit. Whatever some critical theory professor might claim, we all know that the weather is not racist. A tornado will not check the race of a homeowner before damaging a house. If the temperature reaches 100 degrees in your town, it will be 100 degrees for everyone. The existing environmental justice strategy for 2021 through 2025 sets such goals as expand department-wide awareness of environmental justice considerations that might result from its programs, policies, and activities. Further, the integration of environmental justice principles into DHS lines of business, prominently promoting mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, strengthening the outreach of communities and stakeholders. It goes on and on and on. It doesn't say anything about providing resources in the case of a catastrophic event. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to defund environmental justice efforts at the Department of Homeland Security. As we continue to face unprecedented climate events, including extreme heat, poor air quality, flooding, and natural disasters of all types, vulnerable communities, vulnerable Americans have been struggling to adapt. And it is no secret that minority communities have been disproportionately impacted. I want to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that many of the communities that would benefit from environmental justice efforts exist in their districts too. They exist all over the country, and we need a whole of government approach to environmental justice to meet their needs. For too long, minority and low-income populations have endured disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects from various local, state, and federal governmental policies. Environmental justice strategies are a responsible step towards righting those wrongs. DHS's implementation of environmental justice efforts does not prevent it from securing the border, responding to disasters, or defending our critical infrastructure. On the contrary, these efforts strengthen DHS's outcomes by ensuring that the department considers the impact on human health and the environment of historically marginalized and low-income populations as it executes its missions. Why would we want to prevent the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, disability status, or income with respect to DHS's execution of its responsibilities? I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleague's perspective. You know, prior to being in Congress, I was a county executive. One of my departments was emergency services, emergency management, the county fire. We also had a county hospital and a county health department. And what I can say is during my tenure, I witnessed tragedies, tornadoes, fires, and in each case, those first responders, those in charge of deploying resources, did so without concern for race, color, creed. They responded to a disaster. The idea that resources would be diverted for justice, when I can speak for the men and women on the front lines, the color, they don't see by the way of color. They see people, their friends, their neighbors in need, and I trust they'll do the right thing. And there's procedures and mechanisms in place if there is truly an injustice can be resolved. But with that, Mr. Chairman, this is a good amendment. At a time of burdening debt, we've got to start cutting. This is wasteful. I urge adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I rise as designee of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bipartisan amendment to increase the budget of nonprofit security grant program by $30 million. I want to thank my dear friend and colleague and great leader from New Jersey, the great Congressman Bill Pascrell, and the gentleman from Texas, Michael McCall, Chairman McCall, for his leadership in spearheading this effort. I do want to also thank my friend, great friend, Chairman Modi, for his phenomenal leadership and all he does for his state to support all those who benefit from this important legislation. The Nonprofit Security Grant Program is all about protecting religious freedom and houses of worship, schools, and community centers, including temples, churches, and mosques, the very places everyone should feel safe, especially we need to protect religious freedom now more than ever. Nonprofit security grants fund physical barriers like ballasts and bulletproof glass, technology to help with monitoring threats like cameras, and the hiring of on-site security officers. On top of that, these critical grants equip our nonprofits with the training and education they need to stay secure. This program is vital and majorly oversubscribed, especially given this moment we are living in. Application requests $679 million funding this requested $679 million in funding this year for a program that only has about $300 million available. As a result, just 42% of applicants, fewer than half, receive funding despite their need for these resources to protect the families in our communities more than ever. Here in America, the greatest country in the world, we must ensure that religious freedom endures, and we must do everything we can to protect our children, our families, and communities from hate and discrimination. Unfortunately, New Jersey is a hub for anti-Semitic hate. Nearly 1 in 10 of the incidents reported to the ADL occurred in our state. Bergen County, where I live, led the state in shameful anti-Semitic attacks. There were almost quadruple the number of insults, assaults, and death threats reported right here in our country in 2023 as compared to the prior year. According to the Anti-Defamation League, which is a leading vital provider of facts and resources for this kind of information, nonpartisan, 2023 was the worst year for anti-Semitism since they began collecting data in 1979. There were more than 8,000 anti-Semitic incidents reported in 2023, including more than 5,000 anti-Semitic incidents reported after October 7th. Anti-Semitism is just part of the story. We must reject hate and bigotry in all forms, wherever it is. We're seeing disturbing incidents of Islamophobia and anti-Asian racism in northern New Jersey and in the tri-state area. In New Jersey, during Eid al-Fitr, Rutgers Center for Islamic Life was vandalized, shameful, as a suspect smashed artwork and plaques. Our Asian American Pacific Islander community is also under attack. A March survey from the Asian American Foundation found that 1 in 5 Asian American New Yorkers had been physically assaulted. It's disgusting and completely unacceptable. We must ensure that all people are safe on college campuses, in our neighborhoods, at our schools, at our churches, at our mosques and synagogues. That's what the nonprofit security grants are all about and why this program is so important. As the only Jewish member of New Jersey's congressional delegation, as the only Jewish member of the House Intelligence Committee, this is very personal for me. I believe strongly in our American values, one of which is freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from hate, and freedom to worship, live, and learn however you choose. To safeguard these freedoms that we hold so dear, we must invest in our security to combat hate. Since I was sworn in, I've been focused on clawing millions of federal dollars from Washington back to North Jersey through this very program to protect our religious institutions. $4.8 million in these vital grants for my district this year alone to protect them. They come to me every day and ask for help. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 50, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Well, thank the chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, and I do want to make clear that this is on behalf of August Pfluger, my colleague from Texas, who has been a champion of this issue since he's been in Congress. And the issue that is before us as we take up Department of Homeland Security appropriations is the policy that the administration has put forward, and indeed some members of the chamber, even some on this side of the aisle, that have put forward that would limit the ability to transport people who have come here illegally that have been released into the United States by the administration into Texas, that would limit the ability to transport these individuals to other places in the country. Now, we have referred to this as the Remain in Texas policy, which we Texans take significant issue with. The impact on the state of Texas cannot be overstated. Texas, more than any other state in the union, has been bearing the brunt of the wide open border policies that have endangered the American people now for 3.5 years, something that we hope to end soon. But we in Congress have a duty under Article 1 to do something about it. That is why we put forward, I believe, a good DHS appropriations bill. We've made clear that we need to secure the border in the process. But what we are not going to do is allow funds to be used to limit the ability of Texans to alleviate the damage being done to our state. We have spent now, I think, $13 billion with a B, $13 billion with a B, to carry out the duties that the federal government are supposed to carry out under the Constitution of the United States. That is what Texas has had to do. We have now been able to defray some of the traffic. We have now been able to decrease and force some of that traffic to other states. But we shouldn't be having to do that. We shouldn't be having to put up razor wire. We shouldn't be having to put up and move our DPS troopers down to the border instead of allowing them to do their job to patrol the rest of the country, rest of the state, particularly because in the rest of the state there's massive amounts of fentanyl pouring into our communities and our schools, killing our kids, killing the people in our community. So our position is that under no circumstances should any of the funds in this bill be used to limit the ability of the governor of the Texas or any of the other leaders of the state of Texas or frankly leaders in other states from transporting people out of Texas so that other states have to bear the burden equally or at least partially. It's not even close to equally, by the way, partially as much as Texas has. In particular, take Kinney County, Texas. We had testimony in the Judiciary Committee of the leadership, the county attorney from Kinney County, Texas. Prior to the Biden administration's policies being implemented, in 2021, they had about 150 arrests. 150 arrests. Do you know how many they've had in the subsequent 3 years? 7,000. 7,000 arrests in a county of 3,000 people. We've had documented evidence of individuals who've been unable to go get 911 services in Kinney County because the sole ambulance in the population 3,000 county, Kinney County, was out going and dealing with issues involving illegal aliens. Meanwhile, the people who lived there, who that's their home, pay taxes. A person died because they weren't able to get the 911 response because it's being consumed and those activities are being used to deal with the issue that the federal government not only refuses to do, but in fact is purposely putting gas on the fire. I'm here to advocate for the amendment being offered by Mr. Pfluger to say that nothing in this bill shall be, that no funds shall be able to be used to implement such a policy. With that, I will reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment not because I support the Remain in Texas concept, but because we're debating nonsense. This policy never happened. Why are we wasting time debating amendments to prohibit the implementation of non-existent policies? We heard a rumor about this becoming a policy over a year ago, right? And despite all of the executive actions we've seen since, the administration's done nothing to suggest they're planning to move forward with this one. We can all invent amendments that prevent rumored policies from going into effect, and our bills would be loaded with nonsensical references to non-existent policies. Digging up old, rumored policies that never went into effect and are no longer being discussed is a waste of our time. If I didn't know better, I'd say my majority colleagues are running out of ideas on how to find failure with what the Biden administration is doing to secure our border. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, my simple question, all the gentlelady has yielded her time back, would simply be, then what's the problem? What's the harm of putting the language in the bill if it's a policy that's not being implemented? But I would tell you that it's a $13 billion rumor. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 52 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my amendment number 53 would prohibit funds from being used to enforce Secretary Mayorkas's memo titled Worksite Enforcement, the Strategy to Protect the American Labor Market, the Conditions of the American Worksite, and the Dignity of the Individual. With the stroke of a pen, Secretary Mayorkas eliminated an essential method of interior enforcement by requiring our immigration and customs enforcement agents to fight with one hand tied behind their backs. The memo prohibits ICE from conducting worksite enforcement operations except in extremely limited circumstances. There are currently at least 16.8 million illegal aliens in our country. An estimate suggests that upwards of 65% of the illegal aliens are employed. Business owners and ranchers in Montana work hard to ensure they follow federal immigration law, and this memo punishes law-abiding businesses who refuse to hire illegal aliens. This memo tells employers that they no longer need to follow the law and literally incentivizes the hiring of illegal aliens. Additionally, Americans should not have to compete in the labor market with illegal aliens who are depressing wages and keeping good-paying jobs away from American citizens. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas' refusal to allow ICE to do their job and enforce our nation's laws is a clear dereliction of duty and presents a risk to our country's national security. Simply put, my amendment would allow ICE agents to do their job enforcing immigration law with the most effective methods possible. Under President Trump, worksite enforcement operations were common practice, making it clear to illegal aliens and the employers that there would be consequences for breaking the law, putting all businesses on a level playing field. While impeaching Secretary Mayorkas was a needed first step, we must use the appropriations process to fix the policies that he has enacted. It's time we protect the small businesses and the owners and the workers and force Secretary Mayorkas to let ICE do its job. I reserve.
Montana reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment ignores the horrors for those who are exploited into forced labor trafficking and dangerous working conditions, many of whom are subject to strenuous work while making substandard wages. The DHS memo referenced in this amendment was a reasonable and much-needed step towards combating worker exploitation and the problems that follow. We still have so much work to do. Even the department has noted that the most pernicious aspect of our country's unauthorized employment challenge is exploitative employers. Yet I don't see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle bringing forward amendments that would comprehensively address that issue. There is no denying that mass worksite operations further threaten those who are most vulnerable to speak out about labor violations, which has downstream impacts such as driving down wages and work conditions. Adoption of this amendment only empowers bad employers and undermines the enforcement of our country's core labor standards to the detriment of all workers. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, much like the complete disregard for the time limit on the first vote of the day that takes place in this chamber every single day, it's because there's no consequences, there's no downside, there's no hammer. And that's what we have to have. In Secretary Mayorkas's own memo, he says on the first page, in addition, unscrupulous employers harm each worker competing for a job by exploiting undocumented workers and paying them substandard wages. The unscrupulous employers create an unfair labor market. They also unfairly drive down their costs and disadvantage their business competitors who abide by the law. Once again, they're not offering my colleagues on the other side of the aisle anything about fixing this problem. If we allow, not direct, but allow ICE to do their job, we can start identifying and deporting these illegal aliens who are hurting our labor market and American workers. Thank you very much. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Montana yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. In the wake of 3.5 years of abject failure, but worse than that, purposeful action by the executive branch of the federal government to undermine the security of the American people, empower cartels, empower China, allow little children, little girls get sold into the sex trafficking trade for political expediency for the radical progressive Democrat left. All of that, in the wake of that, with dead Americans, with Laken Riley, with Lizbeth Medina, with Kayla Hamilton, with all of the horrific stories, the stories of a 12-year-old little girl getting raped, a 13-year-old little girl getting raped. In the wake of all of that, now the administration wants to continue its lawlessness by the use and abuse of executive power to grant amnesty. That is the goal. That is the aim. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, our radical progressive Democrat colleagues, they view this as political opportunism. Nothing more, nothing less. This is now not about the huddled masses being invited to the United States. This is not about anything of the sort. This is about political power. That's what this is about. And as a result, 53 human beings roasted in the Texas heat in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, Texas, which I represent. Because my colleagues, my radical progressive Democratic colleagues, and because of the radical progressive Democrat regime in the White House, the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, they care more about political expediency than these human beings. That's the truth. They care more about political expediency than the individual Americans dying from fentanyl poisoning, or any of the individuals that I just described who are murdered or raped or killed because we're allowing criminals to be released into the United States illegally, unlawfully, using and abusing parole authority. And now, the administration wants to grant amnesty. Why? Oh, trust us, it's out of the goodness of our hearts, we are told. No, it is for the political expediency of setting up future voters, but importantly and more presciently, this is all about creating more incentive for more people to flood the zone, to flood the border, to come into this country. That's what it's about. Doesn't matter about whether it empowers cartels, doesn't matter about whether it empowers our enemies, doesn't matter what it means for the security of the people of Texas or anybody else in this country. It's all about flooding the zone with more numbers. Legislation that we have before us, the amendment that we're putting forward, would prohibit the use of funds from promoting such a foolish amnesty plan by this radical administration that refuses to follow the law. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me clarify the policy being attacked by this amendment. First, let me clarify what the policy being attacked by this amendment actually does. This policy does not confer a new path to permanent status, let alone a new path to citizenship. The people who will benefit from the policy are already eligible for a green card, but the policy removes a barrier that would require almost all families to be separated for 10 years before the undocumented immigrant could be eligible for a green card. On average, these immigrants have been in the United States for 23 years, are married to U.S. citizens, and still must go through a lengthy green card process. However, with this policy in place, people get to go through the legal steps of getting a green card without being separated for a decade or longer from their family. Any advocate for family values and unity should support this new process, which only applies to a limited subset of immigrants. Instead of being attacked, we should all applaud the Biden administration for advancing this policy. It demonstrates that the United States prioritizes family unity over archaic and harmful bureaucratic processes that serve no value and certainly provide no deterrence effect. I urge my colleagues to support this new policy and vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would yield 90 seconds to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of Mr. Roy's amendment to prohibit any government funding for the Biden administration parole-in-place mass amnesty scheme. This parole-in-place executive order clearly demonstrates that the Biden administration is not and has never been serious about securing the border. His process would grant mass amnesty to approximately 80,000 inadmissible alien spouses of American citizens per month. And make no mistake, the timing of this executive order was purposeful. On June 21st, the Supreme Court issued its opinion in Department of State versus Munoz and concluded that a U.S. citizen's spouse does not have a fundamental liberty interest in her alien spouse's admission into the United States. The Biden administration rolled out his executive order directly contradicting this opinion just 3 days prior. The decision was obviously leaked to the Biden administration. This is another example of in-your-face tyranny. This administration is lawless. We must not pass a DHS Appropriations bill that funds this mass parole order that would grant amnesty to possibly thousands of criminals and further endanger communities across the nation, particularly in light of the cynical and lawless timing of this order. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Well, I appreciate my friend from Texas, Mr. Self. I agree with him. I associate myself with his remarks. The unilateral action by this executive branch is nothing new. They've been doing it with student loans. They've been doing it with all sorts of laws where they ignore the law, parole authority, abuse of law, endangering the American people. This would give permanent residence and a path to citizenship to hundreds of thousands of illegal alien spouses of U.S. citizens and their non-citizen minor children. That is being done through unilateral action by the executive branch. This is not how we are supposed to make policy or law. It is important for us to use the power of the purse to push back, and I urge adoption of the amendment.
The gentleman, his time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment, for what purpose does the lady seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559. Offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. This amendment will prohibit Homeland Security appropriations from being used to carry out President Biden's climate executive orders. Now, people might wonder why this is important. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have been doing a massive amount of damage to this country with wide open borders. Not only have they endangered the American people, they've literally lied, been caught lying about their own Border Patrol agents that they accused of whipping when they knew Haitian migrants when they knew full well it wasn't true. They've been targeting, undermining, attacking their own personnel, their own law enforcement community, going after CBP and Border Patrol simply because Border Patrol wants to do their job, endangering the American people. But that's not it. That's not all they're doing. The president's executive orders are undermining our national security and making us beholden to China in other ways, making us beholden to the rest of the world by undermining our ability to produce reliable energy, all in pursuit of radical progressive Democrats' vision of unicorn energy policy, which is unreliable and will not produce the energy needed to be able to carry out and be competitive in the world. EVs are piling up on lots as we speak. Dealers can't unload them. They literally can't. They can't sell them. Why? Because I don't know, if I want to get in my car in Austin, Texas and drive to Midland, I have to stop 3 times on the way and can't even find charging stations. Put aside the fact that the cars are more expensive, more unreliable, more difficult to repair. That's the reality. Meanwhile, unreliable energy is dotting our grids across the entire country, including Texas. Why? Because instead of pursuing logical policies like nuclear, if you care about CO2 production, or clean burning natural gas, which has been driving down CO2 production around the world, we instead are choosing to litter the landscape with windmills and solar panels, which, by the way, are made out of what? Materials from China, which, by the way, come from what? Forced child labor, which is going out and forcing children to have to go out and be in work camps to go mine the cobalt necessary for batteries, mine the minerals that are necessary for all the solar panels and the windmills that all have to go be buried and filled in the ground, all of which, by the way, produces unreliable energy, puts us behind the rest of the world in energy production, when 3 billion people on this planet don't even have reliable energy. We're literally shooting ourselves in the economic foot. That's what we're doing. And we're doing it all because, I don't know, the feels. I don't know, put a sticker on your Tesla while you drive around and feel good about yourself and pat yourself on the back when you're not denting CO2 production. You could actually get rid of every internal combustion engine car in America and you wouldn't reduce CO2 around the world by less than about 1.5% at all. And the radical climate change executive orders by the president are undermining our national security, forcing the DOD, forcing the DHS, forcing all of these executive branch agencies to weaken their ability to be productive and get their job done. Can you imagine? Border Patrol can't even talk right now on radios. They can't even communicate when they move along the border, if they're even allowed to go man the border, while instead they're changing diapers in some room in one of the ports of entry because we've been dumping people in through parole policies. Now they're going to be stuck down there trying to charge their batteries, hoping they can even go find the people crossing the river. You can't even make this crap up. If you set out to destroy a country, if you set out to literally destroy a country, I don't know how you could come up with policies better than the radical progressive Democrats who want to remake this country in their radical leftist image. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is yet another attempt by my colleagues across the aisle to defend any effort by the Biden administration to tackle the climate crisis and help our communities become more climate resilient. It is obviously misguided, anti-science, and will put all of us at greater risk of harm as a result of climate disasters. Only flawed and short-sighted thinking would presume that the climate crisis does not intersect with so many of the issues relevant to the department's mission, including migration, national security, and disaster relief. I will vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, I would just note it's critically important that we adopt these amendments to restrict the executive branch from carrying out the executive orders. They're undermining our efficiency and effectiveness, and I would urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise on behalf of Congresswoman Stefanik to offer and support Amendment 56.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Amadei of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment and thank the gentlelady from New York for offering it. Our conference has been quite clear about standing with Israel in their fight against a brutal and inhumane terrorist organization that not only committed the deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, but continues to hold innocent men, women, and children as hostages. I also recognize the Jewish community has been the target of increasing anti-Semitism, which was one of the reasons for the amendment that we did earlier regarding supplementing FEMA's program for protection against bigotry. Bigotry has no place in America. It certainly has no place in the Department of Homeland Security. Najwa Ali is a DHS Immigration Adjudication Officer. She was exposed celebrating the October 7th terrorist attack online. It was later revealed that she previously worked for the Palestine Liberation Organization, also known as the PLO, which has, some people would call it a troublesome reputation, to put it kindly. The reputation's in the tank when it comes for anti-Semitic policies and things like that. Secretary Mayorkas confirmed for us that she was still employed and on paid administrative leave in April, during the budget hearing this last April. And the department confirmed to my staff within the last 2 weeks that this continues to be the case. This is unacceptable. The department has had more than 8 months to investigate and terminate this employee with cause, pursuant to the Civil Service applicable regulations. While the Secretary and Biden administration refused to do the right thing, I would invite the members of the House of Representatives to terminate this employee. We must do the right thing and act with urgency to force their hand. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the temptation to take congressional action against government individuals when we hear they've done something that we find offensive. But as lawmakers, it's important that we defend the core principles upon which our country is founded, and that includes a system of checks and balances. We know from the Secretary's testimony earlier this year that there is an active investigation related to Najwa Ali, a Trump-era hire, and that she has been placed on leave and is not performing the duties and responsibilities for which she was hired. We must allow this process to work. Ironically, the bill that we're considering today would cut important departmental resources that are meant to strengthen its personnel security vetting policies and procedures, such as a cut of nearly $14 million to the Office of the Chief Security Officer. It's a shame that throughout this process, my majority colleagues continue to criticize the department for not doing its job, while at the same time they propose cutting the resources the department needs to address the very concerns that they continue to raise. In addition, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this amendment also raises constitutional issues. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nevada. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 57, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment that would prohibit Immigration and Customs Enforcement from sending funds to the Department of Veterans Affairs to process medical claims for illegal immigrants in ICE custody. This is a similar amendment to one that I led earlier this month on the funding bill for the VA. I was pleased that my amendment was included in that bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that would ensure that the VA focuses its resources on veterans, not illegal immigrants. Last December, I led a letter to the VA with 23 other Republican members after seeing reports that ICE was using VA personnel to process medical claims for illegal immigrants in ICE custody. Thanks to the Biden administration's reckless policy on the border, we continue to see record numbers of illegal crossings. This will inevitably increase the burden on VA workers who should be fulfilling their duties to serve veterans instead. The VA exists to serve American veterans who risk their lives to protect our country. For far too long, the VA has fallen short on its mission. And I quote, to fulfill President Lincoln's promise, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, by serving and honoring the men and women who are Americans' veterans. Veterans continue to experience unacceptable wait times in receiving medical care and disability benefits. Under the Biden administration, the disability claims backlog has exploded. As of last week, there are 273,307 outstanding disability claims that have been pending for more than 125 days. This is unacceptable, and the VA personnel should not lift a finger for illegal immigrants in ICE custody while thousands of veterans are forced to wait to receive the benefits that they deserve. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure that VA personnel works for veterans, not illegal immigrants held by ICE. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Veterans Affairs Financial Services Center provides a purely administrative function for Immigration and Customs Enforcement to process third-party medical claims for those in CBP and ICE's custody. Regardless of your stance on immigration, those seeking medical attention should not be denied access to care. And the third-party medical providers who provide any medical care that can't be provided within ICE and CBP facilities deserve to be paid in a timely and accurate manner. The VA's Financial Services Center has that capability, and we are fortunate that it does. This is not unlike how the Department of Agriculture's National Finance Center is the finance center that is used to process the payment of paychecks for thousands of employees across the federal government. Further, this amendment does not prevent ICE from providing medical care to those in its custody. It will simply make it more expensive and more cumbersome, not only for DHS, but also for the local medical service providers seeking reimbursement for the services that they provided. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The money appropriated by this body and by Congress for the VA, for veterans, and for veterans' health care should not be used to provide medical claims for illegal immigrants. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlelady from Illinois.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would prohibit the expenditure of funds to extend what's known as temporary protected status, or TPS, for nationals of El Salvador. TPS is a tool provided by Congress that allows for the President, acting through the Department of Homeland Security, to allow foreign nationals to remain temporarily in the United States if conditions in their home country are too dangerous to send them back. The intent was to authorize a short reprieve from removal, with the idea being that the beneficiaries would be repatriated when conditions improved. Unfortunately, However, like so many immigration laws, this narrow authority has been repeatedly abused. Nationals of El Salvador, for example, were granted TPS in the chaotic aftermath of an earthquake. Here's the problem. That earthquake was in 2001, more than 2 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, times have changed. Since 2001, Americans have had 4 presidents. El Salvador has had 5. El Salvador now boasts the lowest homicide rate of any country in our hemisphere other than Canada, not to mention a robust tourism ministry that markets whale watching, surfing, gourmet coffee tours, scenic volcano hikes, and posh all-inclusive resorts. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad El Salvador has recovered from the 2001 earthquake, and I applaud the progress their leader has made in combating crime and promoting economic reform. But the T in TPS stands for temporary. TPS was never intended to operate as a permanent loophole to provide rolling amnesty to hundreds of thousands of foreign nationals, most of whom were here illegally to begin with. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman yields? Reserves?
I reserve my
Gentleman
time.
reserves.
Thank you very
For what
much.
purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the debate today, it's not clear if our colleagues saw today's announcement, so I just wanted to make sure that we all know that the presidential proclamation issued by President Biden to temporarily suspend the entry of certain non-citizens across the southern border and the complementary joint interim final rule issued by DHS and DOJ had now been in effect for 3 weeks, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of encounters at our southwest border. Under that interim final rule, asylum eligibility is generally limited for those who cross the southern border unlawfully or without authorization during times of high encounters. And while it's still early, the Border Patrol's 7-day encounter average has decreased more than 40% to under 2,400 encounters per day. The Immigration and Nationality Act outlines the conditions under which a country may be designated for temporary protective status, and it requires periodic reviews to determine whether the conditions for this status continue to be met. Based on USCIS's latest review, the Secretary extended El Salvador's TPS designation through March 9, 2025. Since the earthquakes of 2001, El Salvador has continued to suffer from hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters, making it difficult for the country to fully recover and allow for the safe return of individuals currently receiving TPS benefits. El Salvador also continues to struggle with gang violence, crime, and general insecurity and economic instability, which pose risks to the safety and well-being of any potential returnee. I encourage my colleagues to take these concerns to the appropriate authorizing committee if the gentleman feels that the INA should be amended in any way, but singling out a country through this amendment process is an inappropriate way to handle this matter. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Nevada for 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague from Wisconsin. I just want to put on the record that I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Tiffany, and I support the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Okay. I would just add, Mr. Speaker, in response to the comments that we just heard from the other side of the aisle, that tell the American people who have suffered through the fentanyl deaths that are the #1 killer of young people in America. Tell that to the American people as they see terrorists come into this country. Tell this to the people of America as they see murders that happen all over the country, including people dying in my district, clear up in northern Wisconsin. But we also heard about continuous natural disasters. There's always natural disasters in every country. Do we let people from every country come in just because they have natural disasters? This is TPS. It's temporary. 20 years is plenty of temporary. It's time to stop the temporary protected status in El Salvador. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. And gentlelady from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 59, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is very similar to the prior amendment. It prohibits the expenditure of funds to extend temporary protected status, in this case, to nationals from Honduras. That T in TPS is important because it stands for temporary. In the case of Honduras, this temporary designation was issued in response to a hurricane. So when did that hurricane make landfall, you might ask? It was in October 1998. Bill Clinton was in the White House. Gasoline was $1.05 a gallon. Microsoft had just replaced General Electric as America's most valuable company. And the first BlackBerry wouldn't hit store shelves for another year. And yet this temporary amnesty continues. Like El Salvador, conditions in Honduras have improved. The country elected a new president in 2022, completing a peaceful transfer of power. Honduras also has an active tourism industry, marketing zip lining, visits to UN World Heritage Sites, world-class scuba diving, some of the Caribbean's best beaches, and all-inclusive resorts. If Honduras is safe enough to welcome millions of tourists each year, isn't it safe enough to welcome Hondurans back home? Mr. Speaker, it's time to put the T back in TPS. TPS was never intended to be the Hotel California that says illegal aliens can check in anytime, but they can never leave. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back, or I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Immigration and Nationality Act outlines the conditions under which a country may be designated for temporary protected status, and it requires periodic reviews to determine whether the conditions for the status continue to be met. Based on USCIS's latest review, the Secretary extended Honduras's TPS designation through July 5th, 2025. Since the devastation caused by Hurricane Mitch in 1998, Honduras has continued to suffer from hurricanes, floods, tropical storms, and other natural disasters, making it difficult for the country to fully recover and allow for the safe return of individuals currently receiving TPS benefits. Honduras also continues to struggle with gang violence, drug trafficking, crime, and economic instability, which pose risks to the safety and well-being of any potential returnee. I encourage my colleagues to take their concerns to the appropriate authorizing committee if the gentleman feels that the INA should be amended in any way, but singling out a country through this amendment process is an inappropriate way to handle this matter. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the appropriate forum to bring this before, is to deny funding for something that is no longer temporary. This has become, we might as well rename it PPS, Permanent Protective Status, rather than TPS. And this is the appropriate venue to deny the funding, to allow the president to continue to use this just like every other means, whether it's parole and all other type things, to be able to allow people to illegally come into our country. And by the way, what country around the world hasn't had a natural disaster? When are we going to let people come in from every country in the world when there's a hurricane, a typhoon, an earthquake, whatever natural disaster happens? I mean, that's what we're being set up for here. And when we hear gang violence being talked about, why is there so much gang violence in those countries? In part because we have open borders. I was to Panama 3 years ago. I went to the Darien Gap. I saw what was going on down there when hundreds and thousands of people were coming in through the Darien Gap. It is now tens of thousands of people that are going through the Darien Gap, making their way up through Central America, including Honduras, and that is in part what is destabilizing these countries. If we would pass H.R. 2 and we had a president that chose to secure the border, we would see safer countries, and we would no longer need TPS in countries like Honduras. I yield back, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. I request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question on the motion that the committee rise, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8752, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that that committee has had under consideration H.R. 8752 and has come to no resolution thereon. Ready? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares a House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. H752 with the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek. Would you kindly resume the chair? Will the gentlewoman kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8752, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment number 59, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part C of House Report 118-559, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 11 by Mr. Clyde of Georgia. Amendment number 18 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 20 by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Amendment number 43 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 45 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 53 of Mr. Rosendale of Montana. Amendment number 54 of Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 57 of Mr. Stubbe from Florida. Amendment number 58 by Representative Tiffany of Wisconsin. Amendment number 59 by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded House vote on Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of this request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays 173. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 11, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which the further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted as sufficient amount have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Seriously. On this vote, the yeas are 94, nays 302. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 18, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 208, with one voting present. The resolution is not adopted. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Members will vote in a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 193, nays 218. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 43, printed in House Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote. The yeas are 207, nays 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 45, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman of Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, nays 208. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 1318, the committee rises.
She's going to do that.
What this guy did to me, thing goes on a podcast and it's talking shit about me. And so Eddie read those DMs on the video.
Amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
House will be in order. I know what I'm doing. House will be in order. House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will stop their conversations. House will be in order. What's he yelling? House will be in order. Members will cease their conversations. Right here. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 8752, pursuant to Resolution 1316, the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee were decisive. The clerk will redesignate the appointment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 13, the chair will put the question to the House de novo. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The amendment is not agreed to.
Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to clause, a recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. The sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 203. It does pass. Agreed to. Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee will resume its sitting.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 8752. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee had been rejected to a recorded vote on which the votes cast by the delegates and the resident commissioner were decisive. That result has since been rejected by the House. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 53, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen. Members will record their vote by electronic device. A recorded vote is ordered. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 189, the nays are 222. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 193, nays 216. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 57, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 235, nays 176. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 58, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 190, nays 222. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 59, printed in Part C of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 191, the nays are 222. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
House Resolution 1316. I report that the bill as amendment by that resolution and by the House earlier today, back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
God bless you, my child. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration Bill H.R. 8752 and, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, reports the bill as amended by that resolution and by the House earlier today back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8752 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege motion and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1322, resolution electing a member to certain standing committees of the House of Representatives. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker.
Committee on Education
Mr.
and the
Speaker.
Workforce. Mr. Rulli. Committee
I ask
on
unanimous
the
consent to
Judiciary.
dispense
Mr.
with the
Rulli.
reading as she finishes.
The gentleman, is there any objection? Not hearing any, the gentleman from Utah. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, served on June 26, 2024, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session with a quorum being present to consider 10 resolutions included in the General Service Administration's capital investing and leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on June 26, 2024. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Southeast Michigan has been devastated by a recent string of egregious violence. On June 15th, 9 people were senselessly shot at the Brooklands Plaza splash pad in Rochester Hills. We continue to pray for the victims and their families and stand by ready to bring some small solace and resolution to those affected. Within 2 minutes of shots being fired, police officers arrived on the scene, saved countless numbers of lives on June 15th by running toward the danger, not away from it. The selfless sacrifice of our law enforcement officers stands as our greatest barrier between chaos and order, good and evil. In the same way, just a week later on June 22nd, Deputy Bradley Reckling, a sheriff's deputy in Oakland County, responded to a call and willingly went into harm's way. Upon responding to the scene, Bradley Reckling was ambushed, shot, and killed in the line of duty, going toward danger, not away from it. His remarkable soul is now in heaven, in peace, but his life was lost to his family and his friends. Bradley was more than a law enforcement officer. He was a husband. He was a father, a son, a brother, a friend. He leaves behind a loving family, his 3 beautiful little girls, and his wife, Jacqueline, who is now a pregnant young widow. Everyone in Michigan is both disheartened and horrified by this news of shameful crime. True evil has taken Bradley away from us, this light away from us far too soon. And we are all committed to doing what it takes to end this senseless violence. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and our prayers for Bradley's family are with them, and I ask the members in the chamber to join us in the Southeast Michigan's delegation to please rise and join us in a moment of silence. Thank you, Bradley. God rest your soul.
what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks, and include extraneous materials on H.R. 8771, and that I may include tabular materials on the same, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8771. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8771, which the clerk will report by title.
Bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the gentleman from California, Ms. Lee, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would now yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to apologize because my voice is, I'm getting over this pretty bad cold, and so I hope my voice will stand up for the hours that we have here on the floor. Excuse me. So I'm very proud to speak on the fiscal year 2025 Department of State Foreign Operations and related programs appropriations bill for floor consideration here today. The bill totals $51.7 billion, which is a reduction of $7.6 billion from fiscal year's 2024 enacted level, or that's 11% from less than enacted, and nearly 20% below the President's budget request. This allocation and policies within the bill will allow us to build on important changes that House Republicans fought hard to secure in the fiscal year 24 bill signed into law only a few months ago. Now, you're probably going to hear it now. There are some who will say that cuts of this magnitude jeopardize the United States leadership in the world, that we're abandoning our leadership, and that the world will be less safe. Well, let me be very clear. I completely disagree. In fact, it is just the opposite. You see, the priorities in this bill are crystal clear. If you are a friend or an ally of the United States, this bill supports you. But if you are an adversary or are cozying up to our adversaries, and then frankly, nope, you're not going to like this bill. The bill eliminates controversial or ineffective programs that frankly American taxpayers do not support, and that frankly, again, even our allies and partners don't support either. And yet, and this is key, even with the deep cuts to the top-line spending, this bill fully funds our ally Israel and increases funding over the President's request to counter communist China and to combat the flow of fentanyl into our country, again, while spending less money overall. But let me tell you what this bill does not do, what this bill does not fund, Mr. Chairman. So despite the Biden administration's request, this bill will not fund organizations that employ terrorists, like UNRWA. It does not fund organizations that provide a platform on the global stage to the worst human rights abusers, like the Human Rights Council, or that take bogus legal action against Israel as it fights for its very existence, like the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. No, this bill does not fund organizations that cower to communist China and that deny Taiwan even observer status, like the World Health Organization. No, or this bill also does not pay for other countries' climate reparations, like the Loss and Damages Fund. And this bill certainly does not permit funds to promote and mobilize illegal migration to the United States southern border through organizations exploiting this administration's dangerous open border policies. So, yes, this bill stops funding to all of those organizations and programs, the reasons that I mentioned. Not just because they are a waste of money, which would be reason enough, but because those organizations are actually working against our interest and those of our allies while utilizing American taxpayer money to do so. So, I'd like to take a moment to address how this bill treats, for example, the United Nations. This bill acknowledges the mockery that is the UN, unfortunately, and zeroes out the UN regular budget. The UN does not deserve one more dime of taxpayer money. It just doesn't. You see, the hypocrisy and the moral decay at the UN has only gotten worse and is rearing its ugly head again, time and time again, with repeated brazen anti-Semitic attacks against Israel. So that is why this bill builds on frankly, key wins from fiscal year 24 and adds new conditions on anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias throughout the United Nations and other international organizations. Again, this should be no surprise. Actions have consequences, at least they should. And the UN will feel the consequences of their actions in this bill. This legislation makes confronting the national security threat posed by the Communist Chinese Party a top priority. It provides $2.1 billion to counter the malign influence of the People's Republic of China and the Communist Party of China. And note this, that's above the President's request, despite spending less money overall. It also provides $500 million for foreign military financing for Taiwan's security needs and prioritizes funding for other critical partners in the Indo-Pacific, including the Philippines and the Pacific Island countries. I'd like to now turn to our hemisphere, which is another top priority in this bill, which impacts all Americans. Funding will combat the trafficking of opiates, and in particular, fentanyl, which is killing so many young Americans. This bill also holds accountable governments failing to cooperate on counter-narcotics and other issues of critical importance to the United States and the American people. Let me give you this example. No funds in this bill can go to Mexico until a certification is made that an agreement is in place to restore water deliveries owed to the United States from Mexico. The bill increases support for freedom and democracy for the people of Cuba in this hemisphere by providing $35 million for democracy funding and $35 million for the Office of Cuba Broadcasting. It also reins in attempts by the Biden administration to promote the so-called entrepreneurs in Cuba's closed communist economy. Look, let's be very clear. The only truly independent entrepreneurs in Cuba, they're in prison. They're in prison. So while the Cuban people are risking their lives to demand true freedom and hitting the streets to demand true freedom, unfortunately, the Biden administration is attempting to throw their oppressors a lifeline with unilateral sanction relief. So that is why the language is even further tightened in this year. Finally, and my voice is barely holding up, finally, this bill includes all longstanding pro-life protections. All longstanding pro-life protections, including a prohibition on all taxpayer funds from being used to pay for abortions. And it builds on those requirements by applying the Protecting Life in Global Health Assistance policy to all global health funding. You see, it promotes American values by continuing important funding for democracy, increasing funding for religious freedom programs abroad, supporting faith-based organizations that are helping to deliver the United States foreign assistance, and eliminating programs that use taxpayer dollars for frankly controversial or ineffective agendas. Now, before I close, if I may, I want to thank the amazing staff from the Appropriations Committee for their work on this bill. Also, my personal office staff who have worked amazingly hard with very little time, as you know, on this important bill. So again, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, I thank you for bringing this this legislation to the floor, and that I'm actually thanking the Speaker of the House for bringing this legislation to the floor, which supports our allies. It protects our national security in a smart, efficient, and thoughtful way, which is why I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And now I would like to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to the House Republican draft of the Fiscal 25 State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill. This woefully underfunded bill will weaken America, and yes, it'll leave us vulnerable to our adversaries. The measures the Republicans are bringing to the House floor this week would slash our diplomatic and development programs by a shocking 12%, while at the same time seeking to increase military spending by $8.5 billion. Mind you, these cuts would leave America vastly weakened. This continues a dangerous trend that puts the Pentagon on steroids while leaving diplomacy and development on life support. Our national security is built on 3 pillars: defense, diplomacy, and development. We need all 3 to be strong to execute a foreign policy that advances both our interests and our values. We already spend 50% less in real terms on diplomacy and development than we did 40 years ago. If only defense is adequately funded, it means that we will too often rely only on military force, which should be the last resort, not our first. In the famous words of General Mattis, if you don't fund the State Department, you need to buy more ammunition. Now, my Republican colleagues like to talk a good game about confronting China. In truth, this bill is really a gift to Beijing's diplomatic efforts. Even before the billion-dollar cut to our embassies and foreign service officers, the People's Republic of China now has more foreign missions and more diplomats than we do. And the bill's prohibitions on participating in global venues like the United Nations or the World Health Organization will simply mean that China's self-interest will go unchecked by the United States. Can't have it both ways. I just returned from a bipartisan delegation to Africa, where my colleagues and I, that's Democrats and Republicans, met with reformers in key African democracies. These leaders told us that they preferred to partner with the United States over China, but too often, America's presence and investments was missing in action. They told us over and over and over again, where are you? You're not here. Countering the PRC's influence means America, quite frankly, needs to show up. Republicans, again, as I said, they can't have it both ways. China, Russia, and all of our adversaries will rush to fill the void left by this bill. This bill also takes a really dishonest approach to the existential threat posed by climate change. People around the world are confronting the impacts of human-caused climate change right now. Life-threatening temperatures, crop failures, floods, and severe weather. Many of us are experiencing this in our own districts and hometowns. Now, we can't change the temperature. Climate change is here. The past 12 months have been the hottest ever measured, but we can help people and communities around the world to cope with the most life-threatening impacts. But this bill ignores reality. It includes no funding for clean energy, no funding to help communities adapt to drought rising coastlines, or extreme heat. No funding to stop deforestation or recurring coastal flooding, and the bill cuts off, mind you, cuts off cooperation with other countries. Once again, think of the PRC and what this bill says to them. The bill also wages war on women's reproductive freedom. 218 million women still cannot access the tools to decide when and how to have a baby. As a result, hundreds of thousands die in childbirth. That is a fact. The Republican bill makes it harder for women to access care. It also cuts off funding for United Nations Family Planning Association, the one partner that helps mothers and babies in the hardest places to reach. Moms and babies will die. They will die because of this. But the most damaging aspect of this bill is the massive abdication and retreat of United States leadership around the world. The bill treats issues and countries as black and white, good and evil. It's our way or the highway. This is fundamentally undemocratic for a country that stands for democracy. A key example is how this bill doubles down and triples down on the failed, yes, failed Cuban embargo. There's no track record of success nurturing democracy and human rights by punishing regular people. Instead of listening to partners and addressing concerns together, this bill forces the United States to go it alone and reject any country with a different perspective. Perhaps most telling, the largest increase in this bill is foreign military financing. You hear me? Foreign military financing in the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill. It zeroes out the United Nations and outright prohibits a half-dozen UN bodies from being funded. The message of this bill, once again, is more weapons, less cooperation. This is not how the world works. This approach is isolating America. Yes, human rights violators in countries that do not share democratic values, they also participate in these organizations. But that's why we must stay engaged. If we cede the ground to countries with little regard for human rights, we are enabling more injustice. So I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and get to work on a truly bipartisan approach that will protect and advance America's security, interests, and of course make sure that we are a country which leads in forming alliances and cooperates for the sake of the survival of our planet. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Florida recognized. The lady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 6 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 6 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the Republican majority's State and Foreign Operations Bill. First, I would also like to thank the majority and minority staff, especially Erin Kolodziejski, Lori McNone, Stephanie Reed. I also want to acknowledge Chairman Diaz-Balart and Ranking Member Barbara Lee for their work on the bill. You know, it is difficult to imagine this entire institution without Congresswoman Barbara Lee. As Ranking Member of the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Subcommittee, Congresswoman Lee has been a unique and effective advocate for America wielding influence on a global stage. Our soft power, our ability to bring other nations together for the common purposes of democracy, freedom, and human rights is as critical to our freedom and prosperity as our defense capabilities. Thank you, Congresswoman Lee, for all that you have done for California and for our nation. To the bill. Much like last year, the fiscal year 2025 State and Foreign Operations Bill resurrects the doomed isolationism of the early 20th century. Just a few months after Democrats and Republicans voted for final bipartisan 2024 funding bills, the majority proposes that we decimate the State and Foreign Operations Bill with a 12% cut. Let us take stock for a moment. Around the globe, America's adversaries threaten the peace and prosperity of the free world. With wars in the Middle East and Europe and humanitarian crises on nearly every continent, the world is yearning for American leadership. Not since the Cold War have our diplomatic influence and soft power been more critical to keeping Americans safe. Yet House Republicans have proposed a bill that would diminish America's world leadership and obstruct our ability to support our allies, to deter our adversaries, to surpass our competitors, to maximize our influence, and to continue leading the free world. Whether we are talking about our diplomatic strength, economic investments, or humanitarian assistance, this bill unravels the hard-fought credibility and influence we have earned to be global leaders. This bill threatens our national security. It threatens women's health globally. It hampers our response to the climate crisis. It undermines our diplomatic corps by underfunding the State Department and USAID, and it completely blocks support for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, the backbone of getting humanitarian assistance to Gazans in need, and jeopardizes relief for refugees in Lebanon and in Jordan, leaving behind some of the most vulnerable people facing the most unthinkable conditions in the world. The majority's bill is yet again diminishing the global standing of the United States and what we stand for. What are our values for our own people and for people who around the world look to America, the world's largest economy and oldest constitutional democracy, for inspiration and, yes, for hope? This bill abdicates U.S. leadership at the United Nations and other multilateral and international institutions by not including any funding for the UN regular budget, the UN Development Program, UN Women, and whether or not, and for UNICEF as well, and whether or not by withdrawing from these organizations, we will allow our competitors and our adversaries to take our place, to replace our influence on a global stage. And by shortchanging USAID at a time when a historic number of people are facing conflict and instability, we are failing to live up to America's ideals. A wide gamut of nonprofit, faith-based, and advocacy organizations have issued stark warnings of what this bill portends for America's global leadership and national security. The Global Health Council led a group of 62 organizations in saying this bill, and I quote, falls woefully short of the funding necessary to address global converging crises and would signal a cessation of U.S. leadership and influence on the world stage, end quote. Later, at the appropriate time, I will submit this compilation for inclusion in the congressional record. Our starting point for 2025 must provide, and Democrats will accept nothing less than a 1% increase in defense and non-defense funding, consistent with the framework set in the Fiscal Responsibility Act that Republicans demanded. And any increase for defense beyond that 1% must be matched with non-defense investments. As we proved together this spring, final spending bills will be the product of negotiations between Democrats and the Republicans in the House and the Senate. For all of these reasons, I cannot support this bill. For the sake of our national security, for women's health globally, and our response to the climate crisis, Republicans must abandon this reckless and partisan path and join Democrats at the table. It is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady yields back.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Is that it? Reserve, because I reserve as well.
The gentleman from Florida reserved. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me thank the ranking member Lee for all of the hard work that she does on SFOPs and her global leadership, which is tremendously important. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition of this legislation. On this very floor, my Republican colleagues have claimed that America is falling behind its competitors, like China, that we must counter its spreading malign influence that it has commanded through foreign investments and other coercive measures. Well, while Beijing has increased its diplomatic budget over the last decade to surpass even what we afford our own diplomatic posts and personnel, what is the Republican strategy to grow our own influence, to outcompete China and Russia and other national security competitors and adversaries? What is their plan? They propose this legislation, a partisan chainsaw to our international affairs budget, which would impose a 12% cut on top of the cuts they imposed in last year's budget. This bill is a white flag of surrender in the competition for global influence. I believe there is still a bipartisan majority in this House that is serious about meeting the national security challenges we face. But unfortunately, the majority is not being allowed to work its will today. Instead, this legislation carries to the fringe MAGA wing of the Republican Party with extreme riders on abortion and family planning and climate change and DE&I. The bill cuts funding to international organizations, including the UN, where we must demonstrate a stronger leadership to advance U.S. interests. And this bill has sharp cuts to the personnel accounts for both the State Department and USAID. How are we going to implement programming without the staffing needed to manage it or retain the skilled diplomatic workforce? Amendments proposed today zero out funding for Ukraine, for USAID, for humanitarian and natural disaster relief, for educational exchange programs. That's critical to promoting America's standing around the world. And for democracy and human rights programs, this is an irresponsible policy making.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves.
Thanks.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Florida continues to reserve. The gentlelady from California is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, I rise in opposition to the 2025 State and Foreign Operations Appropriation with the hope and expectation that we can do better. Mr. Speaker, as the leaders of the free world, we have a duty to ensure that this critical bill reflects the importance of American leadership, our commitment to developing nations, and our investments in peace and democracy around the world. And while I'm very pleased that this bill includes vital provisions for our support of Israel and maintains funding for the implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security Act, it ultimately falls short in too many crucial areas. My Republican colleagues often emphasize the threats posed by our global adversaries. However, this bill fails to recognize that poverty, hunger, disease, conflict, hatred, and climate change are also formidable enemies. So alarmingly, it severely cuts funding for development assistance, humanitarian aid, and democracy programs, eliminating funding for such organizations that saves lives, like UNICEF and UNFPA. It slashes support for women's health care and family planning services and includes dangerous policy riders that prevent the poorest, most vulnerable women from accessing abortion and shuts down health clinics just for providing accurate information. Furthermore, this bill fails to appreciate the diversity of mankind. It provisions that harm the LGBT community worldwide and stifles diplomatic diversity initiatives. Mr. Speaker, by ceding American leadership This bill creates a vacuum that will embolden our adversaries, leaving our country and the world less healthy, less safe, and less prosperous. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and send a clear message that we can do better. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California reserves.
I reserve the balance of my
And the
time.
gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I rise to strongly oppose H.R. 8771. Actually, the fact that we're even debating this ridiculous bill makes me clear that some of my colleagues still remain, I'll say uninformed, that'll be the kind word, of the ways in which the world is interconnected. They deny the devastating consequences when our nation neglects our role, when it defunds diplomacy, and it erodes our commitment to the international community. The multi-front global crisis facing this nation calls for leadership and for our nation's leaders to step up in partnerships and cooperation. Instead, Republicans are doubling down on poison bills that roll back our commitments around reproductive health care, LGBTQI+ rights, and climate change. They cut over $1 billion to the United Nations and international bodies that hold war criminals accountable. They decimate life-saving humanitarian aid and gut migration and refugee assistance. They undermine presidential authority and also international laws. That is what this bill is about. This bill, in my opinion, is deeply unserious and dangerous, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves.
Reserve
The gentleman
balance
from
of my
Florida
time.
is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. May.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 8771, the fiscal year 2025 State and Foreign Operations Funding Bill. As a daughter of immigrants and as a representative of one of the most diverse communities in our nation, I know firsthand the impact of world events on my friends and neighbors in Queens. But for the second straight year, the GOP is turning our back on the world by cutting critical investments in U.S. diplomacy and development, attacking women's rights, and retreating from the world stage. This government spending bill would slash the state and foreign operations budget to the lowest level in over a decade. It undermines America's long legacy of leadership that has lifted millions out of poverty, stemmed diseases like HIV and malaria, helped millions of children learn to read and write, and supported the most vulnerable in their time of need. $7.6 billion in funding cuts will isolate us from our allies and the international conflicts we are confronting together. These cuts would gut women's health and rights around the world, putting maternal health and the well-being of millions of children at risk. Furthermore, this bill would codify the Trump-era global gag rule, forcing healthcare organizations across the world that receive aid from the U.S. to choose between providing a full range of healthcare options to their patients or foregoing U.S. assistance altogether. From healthcare and climate change to diplomacy and security, this legislation falls woefully short of the resources we need to address the international crises we're facing today. America alone is not America first. For my community of Queens and its connection to so many others across the globe, I'm voting against this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from California reserves.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Oh, you ready
Let me
to close?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let me reserve it this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me close by saying a couple of things about this bill once more. It's, first of all, a deeply political extremist bill that seeks to satisfy the radical fringe at the expense of our national security, global human rights, and the well-being of our allies. Now, let me say this again, which I said earlier, yesterday actually, in the Rules Committee. We spend less than half of 1% of our GNP on overseas assistance, mind you, less than half of 1%. This bill cuts that less than half of 1% by 12% and 6% in last fiscal year. The world's full of threats that don't respect borders, from climate change to pandemics to assertive dictators. And so we can't stick our head in the sand and hope that it will go away. Investments in development and diplomacy, economic assistance, poverty alleviation, healthcare, education, job creation, these don't just protect American lives and American interests, they also protect taxpayers' wallets and promote peace and security for not only the United States, but throughout the planet. Experts have found that for every $1 we spend on conflict prevention, it saves us $16 down the road. So I would urge my Republican colleagues to consider this when they claim this bill is fiscally responsible. It's been a tremendous honor, let me just say, to serve as both chair and ranking member of this subcommittee on State Department and Foreign Operations. But I leave this role deeply concerned that our politics are leading us in the wrong direction and leaving the United States alone on the global stage. Democrats will not support a bill if it means turning our backs to the world's most vulnerable women and the looming threat of climate change. Now, I take some solace in knowing that this partisan Republican draft bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. When my Republican colleagues are ready to come to the table and discuss what America's diplomats and development professionals need to do their jobs, I'll be ready to talk. Our diplomats, our support staff, our Peace Corps volunteers, our Foreign Service members, all of those who represent the United States are impacted by this bill. And I just want to say that we owe them a definite, deep sense of commitment and gratitude for their service and for their work. And let's do that by not gutting the bill that they rely on to do their jobs. So until we're able to talk, I urge all members to reject this dangerous and this very weak and inadequate bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this bill does more for our national security and that of our allies with less taxpayer money. That's precisely how government is supposed to work. You do more and better with less money. That's how government is supposed to work. So I urge my colleagues to support this good bill and would now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-39 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provision in this bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. Amendments in block described in Section 8 of House Resolution 1316 and pro forma amendments described in Section 9 of House Resolution 1316. Pursuant to Section 18 of House Resolution 1316, it shall not be in order to consider Amendment Number 37 printed in Part B of House Report 118-59. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 118-59 may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against such such further amendments are waived. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments in block consisting of amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-559, not earlier disposed of. Amendments in block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 9 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committees on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman of Florida seek recognition?
After an amendment pursuant to Resolution 1316, I offer amendment in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block consisting of amendments numbered 7, 10, 11, 12, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 51, 52, 53, 55, 58, 60, 65, 66, 69, 70, 71, 73, and 74, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lees, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, nicely done. I rise in support of the bipartisan en bloc amendment, which represents amendments with support from both sides of the aisle. The amendment includes 32 non-controversial amendments that advance the priorities of both sides, including support for Taiwan, training for security partners in the Indo-Pacific, highlighting the vital work of the Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and improving passport processing. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved, gentleman from California, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, and I would like to thank Chairman Diaz-Balart for working with me to include these bipartisan priorities in this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is going to reduce funding for educational and the cultural exchange programs back to the 2019 levels. It's a modest cut that will reduce spending by less than 3%. Less than 3% back to 2019 spending levels. It leaves $700 million for these programs. There's nothing inherently wrong with exchange programs. However, there is something wrong about continuing to increase Washington spending on unnecessary programs when our national debt continues to climb $34 trillion plus. This common sense amendment simply returns spending for these programs back to pre-COVID levels. With this appropriations bill, we've already reduced 28 accounts to 2019 levels with strong Republican support. I encourage my colleagues to continue this trend of returning to those pre-COVID spending levels, anything that we can see as unnecessary spending increases. To help my colleagues understand how bad Washington's spending problem is, the CBO projects our federal deficit to be $1.9 trillion, an uptick of $400 billion that had to be modified if you paid attention to what happened this last week with the CBO. And it's going to grow to $2.9 trillion by 2034. An annual deficit of almost $3 trillion is facing us less than 10 years away. This excessive spending is going to drive the national debt to record levels and continue to exacerbate the inflation crisis that everybody in America is feeling. So, devaluation of our currency because of excessive spending, it all ties together. The average family of 4 who's spending $1,300 more a month to afford the same goods and services as compared to January of 2021, $16,000 lost to devaluation of the currency because of what we're doing with excessive spending. We can fix this. I add one more little tidbit to this. According to Zillow, Americans are now having to earn $106,000 to be considered to be able to afford a home. That's an 80% increase, according to Zillow, from what they saw in 2020, which was $59,000 in 2020. How can we in good conscience continue to contribute to this economic crisis by excessive spending being felt around the country? I encourage my colleagues to support returning to pre-COVIDness, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The Department of State Educational and Cultural Exchanges account funds people-to-people engagement, which supports our country's foreign policy objectives. These programs foster mutual understanding between the people of the United States and of other countries and promote peace and understanding. Lord knows we need this. They allow us to promote our values of democracy, freedom of the press, and civic participation, as well as promote dialogue, collaboration, and the sharing of diverse perspectives, especially for the cultivation of the next generation of global leaders. These programs also help us understand those who may or may not share our values, but we at least have an opportunity to engage. One of our best-known programs is the Fulbright program. Each year, over 13,000 United States students and scholars are submitting an application for the Fulbright program. This program also leverages over $100 million from partner governments who see a value in supporting their students coming to the United States. These students will be future presidents, generals, scientists, and writers of partner nations in the future. In fact, leaders in more than 120 countries around the world in both government and business were exposed to American culture and values through state-sponsored exchanges. This amendment threatens the Fulbright program as well as hundreds of other professional and academic exchanges that expose U.S. citizens to the rest of the world and the rest of the world to the United States and to our ideals. What's wrong with that? I think the world needs this at this point. It doesn't make any sense to do and to cut these programs. These programs are some of the best diplomatic investments that we make, so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Returning back to pre-COVID spending levels, I have to ask the question to any colleague, whether it be Democrat or Republican, was not the amount of government we were spending pre-COVID, 2019, enough? There's an old saying that however much government you want is how much government you have to be willing to pay for. The problem is with Congress, we are deficit spending because we're not willing to make cuts. We're not willing to make prioritization occur to be able to afford these programs. We're passing the tab on to our kids and our grandkids. Our housing cost, inflation is the result of this. This is pre-COVID spending levels, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady seek recognition.
Now, once again, Mr. Chairman, I would just say this amendment, I'm urging opposition to it because, once again, it's just an example of what I said earlier in terms of withdrawing from the rest of the world. And our young people, people who want to engage with the world to make this world a better place, they deserve to be able to do that. And this cut takes us back to, I think, the levels at 2019. That's unacceptable, and I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would eliminate funding for the Global Environment Facility at the World Bank, saving American taxpayers nearly $140 million. This amendment represents a roughly 0.3% reduction in spending for the bill overall. The Global Environment Facility is an international fund under the World Bank, which uses donor country monies to pay for climate agenda projects in developing country. The United States contribution to this fund is $140 million for fiscal year 2025. Proponents of global climate initiatives often use phrases like shared global responsibility to sell programs that cost taxpayer millions and give up American sovereignty to unelected bureaucrats. However, this funding has nothing to do with responsibilities at all. This year's roughly $140 million donation to the GEF is over $10 million more than China, the world's largest polluter. China has contributed during the entire 33-year lifetime of the program less than this year's singular allocation by the United States. Meanwhile, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that the federal deficit is going to be $1.9 trillion for fiscal year 2024. That's 27% greater than CBO projected at the beginning of this year. $400 billion change in a matter of months. Where is the responsibility to American taxpayers? As members of Congress, our responsibility is to those taxpayers. We should not be punning the price tag for this to our kids and our grandkids. We should not be sending millions of dollars overseas when we cannot get our fiscal house in order. The Trump administration's budget request for fiscal year 2020 rightly asked no funding for the Global Environmental Facility. Under President Trump, the U.S. withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and became a net energy exporter for the first time in almost 70 years. The Trump administration recognized that American strength and prosperity are advanced by supporting pro-growth policies, cutting spending and regulations, unleashing American energy. I urge my colleagues to follow the example of that administration. Vote yes on this amendment. The U.S. government should not send one more taxpayer dollar to unelected bureaucrats in support of global, other countries' climate agenda. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California. What purpose is the gentlelady from California?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise, Mr. Chairman, in opposition to this amendment. Once again, we are retreating from the world, and this amendment again makes that point. It would eliminate the United States' contribution to the Global Environmental Facility. Now, the Global Environmental Facility is a multilateral trust fund that provides grant-based funding to developing countries to address global environmental challenges. These are some of the most vulnerable countries in the world. The Global Environment Facility Fund benefits the U.S. economy and the environment by addressing problems that affect our domestic health, safety, and prosperity, such as by protecting tropical forests, reducing transboundary pollutants, and combating illegal wildlife tracking, which I know is a concern of both sides of the aisle and members on both sides of the aisle. Every one of our districts have been challenged by severe drought, rainfall, storms, and heat. We're continuing to spend more and more on humanitarian needs caused by these disasters, both domestically and abroad. So we need to get ahead of these crises. Helping communities cope, especially those with the least means to do so, is both moral and smart. Why are we demonizing these programs and cutting ourselves off from these valuable tools? These are not problems anyone can solve alone. We must work with others, which make cooperation and our multilateral tools, such as the Global Environment Facility, real. And cuts will disrupt and dismantle what we are trying to accomplish in this world, and that is to make sure that our children have a future on this planet. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I would just respectfully disagree. We're not retreating on the world stage. What we're trying to do is get our fiscal house in order so that America can cheat history as a republic that can outlast what most democracies, and I will contend we are not a democracy, we are specifically a republic, and we are cheating history if we can get our fiscal house in order and continue this great experiment. Retreating on the world stage is what I'm afraid is going to happen. We are about to run out of the funds to be able to continue this great experiment in self-governance. And I would ask you to consider, Chairman Arrington of the Budget Committee sent some of us this story from the Asian Times. And it's called U.S. Debt Moving Towards 50 Trillion Isn't the Whole Story. And this is the Asian perspective about what they're looking at in America as us heading towards a sovereign debt crisis and us losing the reserve world currency. We are up against a great threat. I am greatly concerned about the future of this country. We're not retreating. We are trying to strengthen. There's an old African proverb, if there's no enemy on the inside, the enemy on the outside can do you no harm. We have to get strong within. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just must say that if Republicans really want to get our fiscal house in order, then they would be the first to repeal these terrible Trump tax cuts that have created even a bigger hole in our fiscal house. Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would return funding for the U.S. Institute of Peace back to fiscal 19 funding levels. In doing so, this amendment would save $16.3 million. This amendment, again, returns spending for this specific funding back to pre-COVID spending levels. To be clear, this is a modest proposal in the context of the overall spending of the bill. This amendment would reduce spending in the bill by 0.03%. That's less than 0.5% of the top line for this bill. Side note, for all of us who have paid attention to the numbers, post-COVID, our discretionary budget overall is up 30%. That's of note. Why go back to pre-COVID spending levels? If you look at the inflationary index, if you look at what's happened with housing prices, going back to pre-COVID has a lot of net positives in terms of our federal outlays. Year after year, the federal government continues to outpace spending and outpace revenues. It outpaces growth of our economy. In a recent report, the Congressional Budget Office estimated the federal deficit for 2024 is going to reach $1.9 trillion. COVID-era spending spree drastically accelerated the growth of our national debt. In the next decade, the CBO expects the federal deficit to grow to $2.9 trillion. That's $3 trillion annual deficit. We didn't get to $1 trillion in gross national debt until 1980. 200 years of governance. In 1980, we tripped $1 trillion, and we're headed within 10 years to be 3 times that in annual deficit debt spending, what it took us almost 250 years as a nation to get to. Resulting of this is going to be a cumulative sovereign debt crisis. $34.5 trillion where we're at today, and it's just going to tick up. As a result, the current state of our national debt means that the federal government would require that every taxpayer give up $267,000 to pay off your share of this balance. The growth of this debt has caused a corresponding increase in the amount of interest payments due each year, which are threatening to crowd out critical spending on national defense, contribute towards a severe inflation crisis. I call on my colleagues to get serious about the massive debt. Let's return so many of these programs back to the fiscal 19 pre-COVID spending levels. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Now, the United States Institute of Peace, that's PEACE, or USIP, it's one of the best tools the United States has to bring people together to prevent wars. Government officials, civil society, practitioners, defense experts, to creatively solve our world's problems and our world's thorniest issues. Congress created the United States Institute of Peace. Again, I want to spell it, P-E-A-C-E. Some members don't even like to use the term peace. We created it in '84. It applies practical solutions directly in conflict zones and provides analysis, education, and resources to those working for peace, P-E-A-C-E. USIP has specialized teams of mediators, trainers, and others in some of the world's most dangerous places and works to equip communities with the skills necessary to prevent or resolve their own violent conflicts before they threaten the United States. It's in our own national security interest not to cut programs that cut the budget of the United States Institute of PEACE. The USIP works on the ground with local partners on the root causes of conflict that all too frequently result in America's military gains or diplomatic development investments going to waste. In a world that grows more dangerous and complex every day with wars and rumors of wars, we need the services and the creative thinking of the United Institute of PEACE. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I hope that you all will begin to use the word peace a little bit more, because I think your children, grandchildren would be grateful. I yield. I reserve the balance of my time.
Generally reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, peace through strength is something that many of us believe in. And it's the concern over the lack of our economic prowess, the lack of our strength, that is why this amendment is before the body. Returning back to 2019 spending levels, again, was there not enough government spending in 2019? Pre-COVID, that's what this does. It would save us $16 million. I encourage my colleagues to put the best interest, long-term interest of our nation ahead of short-term policy concerns or policy considerations or parochial considerations. It's the long-term longevity that has to rule the day. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't make any sense to support this amendment cutting resources for the United Institute of Peace, PEACE, while we increase funding for the Department of Defense when we know there's over $200 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 4, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, the House Foreign Affairs Committee released a report on the U.S. Global Agency for Global Media's failure to vet its staff properly. Specifically, one of its executives, Satara Siege, who lied on her resume, misused taxpayer dollars, and reportedly committed workplace misconduct, Ms. Siege was fired under the Trump administration, then rehired under the Biden administration, under suspicious circumstances, mind you. Whistleblowers contacted the Foreign Affairs Committee requesting an investigation into Siege, which the committee launched in 2021. Among other things, the report stated she lied about having a PhD on her resume and played favorites with overtime. She reportedly hired a senior official based on favoritism. I learned about Ms. Siege's actions a year ago. I tried to cut her salary in last year's appropriations bill. She was fired by the Trump administration, then the Biden administration, of course, hired her back despite multiple reports of misconduct. This is not the transparency, Mr. Speaker, that Americans deserve from our government. She doesn't deserve a salary, and she should be removed from this position immediately. Mr. Speaker, I have a 17-year-old daughter, and I tell her continuously, I said, baby, you play by the rules, you work hard, you tell the truth, you'll be rewarded for that. I go home and tell her, no, I was wrong. You don't play by the rules. You lie about who you are, you mistreat people, and you get rewarded by this government. Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. That needs to be changed. And I urge all my colleagues to vote for this amendment to reduce Ms. Siege's salary to $1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The from Tennessee yields back. The gentleman in reserve.
I'm done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California seek.
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Recognize.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Quite frankly, it's despicable to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods. Public servants doing their job and carrying out the policies of this administration or any administration that they serve should be commended, not demonized. Our government is dependent on being able to attract the best talent to bring their skills to public service, especially when in most cases they could earn much more in the private sector. Who's going to be willing to do that if their names can be dragged through the political mud? The subject of this amendment has been a public servant at USAGM for nearly 25 years, speaking truth to Iranians and promoting the democratic values of American society. This is a personnel matter and should be dealt with as such. It is not for appropriations. Now, if you have an issue with the policy, let's discuss that. Not penalize public servants who are representing the administration that they serve and have dedicated their careers to the United States. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Time remaining.
Okay.
Time remaining.
I ask for a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time. Excuse me.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
Okay, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 4 printed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5 printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the members opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm offering this amendment to withhold funding from the United States Agency for Global Media. This agency has misused taxpayer money and also failed properly to vet its own staff. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, is this the policy of this great nation, is to misuse taxpayer money and fail to properly vet its own staff that's allowed to lie on their resumes? Back in January 2021, it was recommended the agency suspend one of its executives, Satara Siege, following an investigation regarding her professional behavior. The investigation concluded that Ms. Siege lied on her resume. She lied. She misused taxpayer dollars for personal expenses and provided lavish contracts for friends. Is this the policy of this country, Mr. Speaker? I ask you. However, just weeks later, and just hours after President Biden was sworn into office, guess what? Ms. Siege was reinstated to her previous position without loss of pay or seniority. The United States Agency for Global Media should be focused on its mission to inform and engage with people around the world in support of freedom and democracy, not a policy of allowing its employees to lie on their resumes, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they are playing political games and misusing our taxpayer dollars. I recommend we withhold funding until a time when the U.S. Agency for Global Media can prove it is capable of removing its employees who have deceitful and irresponsible work histories and is capable of properly vetting its own staff. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. And let me just start by saying, if we're really talking about misusing taxpayer money, remember the Pentagon has flunked 6 audits. This amendment prohibits any funding from going to the U.S. Agency for Global Media, or USAGM. USAGM informs, engages, and connects people around the world, giving them an opportunity for independent media that may not be available in their own country. At a time when more democracies are declining and even sliding into autocracies than any other point in the last century, we cannot afford to cut USAGM programs. Funding for these programs targets programming in the languages of Iran, Russia, and the PRC and other authoritarian states to push back on false narratives about American policies that these adversaries are spreading, and builds the capabilities at USAGM that they need to deliver content to its global audience quickly and reliably. One of the organizations that USAGM oversees, Voices of America, has the audience of more than 358 million people around the world. Their trusted and objective news is translated into 48 languages in order to share the American stories and perspectives that locals would not otherwise have access to. Another organization, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, provides uncensored news in countries where free press is threatened and disinformation is pervasive. These programs are key to outcompeting China and combating Russian disinformation. They are key to our success on the global stage. USAGM's Open Technology Fund provides a range of tools to help audiences overcome internal restrictions, especially in countries like Iran, where the internet can be a lifeline. Through its grantees and federal agencies, USAGM is reaching more than 420 million people weekly, and the great majority of those audiences have reported that they find the information received to be trustworthy. USAGM deserves our continued support, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this short-sighted amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the inception of these wonderful organizations that my colleague across the aisle described, I would say they probably they were very effective. I would say now they have very little effect. I can't imagine somebody in one of these countries turns on the radio and decides, hey, I'm not going to go down this path anymore because somebody from another country is on the radio telling me to do otherwise. I find this still, the policy that we have of promoting people who lie, who mistreat others because of political power or their connections, to me is very offensive. And that is exactly why Americans do not trust this town. They do not trust Congress. They do not trust government, because they see people continuously getting ahead in life that cheat, lie, do things that are inappropriate, things that we would not allow in our own homes, in our own businesses, in our churches or our places of worship. We sure as heck shouldn't allow it in the seat of government, and this continues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
In reserve.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment on the desk. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate your service to our great country in the Marine Corps. I should have said that earlier.
Thank you.
I offer this amendment to prohibit any funding for the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. This is just another group of unelected bureaucrats making decisions for the American people with no input from Congress, no input from the People's House. Mr. Chairman, President Biden promised to be the most transparent president in history, and he's about as transparent as a brick wall. He promised honesty and accountability for the American people, and he has not delivered. This special envoy is the opposite of that, Mr. Chairman. We have requested the names of the office staff as well as their titles and salary amounts. We're trying to do our jobs and conduct oversight over the executive branch's operations, but we have not received one bit of information on them. If the executive branch wants to make climate decisions, it must come through Congress first. John Kerry used to be in charge of this office. When I asked him how much his climate treaties were going to cost the American people, he responded with one word: trillions, Mr. Chairman. This is completely unacceptable. We're $32 trillion in debt. Every 100 days we add another $1 trillion to our debt load. We have no plan to pay it back. It's misuse of Americans' hard-earned dollars to push this administration's political agendas that are putting Americans out of work. This office of unelected bureaucrats operates like a bunch of climate dictators, and it must not receive any funding from Congress. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentlewoman from California seek recognition.
I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Climate change has resulted in lives upended in Texas, Florida, and Oklahoma, and has led to extreme heat across the entire Northeast just last week. The climate crisis poses threats to the stability of countries, heightens social and political tensions, and adversely affects food prices and availability. And this is according to our own military. The need for foreign assistance will only increase if we do not address this significant driver of crises around the world. No country can solve the climate crisis alone. This requires a multilateral effort. Our climate envoy is lending his energy and talents and collaborating with other countries to address these concerns. His relationships with foreign leaders are a benefit to the United States and our efforts. I would think you would want to tell him thank you for doing this. Again, we should be thanking people who are serving the American people, not demonizing them for it. Funding the special presidential envoy and its office is a requirement if we are to protect national security, strengthen the economy, and leave behind a safer planet for our children and grandchildren. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can remember in 1977, there was a TV show I used to like. It was called In Search Of. And that year, we'd had, I remembered it very well because I had to go to school at Bearden Junior High School on Saturdays because of snow days, and we used up all of our snow days. But the show In Search Of had one episode. It said, In Search Of the Upcoming Ice Age. And that was the talk. We're going into an ice age. Then it was acid rain, and then it was global warming. All these reactionary things that happen to us, all they end up doing is costing us more money and making some advisory group rich, a bunch of fat cats. And every time we put these environmental regulations on this great country, and these unelected bureaucrats get out here and they get together and then they figure out what we're going to do. And guess what? We're the only dadgum country in the world that follows them. We cut a deal with China, they don't honor it. We cut a deal with every other country, and in China, for instance, they put on a new when they put a new coal-fired plant together. It's like our 1950s technology, and yet we follow the rules. No one else does. These elected bureaucrats fly around in their big jets, and then they look down their nose at us, and we have to suffer the consequences. Let's talk about the real reality here. This is just another boondoggle so we can run for re-election and we can scare people. The air, the water that we drink and the air that we breathe now is cleaner and safer than it ever has been in my lifetime. Those are the facts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is on order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this amendment to prohibit funding for the World Economic Forum. You see, every year the World Economic Forum hosts its annual luxury conference in Davos, where CEOs, world leaders, and other globalists take their private jets to some ski town in Switzerland to discuss carbon emissions, which is ironic, erasing our borders of our nations, and other high-minded ideas like encouraging a transition to eating insects because the earth is, quote-unquote, running out of protein. The founder of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, says it provides a platform for high-powered leaders to, quote, shape global, regional, and industry agendas. All that really means is bigger governments, more taxes and spending, more surveillance of citizens, and more open borders. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Schwab was the guy pushing for the, quote, the Great Reset to reshape the world. When Klaus Schwab says things like, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, we should take him at his word. When globalist elites get together to talk about their plans for world domination, we should not ignore them. And we definitely should we should not be sending them our U.S. taxpayer dollars to legitimize their efforts. Now, these Marxist hypocrites want to get together with on their own dime, so be it. But since 2013, the State Department has funneled nearly $60 million, our taxpayer dollars, to the World Economic Forum. This amendment would simply prohibit the State Department from funneling any money from U.S. taxpayers to the World Economic Forum. No matter how much they talk about, quote, protecting liberal democracy, these people, the globalists, these people are the problem. If we're truly going to represent Americans, and if we're truly going to stand for our national sovereignty and the freedom to govern ourselves, then we need to stop legitimizing these globalists with our money. and I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. For what purpose, gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit any funding to the World Economic Forum, which we don't fund. The reality is that no funds from this bill go to the World Economic Forum. And therefore, this amendment would establish another prohibition for no reason. This is the appropriations process, a process that historically focused on making things happen rather than making prohibitions on things that are not being done, just in case you all didn't know. I tell you, this is really quite amazing to me that we could prohibit funding for something we don't fund. Now, since this is my last appropriations process, I could not be more disheartened with what is happening to the essential work of this committee when we start funding or defunding what we don't fund. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She says that there's nothing in this that sends money, and yet since 2013, the State Department has funneled nearly $60 million to the World Economic Forum's efforts. It can't be both. And even if it is the case, then this amendment shouldn't worry anyone. It's belt and suspenders. But at the end of the day, the American people don't need to be, when they're $34 trillion in debt to most individuals, per taxpayer, that's over $250,000 per taxpayer that they owe as their share of the national debt. We should not be sending or taking out more debt to send to these globalists and fund their agenda. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is mind-boggling. So I guess, once again, we're doing something that does not make any sense in this process. But the other point I think I'd like to make in closing is that, once again, this is something that will be supposedly defunded that we don't fund, that has to do with the world. It has to do with retreating from the world in terms of just the agenda of the Republicans. And so I urge a no vote. And I hope that members will look at how now they're manipulating and misrepresenting this process of the appropriations process, because when we start defunding what we don't fund, that's very disingenuous and it's misleading to the public. I urge a no vote and yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
It is a fact that since 2013, we have funneled nearly $60 million to the efforts of this globalist elite organization. I don't think that the taxpayers of the United States should foot the bill for their agenda, which I think is an un-American agenda, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has only one time remaining.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Florida, and I guess she has an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Representative Kamek's amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of State for being used to finalize any rules or regulations with an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Under the Biden administration, hundreds of billions of dollars in regulatory costs have fallen on the American people with no input from Congress. Once again, unelected bureaucrats. Biden's State Department is pursuing radical climate change initiatives abroad, funded by American tax dollars. Again, none of our business. A 2021 Department memo directed funding away from carbon-intensive initiatives overseas, threatening projects with national security implications. Mr. Chair. Now taxpayer dollars are being used to subsidize clean energy initiatives abroad while our own electricity prices are still outpacing inflation. We should not allow unelected bureaucrats to impose regulatory costs behind closed doors. Our nation needs major regulatory reform, and this amendment is a crucial step forward to a more transparent and accountable government. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to restore congressional oversight over burdensome executive actions and require that any major rule be approved by Congress before taking effect. I reserve balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves what purpose? The gentlewoman from
Mr.
California.
Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, and let me just say a couple things about any new rule. Any new rule being proposed by a government agency is required to assess the potential costs and benefits of such a rule change and submit it to OMB. In some cases, it may make sense to pursue such a rule. In many cases, the benefits will outweigh the costs, and the rulemaking process is designed to take these decisions in a clear and transparent manner. A blanket prohibition such as this amendment just aims at tying an administration's hands while carrying out the laws that Congress enacted. For the State and Foreign Operations Bill, the State Department has advised that they have only pursued one rule recently that would be considered significant. That was to increase the consular fee structure. The consular operation of the State Department is self-funding through fees, so it's important that those fees reflect the cost of passports, visas, and other consular documents. Congress delegates rulemaking authority to government agencies and has oversight over them. Congress also has the ability to disapprove of a rule through the Congressional Review Act. This amendment is overly broad and unnecessary. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
For a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 13, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my Amendment 13 to the fiscal year 2025 State Foreign Operations Bill. This amendment prohibits funds for the Tech Camp public diplomacy program within the State Department's Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs. If you believe its website, the Tech Camp, quote, creates connections, sparks innovation, and empowers civil society to solve the world's most pressing challenges through technology, end of quote. In reality, the actual purpose of the Tech Camp program is to spread progressive ideology around the world. What's even more shocking is that the Tech Camp is linked to Anatoly Baryrenko, and he is the trainer for the taxpayer-funded program. Baryrenko is the founder of the Texty.org.ua, which placed me and 116 representatives on a hit list for not supporting Ukraine. Americans shouldn't have to fund efforts to propagandize foreign countries with progressive ideology. Neither should they have to fund programs that have taxpayers-funded organizations that create hit lists that potentially threaten the security of American leaders. Let's defund the wasteful tech camp program. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose, gentlewoman from California?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. And I rise in opposition to this amendment, which seeks to cut all funding for the Tech Camp Public Diplomacy Program. Tech Camp is designed to support good governance and mitigate violent extremism. Through Tech Camp workshops, the State Department connects private sector technology experts with key populations, journalists, non-governmental organizations, and civil society advocates to explore and apply innovative tech solutions to global issues. Tech Camp also boosts U.S. economic engagement around the globe by highlighting United States technical and private sector innovation. I understand that attention to this program has increased after a former participant was involved in activities that some members take exception to. There are thousands of participants from more than 110 countries making an impact through this program. An effective foreign policy tool should not be disposed of because of the actions of one participant a decade after they left the program. This past year, one tech camp in Nepal funded a digital outreach campaign for the management of antimicrobial resistance. Another in Kazakhstan, educates people in Central Asian countries on how to protect themselves from Russian propaganda and fact-check information, as well as developed cybersecurity skills in women in the region through online webinars. These are not programs we should be cutting, and so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find this priceless, that it's hindering violent extremism. I just listed what over 100 of my colleagues were listed on a hit list. Talk about extremism, that's the key component of this. So if everybody has to suffer, I don't think that we'll have any problems when we hang these people out to dry that have actually abused this program. And maybe we'll have some more civil society in that regards. And with that, I yield. With that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I urge a no vote. I yield back. Balance.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, once again, I ask everybody to vote for this amendment because this is hypocrisy at its finest. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recording vote being requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my Amendment 14 to the fiscal year 2025 State Foreign Operations Bill. My amendment prohibits funds for foreign military sales to Ukraine. The Foreign Military Sales, or FMS program, is a form of security assistance authorized by the Arms Export Control Act. As of June 7th, the United States has spent nearly $600 million in active government-to-government sales cases with Ukraine under the FMS program. The United States should not approve of foreign military sales to authoritarian foreign countries like Ukraine. Ukraine has arrested priests, raided a monastery, suspended 11 opposition political parties, and consolidated all television platforms into a state single channel. The country does not even allow presidential elections. Even more shocking is that the FMS program may be used to supply Ukraine with American weapons that can be used to strike inside Russia. Last May, the State Department approved a possible emergency foreign military sale to Ukraine of high-mobility artillery rockets, or HIMARS. Concerningly, just last month, an American-supplied HIMARS rocket system was reported to be likely used in an attack inside of Russia. I, for one, would rather not have American weapons being used on a territory or a country we are not even at war with. President Eisenhower once said that, quote, "A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment," end of quote. We cannot keep the peace with weapons of our military establishment being wielded against a third party, against another great power. If you truly support global democracy and liberty, end the foreign military sales to Ukraine. And with that, I ask my colleagues to vote yes, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. What purpose does gentleman? For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
So, Mr. Chairman, we use the term here, my friend, all the time, but I will tell you that the gentleman from Arizona and I are friends, and I have great respect for him. But I do have to claim the time in opposition. So Congress recently provided $1.6 billion in foreign military financing for Ukraine, not in this bill, that was already done, and other countries impacted by the situation in Ukraine. So while foreign military financing funds in this bill are not designated for Ukraine, there aren't any, let me tell you why I still respectfully have to stand in opposition. I think this just sends a pretty bad message during a time of active war. I think it would be a monumental mistake, potentially emboldening our enemies, including Russia, and sending a dangerous signal of the United States' weakness, something that, unfortunately, this administration does every single day, and lack of resolve to others around the world, including potentially communist China and other adversaries. So I will also note that House Republicans successfully secured language in the fiscal year 24 state and foreign operations bills that brings unprecedented transparency and oversight requirements on all assistance going to Ukraine, which I think is a very important thing to do, and I think all of us agree to that. So I want to repeat, there are no FMF funds in this bill for Ukraine, but it goes to, again, because the only FMF that we have in this bill goes to other key partners, and I mentioned that, like Taiwan. And so, but I just think that a prohibition potentially sends a very bad message. There are no funds, but I think this would send a very bad message. And so I have great respect for, again, somebody who actually is a friend of mine. You know, we're good friends, but I respectfully have to oppose this amendment, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the chairman. And yes, we are very good friends. I will tell you, once again, saying this out loud and putting it in writing is very important, because this is going to go to the Senate. And the Senate's going to have an objective. And when you put something down on a piece of paper, they're going to have to take notice of this. And so from that standpoint, that's why I want this in this place. It may not have a place yet in this bill, but the Senate also has to know the intentions of this House. And the House has its own independent acclamations. Now, I got to tell you, we're a third party in an unending war? You got to be kidding me. This is, I thought we were the only ones who could declare war. The House, the Congress. So I have to object to my dear friend and say, listen, I would like this to be put in here. And with that, I will yield back and ask everybody to vote for this amendment.
The gentleman from Arizona yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack in Ukraine is not just a threat to Ukraine and its neighbors, but to the world, including our own country. If Russia succeeds in its aggression, other unprovoked attacks are inevitable. Ukraine's democracy is being undermined every single day. Entire cities have been demolished. women and girls are being sexually abused by Russian soldiers, and children are being kidnapped. Hospitals and schools, which should be safe havens, are being intentionally attacked. Thousands of innocent children and their families have been brutally murdered. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country. Now, I have visited Ukraine, and I immediately recognize the love of the Ukrainian people for their country and their democracy. Since the war broke out, I've been to Poland, and I've met with Ukrainians to hear firsthand about the dire situation that they face amidst Russian aggression. I've talked with civil society organizations funded by the United States who, facing danger and violence, are supporting refugees, vulnerable people, women, and children. I was deeply moved by their stories and their commitment. Colleagues, we must be able to ensure that Ukraine has the funding and support it needs to defend itself, and that vulnerable people continue to receive life-saving assistance. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. Now the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose, gentleman from Arizona?
Yeah, I request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my Amendment 15 to the fiscal year 2025 State Foreign Operations Bill. Amendment 15 prohibits funds for the bilateral security agreement between the United States of America and Ukraine. The bilateral security agreement between the United States and Ukraine was signed this month by Joe Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky. The security agreement erroneously implies that Ukraine is a democracy, despite being an authoritarian country that does not even allow presidential elections. The agreement also reaffirms, quote, that Ukraine's future is in NATO, end of quote, even though the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO is one reason the Russian-Ukraine conflict escalated, on top of other things. While war hawks and neocons are further provoking conflict with Russia, they are also cheapening their golden calf, NATO, by advocating for Ukraine's admission in the alliance. The agreement further states that, quote, it is the policy of the United States to support providing sustainable levels of security assistance for Ukraine in support of the objectives outlined in the bilateral security agreement and associated implementation arrangements, end of quote. By putting pen to paper on an executive agreement, Joe Biden is doubling down on billions more in future taxpayers' support for Ukraine. The United States has $175 billion in emergency support to Ukraine so far, while the invasion along our southern border goes ignored by this administration. When is enough enough? Only Congress should have the power of the purse. Under the National Emergency Act, we see that the President and the executive branch actually share that power with us. We should not be strong-armed by an executive that wants to further drag America into another forever war. Let's put this administration in check. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which is an attack on our commitment to strengthen our security and economic cooperation with Ukraine, as well as to pursue accountability for Russia's actions there by prohibiting funds for implementing the bilateral security agreement recently signed between the United States and Ukraine. No specific funds are committed through the security agreement, but this signals this but the signal that this amendment sends to the Ukrainian partners is damaging. And I ask for a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, there's a great message, Mr. Chairman, what this sends. It says time for peace. P-E-A-C-E, peace. When are we going to stop these forever wars? Why don't we get out on top of this aspect and really come out clean with the American people? How does this war even start? Did anybody tell that the Russian Putin president actually went to NATO twice, or to the UN twice, to say, listen, there was an invasion in my country where 14,000 of my citizens were killed? I have no fond respects for Vladimir Putin, but he has a right to protect his people. And with this, I say that this sends a very clear message. It's time for peace. In fact, I was one of those people that actually offered that. Cactus League in Arizona is a great time to have people out in Arizona to watch baseball games, and you can talk peace afterwards. But it's time for peace, not war. I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I yield back, but I ask everybody to vote for this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. And the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Independent chair, the noes have it.
I record a vote, please. Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my Amendment 16 to the fiscal year 2025 State Foreign Operations Appropriation Bill. My amendment prohibits funds for the Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery. Think about that. Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery. The purpose of the Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery is to work with various actors to, quote, help forge Ukraine's future as a prosperous, secure European democracy. A European democracy. That's pretty interesting. It is a slap in the face of hardworking Americans that are wasting taxpayer dollars to pay for the Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery, but no such position for America's economic recovery that has been so ravaged by this administration, by Biden inflation. Our national debt is approaching $35 trillion. $1 trillion is being added to that debt every 100 days. The national debt is the leading cause of Biden inflation, the downgrade in credit rating, and overall poor economy. Since this administration took office, the price index for food consumed at homes increased by 21%. 21%. Energy prices have shot up by more than a third since he's assumed office. The U.S. economy is hurting and American families are struggling. While Americans find it difficult to afford energy and healthy food because of this administration's disastrous domestic economic policies, this administration is giving Ukraine a blank check. This is unacceptable. Let's defund the wasteful Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery and commit to putting America first. I thank the chairman. I ask for a vote yes on my amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
This amendment prevents the United States representative for Ukraine's economic recovery from helping forge Ukraine's future as a prosperous, secure European democracy and accelerates Ukraine's economic transformation. This position is key to ensuring that Ukraine not only survives but thrives, standing on its own. The Ukrainian people are defending their country from the front line to the assembly line. Their ability to emerge from this conflict depends on their economic resilience. A Coca-Cola bottling plant outside of Kyiv, the largest in Europe, was shelled, and many of the plant's 1,600 workers fought not only to liberate it, but to get it back up and running. 84% of American companies in Ukraine are back up and running. Ukraine's economic recovery is not just key to the stability of Europe, but also dinner tables around the world. In January 2024, the Black Seas corridor brought more than 8.7 million tons of Ukrainian grain to global markets, feeding much of the world. Ukraine and its people have not given up on their aspirations. The Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery is doing critical work to ensure Ukraine can see economic success and not be dependent on donor assistance. This should be supported, not demagogued. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. European democracy. There's an oxymoron right there. How about Europe handling this person? Economic recovery in Ukraine, when we can't even do it here at home? That's sick. That's absolutely sick. These are taxpayer dollars, $36 trillion. How well are we going to have the establishment in this world bearing $36 trillion in debt? Soon to be $50 trillion. I find this unacceptable that this should be flying right through, because this is unbelievable. We're in a proxy war that we never condoned. We're over here just funneling money right and left, and then we can't even do to support our southern border. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give the American taxpayers a break. It's time for us to get serious about this. It's time for peace. It's time for us to show us our power in the fact that we can mitigate peace and everybody can honor their promises to each other. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I urge a no vote on this.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this, and I send.
Question is, the gentleman yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 17 printed on Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from It is now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. Does a gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment reduces the salary of Samantha Power, the Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, to $1. Samantha Power is a globalist left-wing activist who uses government positions to force the regime's views on the American people and the rest of the world. When Samantha Power took office in 2021, she set 3 priorities for the USAID in her new vision for global development. 1, broadening the coalition by increasing the number of diversity of voices at USAID. 2, focusing assistance more on the voices and needs of the most marginalized. And 3, making aid more responsive by better incorporating the perspectives of those on the ground. Under Samantha Power, USAID has focused on food security in response to the Ukraine war, climate change, democracy, and governance. Also, under Samantha Power, USAID has installed diversity, equity, and inclusion advisors in all bureaus, offices, and overseas missions, and created an agency-wide dashboard and DEI scorecards to track staff compliance with the administration's DEI directives. These blatantly political scorecards demand ideological conformity and should have no place in the government workplace or elsewhere. Furthermore, Samantha Power has repeatedly met with influential left-wing foundations while serving in the role. According to nearly 700 pages of internal calendar entries obtained by Fox News, Power met with George Soros' Open Society Foundation multiple times. Of course she did. She also met with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation at least 5 times. She also held meetings with several other powerful groups like the Ford and Rockefeller Foundations. Power's intimate association with these entities exemplifies how the Biden administration, its officials, and agencies keep close contact with left-wing outside groups who help execute extreme policy initiatives. When Samantha Power served as Obama's ambassador to the United Nations, she made hundreds of requests to intelligence agencies to unmask names associated with the 2016 Trump campaign in order to support the Russia hoax narrative. For her activism, the Biden administration granted Samantha Power a permanent seat on the National Security Council, a more prominent role than the USAID administrator she has had under previous administrations. A person who abuses her position in government to meddle in democratic elections should be nowhere near public office. Instead of fulfilling her role as an administrator, Samantha Power is focused on imposing a left-wing agenda throughout the entire U.S. government and its proxies around the world. My amendment will ensure that she is held accountable and that the American people no longer have to fund her salary. Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman from Georgia yields.
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This amendment seeks to punish administrative power likely due to differences of opinion with the amendment sponsor. Given the administrator covers all worldwide issues, it's natural that differing opinions would arise. But we cannot decide to defund the salary of the leadership of a United States government agency simply because a member of Congress does not agree with all of the positions the administration takes on issues pertaining to foreign affairs. Administrative Power is a patriot. She cares about inclusion. She wants diversity and equity and inclusion reflected as a policy in the State Department so that the State Department and so countries reflect the diversity not only of our own country but throughout the world. That means people like myself that would be part of this program. And so her distinguished career has been very distinguished, serving as our ambassador to the United Nations, to being a Pulitzer Prize-winning author. So I think we should thank Samantha Power for trying to make sure that our USAID is inclusive and that it reflects our democracy. If my colleagues want to debate the merits of our foreign policy, then let's do it. But it's beneath this body to really take on a public servant for just doing their job. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The Recorded vote being requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would ensure that no additional funding is appropriated for Ukraine through the State Department. To date, Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion in emergency supplemental funding. Of this amount, about $58 billion, which is 33%, has been provided through the Department of State and USAID. And there is virtually no oversight to tell the American people how much of their money is going where. We know the money goes to humanitarian and economic assistance and other non-military assistance, but there is much fraud and abuse suspected and widely reported. The Economic Support Fund for Ukraine's government goes toward providing food, energy, and healthcare services for the people of Ukraine. It is also used to counter Russian disinformation and supporting small and medium-sized agro-businesses and natural gas purchases by Ukraine. According to some reports, Ukraine has actually been purchasing Russian natural gas from third parties during the war. It seems counterintuitive for the U.S. to sanction Russian oil and then send taxpayer dollars to Ukraine, only for them to turn around and use the money to buy Russian oil. USAID provides direct budget support to the Ukrainian government through 3 trust funds: the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, the Single Donor Trust Fund, and public expenditures for administrative capacity endurance. This budget support funds the salaries of healthcare workers, first responders, school employees, and assistance for pensioners and internally displaced persons in Ukraine. While our southern border is being invaded daily, Joe Biden cares more about protecting the borders of Ukraine than the country he swore to protect. About half of Americans think the U.S. is spending too much money helping Ukraine, according to the most recent AP poll. According to the recent CBS poll, over 60% of Republicans do not support additional aid to Ukraine, and even 1 in 4 Democrats don't support it anymore. After all, the American people are over $34.5 trillion in debt. But Joe Biden doesn't care about what Americans on either side of the political spectrum think. Joe Biden and his family have profited so much off of Ukraine's corruption that he must think it's only fair to return the favor. It is truly disturbing to watch American taxpayer dollars go down the drain, or actually, should we say, in foreigners' pockets for foreign purposes that are not our own. But President Biden is beholden to a foreign government. My amendment will ensure that no American taxpayer money is sent to continue an endless failed war in that corrupt country, which is murdering an unknown amount of Ukrainian men. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, and I reserve the remainder of my time. I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is not just a threat to Ukraine and its neighbors, but to the world. If Russia succeeds in its aggression, other unprovoked attacks are inevitable. Ukraine's democracy is being undermined every single day. Entire cities have been demolished, women and girls are being sexually abused by Russian soldiers, and children kidnapped. Hospitals and schools, which should be safe havens, are being intentionally attacked. Thousands of innocent children and their families have been brutally murdered. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country. Now, as I said earlier, I have visited Ukraine, and I immediately recognized the love of the Ukrainian people for their country and their democracy. Since the war broke out, I've met with Ukrainians in Poland to hear firsthand the dire situation that they face amidst Russian aggression. I've talked with civil society organizations funded by the United States who, facing danger and violence, are supporting refugees, vulnerable people, women, and children. I was deeply moved by their stories and their commitment. Colleagues, we must continue to ensure that Ukraine has the funding and support it needs to defend itself and that vulnerable people continue to receive life-saving assistance. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 1 minute and 1/2 remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hearing my colleague across the aisle talking about the rape and murder of women, I'd like to remind everyone that American women and children are being raped and murdered by illegal alien monsters that the Biden administration is allowing into the country, releasing into our country, paying for them to be travel through buses, planes, to all 50 states. And if this United States House of Representatives should care about any women and girls and children being raped and murdered, it should be American women, girls, and children. But this body cares most about Ukraine. I would like to remind everyone that just recently a Ukrainian group called Texty published a list of Ukrainian enemies that includes almost 400 Americans, including Republican U.S. lawmakers, conservative influencers, and media groups and anti-war activists. This group receives money from the U.S. State Department through a program called Tech Camp. So the State Department is funding a group called Texty that has published a Ukrainian, basically a kill list, and that involves Americans and lawmakers and conservative influencers and media groups. Unbelievable that American taxpayers would be used for this. This is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. I asked my colleagues, I asked the House to vote in favor of my amendment, and I yield. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, support for Ukraine is in the interest of the United States. Also, we have to deplore women being raped and children being kidnapped anywhere in the world, including in Ukraine. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for the recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Number 20, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people are over $34.5 trillion in debt thanks to the decisions made here in Washington, D.C. My amendment would prohibit $1.6 billion of funding for the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which sends billions of American taxpayer dollars every single year to foreign nations across the world. USAID was responsible for the management of more than $40 billion in combined annual appropriations in fiscal year of 2022, representing more than 1/3 of the funds provided in the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriation Bill. Imagine if this money went to Americans who, by the way, are paying for it instead of foreign countries. Maybe we could solve some of the problems we have here at home. That year, USAID provided assistance to over 130 foreign countries. The top countries that received money from most to least were Ukraine, Ethiopia, Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, Nigeria, Afghanistan, the Congo, Syria, and Sudan. Among the wasteful things USAID has funded in recent years, under Samantha Power's tenure, by the way, are programs like $385 million DREAMS Initiative, Determined, Resilient, Empowered, AIDS-Free, Mentored, and Safe, a program under PEPFAR which aims to reduce rates of HIV among adolescent girls around the world. We certainly care about girls around the world, but we really care about our American taxpayers helping Americans at home. DREAMS has provided millions of girls with family planning, counseling, contraceptives, and referrals. In 2022, more than 275,000 sex workers and many others around the world received HIV medication from USAID. Again, the American people are over $34.5 trillion in debt, and 300 Americans die every single day from fentanyl poisoning. USAID also implements programs that identify and respond to the unique needs of women, men, girls, boys, and those of other gender identities. By the way, there aren't any, there's only two. Of all ages and abilities and their diversity, so they can equally access and use HIV prevention and treatment services, protect themselves, protect healthy behaviors, exercise their rights, and live free from violence, stigma, and discrimination. I think Americans here would like to live free from violence, but again, our border is overrun. Since 2014, USAID has led the coordination and implementation of PEPFAR's Sustainable Financing Initiative. PEPFAR, by the way, is receiving over $5 billion in funding from the American people. With investments of $48 million, the USAID-led SFI generated more than $361 million of domestic resources for HIV across 16 countries and 2 regional programs over 6 years. In Tanzania, USAID helped access $7.8 million in private sector financing for private clinics. This investment resulted in a 35% increase in HIV testing and over 10,000 patients tested, and 100% of positive patients linked to care. In Nigeria, USAID engaged in private pharmacies to provide HIV treatment. Meanwhile, the fentanyl drug crisis continues to rage across America, but we continue to fund USAID with billions of dollars to address AIDS and other diseases all over the world. We should be caring about Americans, and we should be funding the treatment for Americans here at home from a weapon of mass destruction that is murdering Americans every single day. The American tax people are funding this, and the American tax people want their problems solved. They want Americans protected. They want to feel safe and secure at home, not to be the piggy bank of the world, which is what USAID is. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The United States Agency for International Development is essential to global stability, asserting United States leadership and foreign policy influence, advancing security and prosperity worldwide. U.S. aid is the leader of the United States global humanitarian and development work, ensuring strong stewardship and accountability of U.S. tax dollars and making tangible improvements in the lives of millions of people all around the world. This amendment would force USAID to close all of its missions and terminate its programs overseas. It's highly ironic that the Department of Defense, that this Congress cannot seem to give enough money to, would be the first people to decry the loss of these programs in building security and stability around the world. Without USAID, millions of children with malaria would go untreated, and hundreds of thousands of people would die of tuberculosis. Without USAID, millions of the most vulnerable people in the world would be hungrier, as well as lose access to quality education and clean water. USAID teams are working day and night to address catastrophic humanitarian crises in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond, and continued battering from a growing number of natural disasters during this particularly strong El Nino. This has led to a number of people requiring humanitarian assistance to increase by nearly a third, from 274 million in 2022 to 363 million at the end of 2023. With regard to PEPFAR, yes, I was the author of PEPFAR and worked with Republicans, primarily President Bush, to make sure that the United States was on the right side of history by just basically saving lives. We've saved over 25 million lives thanks to PEPFAR. And I think that's a real testament to how it was in the past in this House of Representatives, where Democrats and Republicans worked together to save lives. And I'm very proud of that effort. And I know that this amendment would harm that effort to achieve an AIDS-free generation by 2030. It's harmful. We must not reduce our development and humanitarian efforts. We wouldn't be able to counter the PRC's influence, Russia. What we're doing is opening the door for their expanded global influence also, if that's all you care about. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From California Reserves, gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentlewoman from Georgia has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to tell the House that USAID has been an arm of the Democrat Party. 96% of all political contributions from USAID employees go to the Democrat Party candidates or PACs. Also, just months before the national elections, over 1,000 USAID staff issued a statement echoing Democrat talking points. Here's the issue. Our government is not a charity. And the American people are the most generous people in the world, sending unknown amounts of money constantly to every cause to save people's lives. I urge the House to pass my amendment, support our country, America first, and with that, I yield.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me just say that I realize the United States is not a charity, but I believe there are many in this country that believe we are our brother's keepers, we are our sister's keepers, and we have a duty to those less fortunate. And in fact, USAID is providing remarkable humanitarian assistance to those who need the United States' generosity and support. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of my Amendment 21 to H.R. 8771, which blocks funds for the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO. The FAO exists within the UN system as a specialized agency, as it has 194 member states and has a mission to improve food quality and combat hunger in over 130 countries. This sounds like a good cause. So why my amendment? Simply, FAO is the current target of the Chinese Communist Party influence strategy within the multilateral system, facilitated by FAO Director General Qu Dongyu, a Chinese citizen and former Vice Minister of Agricultural and Rural Affairs of the CCP. It is no secret that the CCP is waging a multilateral influence operation with the intent to undermine the U.S. as a world power while reorienting the global system in its favor. Seeking to advance this cause by gaining legitimacy inside the UN, the CCP is targeting elections for leadership positions within these specialized agencies, then seeking to shift its policies in the CCP's favor. Over the course of the last 12 years, China has run the World Health Organization, UN Industrial Development Organization, International Civil and Aviation Organization, International Telecommunications Union, and now the FAO. In 2020, China nearly succeeded in its bid to lead the World Intellectual Property Organization, and all of these organizations coordinate in major sectors crucial for development of modern life, and yet I am concerned that the State Department is not taking these threats seriously and only engages with countering Chinese ascensions to these leadership positions when elections get down to the wire or if there is media scrutiny. It is time to step up and counter CCP influence. This starts by engaging with agencies to prevent CCP control. The U.S. contributes 22% of the FAO's regular budget compared to Chinese 12%. If we are going to foot the bill at international organizations, we should not do so at the expense of promoting the CCP. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I reserve.
Gentleman from Wyoming reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit funding to the Food and Agriculture Organization because the agency head is a citizen of the People's Republic of China. The FAO Deputy Director General is a U.S. citizen, and there are numerous Americans in high-level positions across FAO, all elevating United States priorities and interests. Americans have always held one of these 3 Deputy Director General positions. 735 million people face hunger worldwide. United States support to the FAO in 2022 provided assistance to 30 million people in places like Ukraine, Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, and Afghanistan to address food insecurity, famine, and drought. FAO is also aggressively pursuing partnerships with American private sector companies working with Google on monitoring natural resources, Mars Inc. on antimicrobial resistance mitigation, and other on agribusiness. FAO collaborates with the United States land-grant universities on agricultural technology programs such as with Penn State on their desert locust early warning system and Mississippi State University on a reference center for antimicrobial resistance and aquaculture biosecurity. This amendment is another example of approaching the world as black and white. The FAO Director General was reelected last summer unopposed by the FAO membership. The United States pulling out from an organization that we have an interest in only is detrimental to us. Our ability to improve the operations of multilateral institutions and make sure their stances reflect our values hinges on the United States being an active, participating member of the organization. While I agree that reform should be considered regarding appointments at the UN, this is not the way to go about such a change. This amendment would reduce U.S. engagement in a United Nations agency based on where a leader is from. We need to pay our dues, contribute to UN agencies, and be an active participant. You don't have a say in what happens at the table if you're not at the table. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to the chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for bringing this important amendment to the floor. Look, the CCP's influence at the FAO, it's real. It's dramatic and it's real. And she mentioned in her opening statement, and I think she made a great job explaining it. So look, hey, if there's a change in leadership in that organization, maybe we can start supporting this organization. But there have to be consequences. And I'm grateful for my colleague for bringing this important amendment. I strongly support it. I yield back.
Thank you, and I reserve.
A gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how can we counter CCP influence if we pull out of these organizations? We also agree that the United States should be more serious about leadership. But yeah, we have to be there to do it. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
For my colleagues who may share my concern about CCP influence, but are concerned about not supporting the FAO mission, I would also note that Director Dong Yu's tenure has been marked with criticism, including from UN officials, for mismanaging the agency and failing to properly respond to global food shortages. A December 22 Politico article interviewing more than a dozen UN officials and diplomats highlighted these concerns. These officials criticized the top-down authoritarian management of the FAO, saying, quote, "It's not him, it's China," end quote, and quote, "I'm not convinced he would make a single decision without first checking in with the capital," end quote, referring to China. It is a matter of fact that the invasion of Ukraine, a major food exporter, further contributed to food shortages, especially for Ukraine's trading partners. UN officials criticized the FAOs for refusing to realize this reality, even though it falls directly within its jurisdiction. The concern got so bad that the US and EU officials had to force an emergency meeting of the FAO Council. Under his watch, the priorities of the collective FAO have been sidelined for the Director General's priorities, which the West has warned are similar to China's Global Development Initiative. I would also note that according to the base text of this bill, there is precedent for such a policy, as Section 7048 restricts funds for a specialized agency chaired or presided over by a country which supports international terrorism. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the recorded vote has been requested, but further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It's now in order to consider the amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise in favor of my Amendment 22 to H.R. 8771, which prohibits funding for the United Nations International Organization for Migration, or IOM, activities in the Western Hemisphere. What's at stake with this amendment is twofold: ending the channels connecting the U.S. taxpayer dollars to activities facilitating mass migration to the southern border, and reclaiming Congress's control over the allocation of funding. The underlying bill allocates $2.4 billion for migration and refugee assistance to carry out Section 2A and 2B of the Migration and Refugee Assistance Act, which allows for membership and contributions for IOM and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. Congress broadly allocates this pot of money for these purposes, and then the State Department and USAID have the discretion to allocate these funds as they see fit. While this process alone should raise concern about the Appropriations Authority, we should be even more concerned that this system is helping the IOM, which is facilitating mass illegal migration, creating the crisis at our southern border. We have uncovered the fact that the IOM is using contributions from countries, including the United States, to lobby the Biden administration to repeal and replace policies that secure the southern border. and who also engage in activities providing assistance that facilitate mass migration to that same border. Shortly after President Biden took office, IOM issued a statement in support of his executive orders, which set this administration off on its destructive border and immigration agenda. The IOM has also risen in support of the Biden administration's creation of unlawful categorical parole categories, the kind this body impeached Secretary Mayorkas for, and continued to criticize the U.S. for keeping Title 42 restrictions in place. The IOM also pressured the Biden administration to end the Remain in Mexico policy, which it considers, quote, inhumane and against international law. But of the most concern is how U.S. taxpayer dollars provided to the IOM are then being provided directly to illegal migrants, facilitating the mass migration to our southern border, causing this problem. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Both the Department of State and USAID rely on IOM's expertise as an implementing partner to support the United States foreign policy priorities worldwide, including strengthening border security, countering trafficking in persons, combating the smuggling of migrants, providing humanitarian and emergency relief, assisting in voluntary repatriation. States Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration has funded the IOM to support migrants who have experienced violence, exploitation, and/or abuse, and includes victims of trafficking and unaccompanied and separated children. IOM does not facilitate, assist, or encourage illegal or mass migration in any way, period. By supporting the humanitarian needs of migrants, such as basic sanitation, health care, and food, it makes migrants less likely to resort to harmful coping strategies such as child labor, family separation, or forced marriage. This amendment would prevent support for IOM programming in Haiti, where it is the only agency providing emergency relief to returned Haitian migrants. More people are on the move globally, 117 million, than at any point in human history. And most of those displaced are taking refuge in neighboring low-income countries. IOM support the stability of our neighbors and partners that are struggling to host a larger number of refugees. The infrastructure, shelter, water, sanitation, health, and education of these states is overwhelmed. This aid relieves the strain and advances our national security interests. Left unaddressed, the strain will feed instability and trigger more violence in these regions. It's in the United States' interest that these vulnerable people are cared for, and hosting countries are willing to continue to receive them. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
To add insult to injury, U.S. dollars provided to the UN are also sent to NGOs, which use these funds to provide cash, debit cards, food, clothing, medical treatment, shelter, and even, quote, humanitarian transportation to U.S.-bound illegal immigrants in Latin American nations and Mexico. In short, U.S. taxpayer dollars are being sent over our borders to the IOM, which is then using them to facilitate the crisis at our border. The IOM is using U.S. taxpayer dollars to push our government to lower its border security policies, and then aiding in programs rushing illegal migrants to the border, overwhelming the system in place, and helping facilitate the crisis we are facing. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
This amendment does not harm the United States' ability to help refugees as if it so desires. First, it keeps in place U.S. funding for IOM activities in other regions where there are refugee crises. It simply blocks U.S. funding for activities in the Western Hemisphere, which are harming our own border security. Second, if the United States wants to provide refugee services, it should do so directly, not rely on international organizations to administer these services. And to the extent that the U.S. does want to engage with international organizations, this does not mean it should not review how its funds are used and whether the organization is operating in the best interests of the United States. In this instance, the IOM is not, and the U.S. should not be complicit in bad policies that harm our country. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek
Mr. Chairman, I
recognition?
request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Speaker. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, spokespeople across the United States government routinely refer to Xi Jinping as president of China. The only problem is he's not the president. He holds a number of titles in the Communist Party. They include the 3 jobs of, first, he is General Secretary of the Communist Party. Second, he is Chairman of the Central Military Commission. And third, he is State Chairman, which is a ceremonial position. I wish to insert 2 articles into the record to describe this in more detail. General leave.
The request will be covered by general leave.
Calling the state chairman a president helps the Communist Party offer a more presentable face to the world, and it hides the party's iron fist in velvet glove in ceremonial title. It sows confusion about Communist China's government, presenting it akin to democracy instead of an authoritarian police state. We should stop playing by the rules Beijing's propaganda would have us have, as do Xi, and give him his actual titles, and I urge my colleagues to do so. And I might note, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, many places that I don't particularly agree with, including President Bashar Assad and others, have the title. But if China doesn't give itself the title, and rather he is the head of the Communist Party, we should continue to call him that and not erroneously make him look like a democratic leader. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which prohibits funding for materials that refers to the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party by the title President. The United States House of Representatives does not get to pick what other countries call their head of state. This is not a serious policy. In the United States of America, we should not resort to pettiness and should treat others with respect, even when we have vehement disagreements. This is how you solve problems. I must reflect on the fact that this is the appropriations process, a process that is derived by the United States Constitution. It's a privilege to serve in this House and on the Appropriations Committee. This amendment does not meet the stature of this process. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady from California, who I greatly admire, is in fact, in this case, wrong. She's making a mistake that I hope to correct in this debate. Xi Jinping is not the president. That is not the title that their government gives him. As I said in my opening remarks, and I'll clarify, President Bashar Assad of Syria is a president. That's a title his country gives him. The president of Egypt is a president. There are plenty of presidents. We would not call Bibi Netanyahu president when he's the prime minister. And of course, we would call the president of Israel president. I'm only making the clear point that Xi Jinping has three titles, none of which includes, in any reasonable translation, the word president. He is a head of state. He is the chairman of his party. He is the chairman of, in fact, his military. And so it is as a member of Foreign Affairs, it is an important technical correction, but it is an important one that until or unless China changes or adds an additional title, we should, in earnest, and I'm agreeing with my friend and the gentlelady from California, I'm agreeing with her that we should not arbitrarily refuse to take any title given by their country. But China could call him president if they wanted to. They do not. And my amendment only says we need to stop changing his title. So when the gentlelady says that we shouldn't arbitrarily or petty way change a title, I agree. The title should be one of those three titles, or of course, he is a head of state, and that can be used. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me just say we should allow the State Department to manage protocol. We don't need a funding prohibition. I yield back the balance of my time and urge a no vote.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
In closing, I completely agree that the State Department should have reasonable diplomatic ability, but it has become a problem of a misstatement. And as I said earlier, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu should not be referred to as president, even if the State Department wants to. They have both a president and a prime minister, as does France. It is important that titles reflect what their, in fact, titles are. The head of China has three titles. If they want to give him a fourth, they may. But until they do, I believe it is completely inappropriate to call a rose by any other name than the one that, in fact, the rose possesses. And with that, I close by urging passage and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment simply recognizes that over the last half century, things have changed. When I was a young private, Richard Nixon opened up the gate to China. A matter of less than a decade later, Jimmy Carter added them to the Science and Technology Agreement, recognizing that this emerging country needed our help, and that as we spread them and pushed them away from the Soviet Union, that this was one more way to work together. I commend what those men, those presidents did during their decades. But in the 6 decades since that time, things have changed. The fact is, China isn't just a competitor. They are, in fact, the world's greatest thief of technology, and cooperation simply leads to greater espionage and theft. So for that reason, it is time to end our agreement that gives them one-way access to our technology. Simply, we can no longer support the stealing of technology. Or in other words, in the words of Vladimir Lenin, the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. That has not changed. Mr. Speaker, I urge that and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman claims time in opposition. The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This Science and Technology Agreement, or STA, with the PRC was extended for 6 months in March, and it does not commit us to a permanent agreement. The extension will allow the administration time to amend and strengthen terms of the STA. Without the STA, the United States would lose valuable insight into China's technical advances. Additionally, many scientific STA outcomes have been deeply beneficial to the United States and the rest of the world. This includes determining the importance of folic acid supplementation in preventing birth deaths and decreasing China's air pollution, which blows across the Pacific, contributing to our West Coast air pollution. Opponents of this agreement cite concerns that the PRC would exploit civilian research partnerships for military purposes. However, all legitimate concerns about information sharing can be addressed through modifications to the STA rather than eliminating it entirely. This is being actively negotiated now, and we need to give negotiators a chance to come to a stronger agreement. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
California reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
You know, my friend, the gentlelady from California, knows that the acid rain that falls on California and throughout the United States comes from the knowing and willful burning of coal with no scrubbers in China. They don't need technology agreements to fix that. The technology exists. They need a will to do it. If we're going to talk about what we would get in the way of air quality, the answer is we're not getting air quality because they simply won't make those expenses. And so that's sadly a hollow reason to continue it. Additionally, there are sub-agreements within the STA. Those do not go away. And so some of the things that were cited, if they're appropriate, would continue. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for all of those of us who serve on the Science Committee, there is no greater investment that we have made around the world than the one we made in CERN, the one in that super collider, the one that gave us the PET scan, that gave us a lot of other technology, that made us understand after the atomic age began what a proton was, how an electron worked. And these particle beams have been huge. It has been something in which we have contributed billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, asking only that our sciences be able to study with the others. I was just in CERN. The scientists there, who are as one world as any scientists you would find, both Americans and Europeans and others, they were in shock because many of their colleagues had just returned from China, where they found that the entire design for the future particle collider, which is going to be built in North Dakota, had been stolen in its entirety. Every part of that sensitive information had been taken to China. And when they went there, with the most galling thing they could see was the Chinese bragging about having it, and that they were going to get it built first, and that people would have to come to them years before it would be available in the United States. We have been in a science cooperation that included the Chinese at every step. It is time to recognize that we have gotten little from them except lies about the origin of COVID. We have, in fact, been lied to by them, and theft is systematic. We cannot and should no longer enter into those kind of agreements, and for that reason, I urge passage of this simple but important amendment, and I yield back.
The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my amendment to increase funding for the Peace Corps. This investment is a commitment to our nation's values and our role on the global stage, and we should not back away from it. The Peace Corps represent the best of America. It embodies our spirit and our generosity. It helps build communities across the globe and expose them to the good that America does in the world. These initiatives are more crucial than ever in today's world, where American soft power, which the Peace Corps is a projection of, must be at the forefront of the pushback against authoritarian countries like Russia and China. As we consider the challenges and opportunities before us, let us come together to ensure the Peace Corps is equipped to continue its mission. Supporting this amendment means supporting sustained American leadership and goodwill across the globe. Thousands of Americans serve in the Peace Corps every year, and reducing their funding would prevent them from accomplishing their critical mission. I've heard from many constituents about their personal experiences with the Peace Corps, and they could tell you as good as anyone how impactful serving has been, and how many volunteers go on to incredible careers in public service. So I ask my colleagues, let's stand together to fund this vital program for the next generation of Americans and enhance our nation's legacy of making a positive impact worldwide. I urge all members to support this amendment and yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman claims time in opposition. The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably this is the only amendment that I will reluctantly oppose. This amendment seeks to increase funding to the Peace Corps to the fiscal year 2024 level. And so I do agree with the premise that the Peace Corps should receive additional funding in this bill. The reality is that there is not enough funding for the offset where the gentleman is identifying this money, and that is the State Department diplomatic programs. It's already $1 billion below the fiscal 24 level. This amendment highlights that the allocation for this bill is just simply too low. We cannot expect to address the variety of global challenges to foster peace and support our diplomatic efforts with the 12% decrease in the top line of this bill. And so I support the mission of the Peace Corps fully. They are our best diplomats. I commend all of the volunteers who serve our country. I was recently in Africa and on a bipartisan delegation, and we met with many Peace Corps members, and they are serving this country, and they are helping in so many ways in the most vulnerable places on the planet. And so I want to thank them for that. This amendment, though, is just robbing Peter to pay Paul. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, again, reluctantly. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague across the aisle, but to my knowledge, my colleagues across the aisle never offered an amendment to increase funding for the Peace Corps, and this is an amendment that is before us to do just that. And we are constrained by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. We are trying to stay within the confines of the law and make sure that our spending is in line with the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But if my colleague agrees with me that we need to increase funding for the Peace Corps, I can't understand why we would be opposed to an amendment that would do just that. Yes, we all think every program is vital, and yes, we'd love to see it to every level we would like to raise it to. But this is an amendment that increases spending, and if you for the Peace Corps, and if you agree with that, even if it's not up to the level you would like, I'm not sure why you would oppose it. At the end of the day, this is an amendment that I believe all of my colleagues should support, and I think it's unfortunate that my colleagues across the aisle would oppose it simply because it doesn't go high enough. it is still higher than is in the base text. And so if you believe in the mission of the Peace Corps, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say once again that taking $1 billion from our State Department diplomatic programs is wrong. That is why I am opposing this amendment. I think we need to increase funding for the Peace Corps, but also we need the State Department diplomatic programs to support the infrastructure and to support our diplomats. So why in the world would we take $1 billion from our diplomats? I, again, believe that we should increase funding for both. Here we're faced with a 12% cut. So no way. Again, I reluctantly oppose this. If we could find a new offset that is not going to take money away from our diplomatic program, $1 billion, then we could talk. But at this point, I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting a critical program while staying within the confines of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which this body, this Congress, this President agreed to. And so that's what we're seeking to do while supporting the critical mission of the Peace Corps. And that's why I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back and reserve. I yield back and ask for a no vote.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to ensure that no funds in the Department of State Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill from being obligated, expended, or otherwise made available to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, or UNHCR. In 2022, the United States contributed a total of $2.2 billion to the UNHCR, which amounts or accounts for approximately 40% of total funding. You might think that given America's outsized role in funding of the UNHCR, that it might work to serve in the national interests of the United States. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Like many international institutions, including the International Organization for Migration, which we debated earlier, the UNHCR has become hostile to American sovereignty and undermined our border security. UNHCR's 2018 report, which the Trump administration wisely voted against, emphasized a need to limit detention of migrants that arrive at our borders, which is inconsistent with federal law and inconsistent with our national interests. We need to be detaining more illegal aliens that arrive at our border, not less. In 2021, in the thick of COVID-19, the UNHCR was actively lobbying the United States to terminate Title 42, which allowed the U.S. to expel migrants back to Mexico or their country of origin. This was one of the most important tools to stem the tide of illegal immigration. While Americans were stuck in their homes under the onerous pandemic restrictions, UNHCR wanted to fling American borders wide open to illegal aliens. And perhaps the most egregious misuse of taxpayer dollars, UNHCR and other international entities hands out cash debit cards and other funds for lodging, movement, and other expenses to migrants in South and Latin America bound for the United States. These migrants receive cards with hundreds of dollars on them, funding migrants from throughout the world to travel to our southern border. UN documents say the money can be handed out as cash in envelopes and transferred to bank accounts for lodging assistance and even for transportation costs to move with migrant caravans. In one Mexican town on the road to the United States, UNHCR was doling out $400 payments every 15 days to migrants, funded on the backs of American taxpayers. These funds are unrestricted and unconditional and can be used for any purpose. America is experiencing the worst crisis at our southern border in our nation's history. And these policies UNHCR is advocating and the cash payments they are handing out to migrants are only making the problem worse. They call these payments cash-based intervention. Well, my amendment ensures that we give the UN High Commissioner for Refugees a cash-based intervention by cutting off federal funding. We cannot continue to fund the invasion of our own country, and I strongly urge the passage of my amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman from California claims time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would zero out funding for the United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Refugees, which is a global organization established after World War II to help people who lost their homes. They work in 136 countries to provide life-saving assistance, including shelter, food, water, and medical care for people forced to flee conflict and persecution, many of whom have nobody left to turn to. Just last week, the United States recognized World Refugee Day, reaffirming our tradition as a beacon of hope for refugees and persecuted people around the globe. In the United States, refugees contributed almost $124 billion to the growth of the United States economy from 2005 to 2019. According to UNHCR, the overall forced displacement rose to 120 million in May 2024 and reflects the 12th year of a consecutive increase. At this level, the global displaced population is the equivalent of the 12th largest country in the world, which is about the size of Japan. Responsibility sharing is essential to meet humanitarian needs so that all people can live with hope and dignity. No single country can respond alone, and no country is untouched by the impacts of forced displacement. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we should not be paying people to come here illegally. This is not part of the founding of our nation. And if we're going to talk about growing our economy, I think a lot of us know that there's a lot of value there, then we should be talking about work visas and other programs, not using taxpayer dollars to pay illegals to come here in caravans illegally across our southern border. And let's face it, a nation without borders is not a nation at all, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. UNHCR advocates for the rights of refugees. They do not advocate on any country's immigration policies. UNHCR also does not support economic migrants, only those that have applied for asylum. And you know, Mr. Chairman, as I close, I must say some of these amendments tonight are just downright mean-spirited. I ask for a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California has the right to close.
I ask for a no vote and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and a member in opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, over 100,000 Americans lost their lives due to drug overdoses, with nearly 70% of those fatal overdoses being due to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. The fentanyl trafficked across our southern border has turned every town into a border town. In South Carolina in 2022, we lost 2,296 lives due to drug overdoses, with 1,660 of those due to fentanyl. With deadly fentanyl taking the lives of so many Americans, I was distressed when reviewing the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill to find we were spending more to subsidize migrants and refugees from other countries than we were spending on combating international narcotics trafficking. My amendment would simply transfer $500 million from the Migration and Refugee Assistance account to the International Narcotics Control and Law Enforcement account. This would provide law enforcement with much-needed resources to combat the deadly scourge of fentanyl trafficking. Fentanyl is a nationwide problem that requires a truly international approach. The primary source of fentanyl killing American citizens is from China. This fentanyl is brought by international drug cartels, trafficked into the United States through the southern border, and distributed into each and every one of our communities. This is a chemical attack on our nation to weaken our society and kill our young people. It is critical that we bolster funding to combat international narcotics trafficking. Further, this additional funding is necessary to combat Mexican drug cartels, who are seeing soaring profits under the Biden administration. According to a House Budget Committee report, the cartels are bringing in $30 million a day, or nearly $1 billion every month or more, from their human and drug trafficking operations. The amount of human suffering taking place at the hands of these criminal cartels is heartbreaking. Criminal cartels who control our border force migrants, including women and children, into indentured servitude, sex slavery, drug trafficking, and worse, to pay their way into the United States. On the path to the border, there are rape trees where cartel members will hang the underwear of women and girls they've raped and abused on their journey to America. Studies estimate approximately 60% of unaccompanied minors are exploited through child pornography, sex abuse, and drug trafficking by the cartels on their journey to the United States. This cruel reality is enabled by the federal funds that go to entities that fuel cash payments to migrants. Not only are Biden's open border policies enabling this human suffering, taxpayers are funding it. It is critical that we put people over politics, citizens over cartels, and pass this amendment to bolster law enforcement and counter narcotics operations to put an end to the cartel's cruelty. And I urge the passage of this amendment. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman from California claims time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The Migration and Refugee Assistance account supports protection and assistance to ease the suffering of those that had to leave everything behind to become a refugee. Again, it's hard to describe the meanness in these amendments. The funding also contributes to broader USG and international efforts to resolve conflicts that cause displacement and provide solutions for people and families that cannot return home. This humanitarian aid, it saves lives and upholds the dignity of tens of millions of forcibly displaced and crisis-affected people, including refugees, victims of conflict, stateless persons, and vulnerable migrants. 1 in every 69 people, or 1.5% of the entire world's population, is now forcibly displaced. This is nearly double the 1 in 125 people who were displaced a decade ago. What does it mean for the United States to turn its back on these people? Almost 11 million Sudanese remained uprooted. Now, I visited Sudan this spring, and these people have been uprooted by violence over and over and over and over. Almost 14 million people have fled a brutal regime in Syria and exist only tenuously in neighboring countries like Lebanon, Turkey, Jordan, and Egypt. By cutting this assistance, nations hosting these refugees will not accept growing refugee populations in their countries, potentially destabilizing regions and threatening global stability and security. Should we be spending more in other areas of this bill? Absolutely, which is why the 12% proposed cut is irresponsible and does not come anywhere near meeting the needs of the United States. The migration and refugee account is already facing a $725 million cut. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Protecting America and her citizens is it mean? It simply means that we are putting our nation and her people first, as we should, because we've sworn an oath to our Constitution. Putting our citizens and our nation's sovereignty, that above any other, is what we should be doing right now to combat what Joe Biden and his administration have done to the United States of America. We are literally using taxpayer dollars, paying people to come here illegally, who are then infiltrating into our communities, who are raping women, who are killing children. We read story after story on the news of violence happening in our communities. Fentanyl drug overdoses. In fact, 10 years ago, I didn't even know what fentanyl was, but in fact, last year, I knew 2 people personally who died of a fentanyl overdose. Joe Biden and his administration is allowing this to happen right in every one of our communities today, and we have to put an end to it. That means moving money around, cutting funding to the programs that are allowing this to happen, and stop funding what's coming across our southern border. If we really truly care about America, then put your money where your mouth is and protect her citizens. And when we talk about threatening security, the videos this week of Southern California where Gavin Newsom said he was going to send the guard down to the border because, by golly, he was going to protect the state of California. The next day, a video of hundreds and hundreds of Chinese nationals coming into Southern California illegally. It's just absurd completely, and this body needs to do something about it, and I reserve. Thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I ask for a no vote and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Requests a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 38 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 39 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Moskowitz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of my amendment to the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill for the fiscal year 2025, limiting the use of unverified statistics from the Gaza Ministry of Health. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Gentlewoman from California claims the time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment prohibits the State Department from using the statistics obtained from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is often the only information available about what is happening on the ground in Gaza. As much as we wish there were other sources, this ministry is the only official source for Gaza casualties and is the de facto authority there. Israel has sealed Gaza's borders, barring foreign journalists and others who could offer this reporting. The journalists and medical professionals who are there are unable to account for all of the bodies trapped under rubble and discovered in mass graves. The United Nations and other international institutions and experts, as well as the Palestinian authorities in the West Bank, say this ministry has made a good faith effort to account for the dead under the most difficult conditions. Their figures have been found to be credible in the past, holding up to United Nations scrutiny, independent investigations, and even Israel's tallies. When new information comes to light, as with the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance a few weeks ago, they are made. In order for the State Department to do its job effectively, it needs to work with real-time information. This amendment would severely inhibit the United States government's ability to assess the situation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment does not deny the tragedy that is going on in Gaza due to Hamas's horrific attack on Israel on October 7th. But at the end of the day, the Gaza Ministry of Health is the Hamas Ministry of Health. And the idea that the United States government would rely on a terrorist organization for statistics, for data, that is being utilized. There are better ways to do this. We could work with our international partners and the UN. By the way, the UN, which was relying on Hamas, the Gaza Ministry of Health, if you will, lowered their numbers just a couple of weeks ago by a significant amount. Thousands, in fact. And so, I just believe that the United States should stop relying on a terrorist organization for information. Remember, it is Hamas's goal. It is Hamas's goal to sell propaganda to the American people, to sell propaganda to the world. And the idea that we would participate in it because there are no other credible sources, Hamas is not a credible source. Since when is Hamas credible? And so, look, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Wilson, Representative Lawler, Representative Gottheimer, and Representative Miller for supporting my amendment. As I've said, this amendment will prohibit the State Department from using unverified statistics provided by Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for the yeas and nays for a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays have been requested. A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed.
Now. Okay.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, my good colleague from California. I wanted to say how absolutely unconscionable that my colleagues are offering an amendment to prevent our U.S. government from even citing the Palestinian death toll. Since 1948, Mr. Speaker, there has been a coordinated effort, especially in this chamber, to dehumanize Palestinians and erase Palestinians from existence. The ethnic cleansing of Palestinians did not end in 1948. Today,
Mr. Speaker, we are witnessing the Israeli apartheid government carry out a genocide in Gaza and in real time. And then this amendment is an attempt to hide it. Let me remind you all of the words of an Israeli defense minister who said, quote, we are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel, everything closed. We are fighting human animals, end of quote. They don't even see Palestinians as human beings, Mr. Speaker. And here we are. My colleagues want to prohibit our own U.S. officials from even citing the Palestinian death toll. So let me read it into the record. Here are the latest casualties of Palestinians killed. 37,718 Palestinians, including more than 15,000 Palestinian children. And more than 86,377 Palestinians have been injured. 6 children, Mr. Speaker, 6 are killed in Gaza every single hour. But Palestinians are not just numbers. Behind these numbers are real people, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, who have had their lives stolen from them and their families torn apart. And we should not be trying to hide it. These are innocent children and babies who have been bombed in their tents, burned alive, dismembered, and deliberately starved to death. Where is our shared humanity in this chamber? There is so much anti-Palestinian racism in this chamber that my colleagues don't even want to acknowledge that Palestinians exist at all. Not when they're alive, and now not even when they're dead. It's absolutely disgusting. This is genocide denial. Mr. Speaker, I know the majority of this chamber doesn't believe Palestinians should live or exist, but I won't remain silent as the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, while folks attempt to ever even erase those who were killed with our own weapons. So if I may, later at the appropriate time, I will submit for the inclusion into the congressional record the list of the Palestinians killed in Gaza. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note this to everyone here. The list is too long that I can't even submit it because of the text limit. That's how many have been killed in Gaza, and now we're going to try to hide it. So I rise and asking all of us, please, don't erase them. They have a right to be acknowledged as being killed, and they're dead. What more do you want from the people of in Palestine? Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair understands that amendment number 47 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
While commending the chair for a job well done, I would move that the committee do now rise.
The question is, on the motion that the committee rise, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8771, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that that committee has had under consideration H.R. 8771 and has come to no resolution thereon. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 1240, an act to transfer administrative jurisdiction of certain federal lands from the Army Corps of Engineers to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take such lands into trust for the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska and for other purposes.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life and service of Sergeant Kennedy Sanders from Waycross, Georgia. Sergeant Sanders was one of the 3 soldiers who tragically died during a drone strike in Jordan at only 24 years old. This Sunday, June 30th, would have been her 25th birthday. Her obituary reads, "Her commitment to duty and love for her country were evident in every action, making her a true jewel among us." Verse 25 of Proverbs 31 described the virtuous woman's attire as strength and honor, and Sanders wore those virtues with grace and resilience. Her grandfather, who is also a veteran, spoke about the importance of Memorial Day and honoring those who sacrificed their lives for our country. He spoke so highly of her character as a remarkable and fearless leader. Sometimes we take our freedom for granted, but in these solemn moments, we must remember to be eternally thankful for those who dedicate their lives to serving our nation. Kennedy Sanders was, and still is, a leader and a hero. She gave the ultimate sacrifice for her country, and we will never forget that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we must prioritize border security. After visiting the border 3 times since taking office, it was indeed an eye-opening experience. Border Patrol agents face severe staff shortages, often working long hours, poor from their families, and need better infrastructure. Border communities need more resources, and the increasing influx of fentanyl across the country poses a significant threat to public health. We must stop drug cartels. Our southern border is critical to our national security. I remain dedicated to taking a collaborative approach to address comprehensive immigration reform and securing the southern border. I'm willing to work closely with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to bring about positive change for the people of eastern North Carolina and the entire nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I move the House to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.